Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If, with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Found a New Power, a New Family, and a New Dream? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Just what I needed right now. A villain with a troublesome quirk. The symbol of peace was doing his best to keep his signature smile up. It had been less than a year since the battle that had ruined his body. And while he was still more than a match for all, but the most powerful villains, he was most definitely not back to full strength yet. At least, whatever would pass for full strength after the injuries he had received. Ordinarily, he could have smashed this villain flat before the scoundrel could even use his quirk. But at the moment, what's wrong, All Might? You haven't hit me once. Come on, charge me again. As you wish, to true Wooyet. Before All Might could get even a few feet toward the enemy, he found himself landing right back where he started. Clearly, this Warp Master lived up to his name. The nature of that warping, though, still escaped him somewhat. No sign of any portals or something like that. I just can't seem to travel any distance, no matter how many times I charge at him. I keep ending up at the same spot. It's not illusion, but whatever it is, it's really starting to piss me off. Maybe. All Might, acting on his hypothesis, quickly leapt to the left, landing and planting his feet against a nearby building before shoving off toward his foe again. Only to find himself hurtling in the opposite direction. HMPH. Now I see. It's not teleportation, he's twisting space itself. A dangerous quirk indeed. But it's clearly not passive. This time, he didn't use it on me until I was about to close in on him from a different direction. That means he had to guess where I was coming from and target the area I was going to pass through. In other words, the smile nearly slipped. In other words, I can't worry about my injuries. I have to stop holding back and put him down before he can react to my movements. Hopefully, I don't make my injuries worse. All Might looked up at the smugly grinning villain. Ha! You think you've won, Warp Master? I was just warming up. Time to show you what a pro hero can really do. A small hurricane swept the immediate area as the symbol of peace vanished from Warp Master's sight in an instant. The villain hardly had time to be surprised at the impossible speed before the smiling symbol of peace was right in his face, fist held back. As I thought. You can't warp space right next to you, it's a distance attack. No. The panic on Warp Master's face was palpable, though the obvious insanity was just as clearly displayed. I won't let you take me in. I won't let you. Just as All Might's fist connected, Warp Master raised his hands and strained his power to its maximum limit. And without realizing it, tapped into power he never knew he possessed. The world around them twisted and contorted, and then the disturbance spread out like a shockwave, like ripples on a pond. As they spread out, cracks appeared in the sky, the ground, and elsewhere, opening up into holes in space itself that began to suck in or spit out whatever got too close. And Warp Master was falling right toward one of those portals, along with All Might himself. The former screamed in terror and pain, a scream that was silenced the moment he passed through. Thinking quickly, All Might fired off a smash, causing a shockwave of air that would hopefully stop his momentum enough to avoid following his enemy. It worked. But just barely, and he had to struggle against the power of the event horizon, even as the portal began to close. As he struggled, he looked up, and saw something that horrified him. 3 bodies emerged from a portal in the sky, a young man, an elderly woman, and a small child, all 3 falling among slightly different trajectories. If they hit the ground from that height, they would die. But that wasn't what horrified All Might. What horrified him was that due to the circumstances, the portal he was struggling to escape from, his waning strength, the speed and direction of their fall, he knew he would not be able to save them all. Without hesitation, the symbol of peace made his choice, pushing off the ground with everything he had in order to escape the pull of the rapidly shrinking hole in space, hurtling toward the smallest form. It happened out of nowhere, on what was supposed to be a happy occasion. I had just turned 18 and was holding my high school diploma with pride as I walked with my parents to their waiting car. I had initially wanted to drive my own car to the ceremony, but my mom and dad insisted that they drive me to school one last time, for the sake of memory. I couldn't deny them that. So, how's it feel? Pretty good, I replied, smiling back at my dad. It would have been a little less embarrassing if Mom didn't cry and shout my name when I got this. Mom wiped her tears away before smirking at me. Oh hush. Can't a mother show emotion when her little boy finally graduates? Most mothers don't shout out, "Oh, my baby's a man," at the top of their lungs. Dad chuckled. Well, if that's the way you feel about us old folks being happy for their son, maybe we should go out to dinner without you. We laughed in unison. As embarrassing as that moment was, I couldn't help but be moved a little by it anyway. I had struggled with emotion a bit myself when they called my name. Knowing they felt so much that they couldn't help but show it meant a lot to me. And that was the last happy memory I would ever have of them. In a moment burned into my brain forever, a hole appeared. It had no entrance or exit. It shimmered in and out of existence. It was only half visible. But hole is the only word that could describe it. For we all fell into it. Inside the hole, nothing made sense. Up was down, was left, was right. Today was tomorrow, was yesterday. And I couldn't tell if I was falling, rolling, rising, or staying still. I can't remember much of what I saw, aside from my hands. At one second, they were my own. The next they belonged to an infant. And then those of a middle-aged man. My screams shifted as well, from the terrified cry of a toddler to the helpless shrieks of a shriveled old man. And sometimes they seemed to be everything in between, all at once. I don't know how long I stayed in that hell. All I know is that I blacked out after a while. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground, my head tilted to the side, my body strange and weak to me. Looking at my hand, I saw that of a small child. My head was swimming, and my memory was hazy. I knew my name, I knew vaguely where I had come from. And while I didn't quite know how old I really was, I knew that whatever age I was now wasn't my original age. Any thoughts beyond that flew out of my head when I looked up at a smiling face. I knew that face from somewhere, but in that moment I couldn't place where. The face was that of an impossibly large muscular man in a colorful costume, smiling down at me. The smile was not a happy one, though. It held a great deal of sadness and sympathy in it. "Don't be afraid, kid. Everything will be all right." The voice was soft and comforting, but carried the same sadness as the smile. "Just keep looking at me." Puzzled at his words, I looked around anyway, only to see why he didn't want me to turn my gaze from his smile. Two bodies, merely flattened from impact, lay some ways away. One was a young man, one an elderly woman. But in an instant, I knew exactly who they were. Mom, Dad. The words were barely a whisper when they escaped, and I nearly choked trying to get them out. I wanted to cry out, to rush over there to shake them awake. But my body wouldn't move no matter what I tried. And instead of a scream, I found myself simply opening and closing my mouth, begging for words to come out. Mom, Dad. Again, my words barely made it out of my mouth. The large man held me close in a tight embrace, whispering softly in my ear, "I'm sorry I couldn't save them. But you're safe, and you'll stay safe. I promise you, everything will be all right, somehow." As I shivered in his grasp, my treacherous mouth finally obeyed my commands, and I screamed at the top of my lungs. No words came out, at least, none that were intelligible through the cries and shrieks and tears. The large man kept his hold on me, patting me on the back or stroking my hair, trying in vain to calm me down, telling me in a voice that knew otherwise that everything would be all right, because he was here. One of the hardest things about being a superhero was the simple fact that you couldn't save everybody. As the world's symbol of peace, this weighed more heavily on All Might than on others. One for All gave him unparalleled strength, speed, and endurance. And yet there were times when even that simply wasn't enough. This wasn't the first time he'd had to comfort a crying child, whose entire world had been so cruelly ripped away from him. And he knew it wouldn't be the last. That being said, how does one even begin to give any comfort at all in such a situation? Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Because I am here. Those last 4 words, combined with his smile, were all it took most of the time. Everything will be just fine. Because I am here. But what hope can you give to someone in the deepest depths of grief and despair? How do you assuage the fears of someone whose existence was in shambles? How can you possibly say that everything will be fine when their life has been completely shattered? And yet, All Might continued saying the words to the wailing child, because those words were all he had at the moment. At first, the child referring to the 2 other victims as his mother and father confused him. The ages were far too disparate for such a thing to be possible. It only took a few more seconds to decipher, though. Clearly, whatever Warp Master did, the villain had twisted both space and time, and these 3 were victims of that awful power. It was even possible that the child he was holding wasn't quite a child. But that no longer mattered. What was done, and All Might knew that it could easily get much worse. These 3 aren't Japanese, I can definitely see that. The boy spoke with an American English accent. I'll try to see if there's any record of him or his family. But if not, he'll be a ward of the state. All Might had seen wards of the state before. The care and treatment of orphans had improved greatly since the 21st century, particularly in Japan. That being said, the system was still not perfect, and he had seen time and time again what that system could do to a child, what it would likely do to this child. He couldn't save the boy's parents, and he most certainly couldn't restore them to life. But he'd be damned if he let the child's life be ruined further, not when he could help it. Grabbing a phone from a pocket on his costume, he dialed an old friend. Koji? It's Toshinori. Listen, depending on the next couple of days, I might have to ask you to pull a few strings for me. Yeah, it's about a kid. I'll fill you in later. Thank you. You're a good man and a good friend. I'll talk to you soon. All Might had just enough time to get the boy to the nearest police station before he had to leave lest anyone see his muscles fade away into his new skeletal form. The moment he was certain no one could see him, Toshinori Yagi did the last thing All Might could ever be seen doing. The thing he couldn't help but do when he had failed someone as thoroughly as he had that day. He wept. My memories didn't come back all at once. They were more like a gradual trickle, with the occasional bit of information fading back in due to some form of trigger. As I sat in a waiting room at the police station, still crying a bit, I looked up to see a rather skeletal-looking man in a suit and tie. There was something familiar about him that I couldn't place at the time. Instead of sitting in the chair opposite me, he came around to my side of the table and knelt next to my chair, speaking in fluent, unaccented English. Hey. You're the kid All Might mentioned, right? I'm Toshinori Yagi, a friend of his. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions? I nodded, but didn't say anything. Okay then. All Might told me the whole story, but there are a few details I need to know. First off, what's your name? C. Casey Kendall. A smile from the man. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Casey. Where are you from? That took a second longer. America. Could you be more specific? Where in America? I tried, I really did, but it was all still coming up blank for me. Tennessee. Don't remember what city, I muttered, sniffling a bit. The smile went away at that answer. But Mr. Yagi, as I mentally labeled him at that time, kept up his questions. Don't worry, that will all come back to you soon, I'm sure of it. Now, from what I can see, and what the doctor said during your brief checkup, you look to be somewhere around 8 years old. But All Might said something about time warping. Is that your real age? No, it's, I don't remember. I'm not 8 though. All right. What's your quirk, Casey? I perked up in confusion. The word sounded familiar, but I still couldn't quite remember what it meant. Quirk? His frown deepened further. Your quirk. Your superpower. Almost everyone has one. What's yours? As I processed the information, I looked down at my feet. Don't have them. So you're quirkless. That's perfectly fine. Nothing to be ashamed of. After all, I'm quirkless too. No, I mean superpowers aren't real where I come from. Just made up stories in comic books and movies and stuff. Mr. Yagi's expression turned to a mixture of surprise and deep worry. Putting a hand on my shoulder, he spoke slowly and clearly. Okay, Casey, I need you to try really, really hard to remember this last thing. What year do you think it is? That I remembered. 2019. Why? Toshinori Yagi waited outside the room for a while before the people he was expecting finally arrived. One wore a brown trench coat with a police badge, the other a suit and a badge with the Japanese CPS logo on it. Glad to see you, Sakachi. You too, Nakagai. The two men nodded with sad smiles, the former speaking first. Same, though I wish the circumstances were different. Has the kid said anything about who he is? Yeah, and you're not going to like it. His name's Casey Kendall, and he's from America obviously, but aside from one other highly important detail, that's all he can remember. I suppose I've had worse to go on with regards to finding records, the other man said. What's that highly important detail? Toshinori sighed. Guys, what I'm about to tell you now needs to be kept a secret, just between the three of us. The year he came from, 2019. The kid is over 150 years, and an entire ocean away from home. He doesn't even know what a quirk is. There was a shocked silence between all three gentlemen, and it hung in the air for some time. It was Koji who broke the silence with a frustrated sigh. Then there's no way we can send him to the Americans. They lost nearly all their civil records during the big war around the time quirks first started appearing. The kid might as well not have a name at all, for all he exists in legal terms. Tsukachi nodded sadly. I'm guessing that's why you called us here, huh? You want Nakagai here to use his position with CPS to get him a home as fast as possible, so he doesn't have to go through the system. And you want me to cover for both of you. Yeah, but that's not the only reason. Koji, could you teach him Japanese? At least up to what an 8-year-old should know. His options for adoption won't be too good if he can't speak the language. The man in question nodded, stepping into the room with the boy. Koji Nakagai. Quirk. Transmission. He can instantly transmit anything he knows to anyone else, and can sort his memory and knowledge like a filing cabinet, the perfect quirk for a social worker. The transmission is one way, though, and if he gives too much information at a time to one person, it can seriously mess up their minds. As Nakagai worked his magic, Toshinori turned back to his friend. I don't think I have to tell you that the press will be all over this incident when they hear about it. I'm fine with that. I have to deal with those hyenas every damn day, just like any other hero. But this boy shouldn't have to deal with cameras and lights shoved in his face. And he definitely doesn't need constant questions from idiots who don't care if they keep him from whatever semblance of a normal life he might end up with here. Don't worry, Tsukachi responded, holding up his hand. I hushed up your fight with all for one and your injuries. I think I can protect the kid from the media vultures. Just be sure to get yourself checked out as soon as possible in case you opened up those injuries of yours. Before the incognito pro could respond, the police officer interrupted him. Don't you go making up excuses or tall tales. Now, I know the way you think, Toshinori. I know you feel like you had to help, and it's because you did that this kid is even alive. But you shouldn't be doing hero work at all until your doctor, whoever they are, clears it. The world can't afford to lose its symbol of peace. I'd love to argue with that, but you're right, as always. I'll be more careful about that in the future. With that, Toshinori walked away, waving to his friend. Take care of the kid, will you? The further he is from All Might's general vicinity, the less likely the press will connect him with the incident. So I can't exactly know where Nakagai places him. I know I wouldn't be able to keep from checking on him constantly. Until next time, old friend. Give Nakagai my regards. Not long after Toshinori left, Nakagai emerged from the room to speak with the detective in a slight whisper. I've given him what I could, but he still won't know a lot that kids his age generally do. There's only so much information I can transmit to such a young mind without doing harm. And this kid's had more than enough trouble today. Well, that should make the whole adoption process a little easier, at least. How are you going to go about getting him a home? I already have someone in mind. She's an old friend of mine from our school years. She has a kid already, but I don't think she'd turn away a case like his. Aside from you and Toshinori, I honestly can't think of anyone as kind-hearted as she is. And seeing as she's clearly passed that on to her kid, it should be exactly the environment Casey needs. That's good, Tsukachi responded. But don't tell me their name, okay? Plausible deniability and all that. The two men looked into the room where the subject of their conversation waited, no longer crying but still relatively shell-shocked. Both gave a silent prayer to whoever was listening, that the horrors of today would heal in time. Suddenly knowing Japanese was weird, even considering the fact that I'd still have to learn a lot about writing and reading it along with other kids. That was the weirder thing, though, other kids. I still didn't remember my original age, but I knew it wasn't this young. That being said, I definitely felt smaller in more ways than just physical. Much as I knew stuff no kid should know, aside from prodigies, I couldn't help but look at the world from the perspective of a young child. Nor could I stop my emotional state from following suit. The mind is a plaything of the body, as they say, and I was finding that to be at least somewhat true. After the interviews were done, I got sent to a doctor for a full checkup to follow up on the basic, does it hurt here, or here one I received at the police station. The doctor said I was normal, and wondered what my quirk was. Mr. Nakagai responded that he didn't know yet, and neither did I. The doctor bought the lie, but Mr. Nakagai had a strange look when the doctor said, his quirk must not be an obvious one. We'll find out in time, or something to that effect. I stayed with him for a few days on a temporary basis. Over the course of that time, I learned a bit more about this strange new world from his quirk, though I held back my frustration that he only let me know stuff a kid would know. 4 days after I had arrived, I was sitting at the apartment window when Mr. Nakagai entered the room. Casey, he said, speaking Japanese, would you please come in the living room? There's someone I'd like you to meet. I nodded and followed him into the living room, where a woman and a small child, both with dark green hair, waited for me. Inko, this is Casey. Casey, meet Miss Midoriya and her son, Isuku. You'll be staying with them from now on. Midoriya. Isuku Midoriya. The face and name is definitely familiar. Every day my memories keep coming back. Hopefully this one will soon enough. For a while, he didn't know who he was, or where he was. All he knew was that the when was definitely different. But how he knew that was yet another mystery to him. As he slowly tried to breathe, it all came back to him. My name. My name is Naboru Kinnen. Warp Master. The events that had passed before he had lost consciousness came flooding back into his mind soon after, eliciting a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror at the smiling monstrosity that would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life. As the panic subsided, however, another thought crossed his mind. The power he had unleashed back there was definitely not normal. He had never really tried out his quirk to any real degree for some reason. Until today at least, as far as today referred to his own experience. As he could tell, a long time had passed between the moment he fell and the moment he woke up. But now that he knew the potential depths of his quirk, a strange feeling of anticipation came over him. Power. A smile crossed his face. Real power. A laugh escaped his lips. The power of a god. He clenched his fist. Power that I'll master. I'll master it, and I'll be a god forever. I'll be a god and everyone will have to do what I say, or I'll wipe them from existence. I'll be a god and no one will stop me. No one will come near me, or I'll tear them apart with my power. Grinning widely and occasionally giggling, Warp Master slinked away, neither knowing nor caring that he was muttering his thoughts out loud. I'll be a god. I'll be a god. I'll be a god. As it turned out, I was just in time for Isuku to begin 2nd grade. And as an adopted child, I was enrolled right along with him. I was slowly starting to remember bits and pieces of what I knew of the world I had found myself in, as well as what I knew from before I got here. One thing that I immediately recalled was that Japan, at least in my original universe and time, had a not unwarranted reputation for ethnocentrism and mild to moderate xenophobia. Thankfully, this had mostly gone away in light of the fact that it's fairly difficult to worry about physical appearance when you regularly have brunch with a guy who has 4 arms or a bird's head. All that aside, I still didn't quite remember my original age. That, combined with the brain chemistry of my 8-year-old body, made it surprisingly easy to fall naturally into the role of a little kid, for better and for worse. One of the perks of growing up again is that everything that isn't bad is automatically awesome and cool. Bonus points if it's something you've never seen before. Another is that whenever you're in play mode, you feel a sort of non-stop creative fire that lets you imagine entire worlds and adventures that an adult mind wouldn't be able to do anymore. And none of it has to even make a lick of sense. If I had to guess, that's the part people always think of when they talk about wanting to connect with their inner child. The next time you get that urge, do yourself a favor. Hey, look, it's quirkless dumb foreigner friend. Punch yourself. Kids can be awful. I had been running around the school playground imagining I was an astronaut on the back of a space dinosaur when I saw some kid walk up to me out of absolutely nowhere, giggling with the most obnoxious smirk on his face. Look up extremely punchable in the dictionary and you'd see this brat's picture. My name's Casey Kendall, I said, stumbling a bit on the name. If you can't say it right, you might want to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise people might notice how stupid you are. Yeah, my wit wasn't at my best due to the whole stuck in kid mode thing. Thankfully, as far as it fell short of grown-up standards of insults, it was still far enough above the 2nd grade level to thoroughly burn the little brat. Unfortunately, he recovered after a few seconds and had a ready response. Ha! You were about to say Midoriya, weren't you? You think getting the mom of some quirkless loser gives you the right to be here? You really are a dumb foreigner. Okay, now you're pissing me off. Truth be told, I still wasn't comfortable using anything but my original last name. Like I said, Japanese society had mostly moved past the lack of acceptance of foreigners save for this little shit, but something about being a non-Japanese with a Japanese last name still felt too weird at the time. Besides, it had only been about a week since my adoption, and my real family's deaths were still on my mind. If you're done using the only insult, go away and leave me alone. Yeah, leave my brother alone. I whipped around to see Isuku standing behind me, desperately trying not to look scared. I might have been reluctant to fully accept my new living situation, but Isuku practically embraced the idea that I was his brother the instant he saw me. Or what, quirkless? You and your friend gonna stop me? Bakugo's been going too easy on you. Maybe I ought to teach you your place. With that, the kid picked up a rock in one hand, that a kid his age would normally need 2 hands for, that must have been his quirk, and lobbed it straight at Izuku's head. Now, I may not have been comfortable calling him brother back yet, but I wasn't going to let him get hurt either. Unfortunately, my little legs didn't move as fast as they should have. And instead of pushing him out of the way, I just ended up putting myself between him and the rock. It struck me right on the jaw, only to drop straight down to the ground the instant it touched me. I didn't even feel a thing, save for a bizarre sensation of absorbing something. The bully had an expression not unlike a horribly confused and not terribly bright hog. Huh? What happened? As the brat looked on in surprise, I felt an anger well up inside me at the attempted stoning, the strangeness of the situation temporarily forgotten, and charged straight at him, rearing back for a punch. The bully ducked at the last second, my fist hitting the brick wall behind him instead, which got a few surface cracks from the blow. The brat ran away as I stared at my hands in shock. Isuku, on the other hand, practically teleported to my side, squeeing over what I had just done and speaking at a mile a minute. Wow, your quirk is cool. How's it work? Is it just strength and endurance? Or is it something else? Can you do it whenever? Or is it triggered? What's it called? Is it? The end of recess bell rang, cutting off his rapid-fire interrogation. My adult mind told me that this bore investigation. But that could wait until after class. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1. Isuku was almost begging to add my quirk to his hero research journal. But I'm pretty curious as well, so I've decided to start my own. He knows a lot about quirks for someone who doesn't have one, and he's super excited to help me figure out mine. We decided to start with just the basics today. Together, we grabbed a big rock just outside our apartment building, and I tried punching it. The only thing that happened was that I hurt my hand. It's not bad, it's just a little sore. But that's just because I held back a bit. It's pretty obvious. I don't just have regular super strength, though. We sat a while trying to figure it out. But it started getting dark, and we had to come in for dinner. Miss Midoriya made rice with beef. I've never had it before, but it was really good. Tomorrow's Saturday, so maybe we can figure it out then. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 2. We kept trying to find out how to trigger my weird super strength, but nothing happened until I remembered something. When that rock hit me, it fell to the ground in a weird way, and I felt like I sucked in something or absorbed something that made me feel stronger. I told Isuku to punch me. It took me a long time to get him to do it because he didn't want to hit me. When he finally did, his fist just stopped the instant it touched me, and I felt the same sensation. After that, I tried hitting the rock again. It didn't break or even crack a little bit, but I didn't hurt my hand as bad this time. I think we found something. We told Miss Midoriya, and she said she'd take me to the doctor in a couple of days to see if they can figure out my quirk and give it a name or whatever. But I still want to know a little more first. Tomorrow, then. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 3. I think we're getting closer to figuring out my quirk. This time, we found another, smaller rock, and I had Isuku throw it at me. I got a little bit of that weird feeling from it. Just a tiny bit more than when Isuku punched me. But not as much as when that kid threw the big one at my head. I told him to throw it again, but this time it went a little wide. Out of pure reflex, I reached out to catch it, only for my hand to brush against it. The moment I touched it, the rock fell straight down, and I felt that feeling again. I could feel something building up in me. But just to be sure, I had Isuku punch me again this time, as hard as he could, and when I punched the big rock, it finally cracked a bit. Apparently, I get stronger when I get hit, or when I touch something that's moving. The thing we're missing is why the stuff that hits me, or that I touch, stops in such a weird way when I make contact. I think I know what it is that I'm absorbing to make that happen, but I can't remember the word for it. It's one of those things that I used to know but forgot. It's on the tip of my tongue, though, so I'll probably remember it soon. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 4. Miss Midoriya took us several places. First, we went to a special doctor who analyzes quirks, and I showed him this journal. It sort of irritated me when he told me what a good job I did writing this journal in the same tone of voice that an adult would say. What a smart little boy, but thankfully it made his analysis go by quicker. Once that was done, we went to a government building to register my quirk and get a legal name for it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually sort of excited to have it on paper. So just for the heck of it, I'm gonna write it here too. Quirk, kinesis. Can absorb kinetic energy upon physical contact, either by being struck or by touching a moving object. Can then release kinetic energy by adding it to physical attacks. Pretty basic, and Isuku and I intend to do some more research on it as time goes by. But for now it feels good to have an official name for it. Kinesis. I like it. Isuku thinks we ought to try to become pro-heroes together. I recalled comics from my old world like Batman where the hero didn't have any superpowers, and yet managed to kick butt. So I've encouraged him that even a quirkless person could definitely be a pro hero. I guess we'll find out one day. Inko was doing some late-night TV watching when she heard screaming and shouting from Casey's room. Nakagai had told her he was traumatized, and that this might happen. But the maternal panic still kicked in enough that she ran as fast as possible to his room. Isuku was up as well, worried about his adoptive brother. And that worry only increased at the sight that greeted them upon opening the door. Casey was thrashing about in his sleep, shouting in frightened English about his parents, tears flowing from his eyes. In what seemed like the space of a heartbeat, she turned on the lights and rushed over to the bed, sitting on it and holding the boy in a tight hug. SHH. It's okay, Casey. You're safe. It was just a dream. You're safe. I've got you. It's okay. It took some time for the poor child to stop shaking. Her heart nearly broke for him when he looked up at her, tears still in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Midoriya. I think I'm okay now. She put a smile on to cover her sadness at the way he addressed her. Koji did warn me about that too, though, she reassured herself. He just isn't ready to call me that. I'll give it time. Are you sure, honey? I can get you some juice or milk if you need something to help you sleep better. The boy shook his head, clearly uncomfortable with the thought of needing help to sleep. No, I'm fine now. I can get back to sleep on my own. Inko couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Just don't be afraid to come to me if you ever need anything, all right? This is your home, just like it is Izuku's. For now, just get your sleep. You still have school in the morning. After Izuku stopped crying over his brother, she ushered the former back to bed as well. She turned the TV off and pulled a chair over near the boys' rooms, and made sure to stay there for a while longer just to be safe. I sat on a chair in the principal's office, swinging my legs back and forth as I waited for my inevitable punishment for doing absolutely nothing wrong. One of the things I recall from my old world was that I was bullied a lot there. And while my mother and father were always understanding, as were the teachers always seemed to care more about how the school looked for it, and often punished both the bully and the victim just for causing a scene. That never sat right with me. I thought for sure that things might be better here. That stupid foreign child nearly broke every bone in my baby's body. Expel him now, or I'll sue your school for every yen you have. Turns out I was wrong, particularly when your bully has a super rich, spoiled heiress for a mom. The bully's mom screeched, pointing a finger at me again and again, while the principal held his hands up and smiled defensively in an infuriatingly meek posture. God, grow a spine. I looked over at the bully in question, who I most decidedly did not injure in any way. He was sitting there crying fake tears, his right arm and left leg in casts. The crazy bully mom managed to stop ranting long enough for the principal to squeak in a response. Look, I'm not saying your boy isn't telling the truth. He isn't. He's lying. He tried to trip me while I was walking down the stairs and fell with me. Look, I fell and all I got was a scrape on my knee. How the heck did he fall that same distance and break an arm and a leg? Not to mention, the little bastard just smirked at me in between fake cries, while the adults were looking the other way. Not that you idiots will realize that. How dare you? The nutty woman glared at me after hearing my comment. The way she puffed out her cheeks and turned red with anger made her look a bit like a cross between a puffer fish and a tomato. You little foreigner brat. My baby boy is perfectly innocent. What's going on here? Oh, honey, are you hurt? Miss Midoriya finally arrived, quickly running over to my side. No, I'm okay. And so is that liar there. The spineless man chicken masquerading as a principal barely managed to cut off the crazy lady. Miss Midoriya, I'm afraid there was an altercation involving your son. HMPH, son. Foreign gutter trash is more like it. A silence followed the lady's interjection, and I could have sworn the room chilled by 5 degrees as Miss Midoriya glared at the lady. What? Please, let's not be too quick to. What did you call him? Say it again. I don't have to repeat myself to the likes of you. Yeah, you tell her, Mom. A hush fell over the room again as the bully's performance slipped in the most hilarious way possible. The little brat, excited at the thought that he might get his way for like the billionth time, had leapt out of his chair onto both legs and hopped up and down. Wow, I said, unable to contain myself. You have a cool quirk. Must be nice, healing so fast. This was the last straw, and the first time I had ever seen Miss Midoriya angry. Frankly, it's a pretty scary sight. You be awful woman. Please, Miss Midoriya, I know you must be angry. Angry. Now it was the principal's turn to be the target of unbridled fury. I got a call in the middle of work saying that something bad had happened, that Casey was involved, and that there were injuries. I was so terrified that he might have been hurt that I nearly had a heart attack. You could have at least given me more information than that. But then you went ahead and let this woman drag him in here like he was some sort of deviant in need of correcting. And as for you, she said, turning back to the rich lady, don't you ever refer to him as trash ever again. He is not trash. He is my son, and if you don't approve, you can take your boy to some other school. I was just as stunned as everyone else in the room, particularly at that last part. The rich lady tried one last time to look tough, but it was clear she was scared stiff. I'll sue. I'll sue you for what? It doesn't take a lawyer to know you don't have a case here. Now I am leaving, and I am taking my son home, and I don't want to see your face ever again. I looked over at the principal, who somehow looked both ashamed and a little less spineless. With a gulp and a deep bow, he spoke without a quiver in his voice for the first time that whole conversation. My deepest apologies, Miss Midoriya. Rest assured, I take full responsibility for this unfortunate incident, and will ensure that Miss Bakura's son will face serious consequences for his actions. The principal remained still, not even flinching when the screeching started up again as we left the room. Waiting for us in the hall was none other than Isuku, who hugged me with tears in his eyes. What brother. I was so scared that you were in trouble, and that they'd make you leave, and that you'd have to leave me here on my own or something and Mom would be mad and… It's okay, sweetie. Casey isn't going anywhere. There was a misunderstanding, that's all, but it's over now. You would never have known that she was scaring a lady half to death less than a minute ago. We all went out for ice cream before coming home. The whole incident had thrown me for a bit of a loop, and I stayed quiet for the most part, right up until it was time for bed. Once I was under the covers and the goodnight forehead kiss was done with, I found myself thinking about it all one last time. She got so angry on my behalf, and she called me. I spoke up just as she was about to turn out the light. Yes, honey. Could I maybe call you Mom from now on? 6 years later. I steadied the punching bag and walked over to my computer, picking up my research journal and a pen. Before Quirk, 50.8 kilograms. Roughly my own weight. I'm doing good with technique, at least. We'd bought a bunch of force sensors, wired them together, glued them to a brick, and placed it in a punching bag made for super strength quirks. The force sensors had been hooked up to my computer, which would read the force of a punch in kilograms, so I could add it to the journal. For kinetic fuel, I just generally had Isuku hit me. But I knew that there had to be a better way to charge up without having to rely on someone else to hit me or throw something. Casey, you gotta come quick. There's a villain that popped up nearby. I looked up from the journal. Really? Anyone famous? No. But they're saying he's got a gigantification quirk of some kind. He's over at Tatooine Station right now. I sighed. You know, your lucky mom is out shopping right now, or she'd bolt the house shut the way you're yelling about a villain in the area. Besides, weren't we gonna do quirk research today before class? I just punched in the base numbers. Oh, come on, bro. They say Death Arms and Kamui Woods are in the area too. Oh, well, that was sooner than I expected. Main plot time. I had gained nearly all of my memories back over the last few years. I still didn't quite remember how old I was to begin with, exactly, definitely high school age. Though, but other than that, I had pretty much everything back. Including the knowledge that I was currently living in an anime, and that my very own brother was the star. Unfortunately, as that information only started coming back to me about a year before, I didn't have much time to prepare or plan, not that there was much I could do anyway, aside from continue our quirk research. I always wanted to meet Death Arms myself. Okay, let's go. As we reached the station, I recalled the fight as it happened in the anime. Pretty impressive stuff. When it's in real life, though, impressive doesn't remotely cut it. The craziest thing was watching guys like Kamui Woods move. As far as I know, the guy's quirk has zip effect on his base agility, and yet he's leaping and running around like Spider-Man. It's crazy to think that acrobatics that would be superhuman in the other world are perfectly achievable with training alone in this one, even for a quirkless person. I have to learn how to move like that. As per canon, the show was over very quickly after that when Mount Lady burst in and stole the spotlight. Once Isuku was done with his motor mouth analysis mode, we made our way to school for our regular classes. We managed to make it there just in time to beat the teacher, but not enough to avoid Lord Explosion Murder himself deliberately bumping into Isuku on the way into the classroom. Out of the way, Deku. Kaken. even before I remembered anything about him. I hated Bakugo from the very first day I attended the 2nd grade with Isuku. The bully I had to deal with was bad enough, but at least that one was a pushover when you got right down to it. Bakugo, on the other hand, he was just plain petty, the no-reason shoulder bump, a daily occurrence, and yet Isuku still looked up to the asshole. I never understood it. But once I got my quirk, I at least figured I could take some of the heat off. One thing I had learned was that it was very easy to redirect Bakugo's temper away from Isuku. And all it ever took was a mild comment that hit one or more of his many pride buttons. Kaken, I said, making sure to put as much emphasis on the chan as possible. It's okay to say excuse me when you stumble into someone. Stumble. Shut up. You damn science nerd. I don't stumble. Yeah, I had just violated Bakugo pride button #702. Indirectly accusing him of being a klutz, combined with #812, suffix abuse. And yes, I'd catalogued every little trigger I could find. The list was up to nearly 6,000, and showed no signs of being close to the end. I closed the conversation with #214, turning and walking away with a chuckle while he's trying to insult me. Ordinarily, this last one would present a severe risk to life and limb, with an increased likelihood of explosive death. But I'd found that even Bakugo wasn't dumb enough to cause trouble when the teacher was about to enter the class. He seethed in silent rage as the teacher began talking, and as usual I couldn't help but glare at the back of his head. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing you're good for is being pointed at things that need exploding. I don't care about canon. I don't care if Isuku won't stop pretending you're worth his admiration. As long as you treat my brother like this, I'm never going to acknowledge you as anything other than a bully. Unfortunately, I could only do so much to shield Isuku from popular scorn. Even before my memories of the series returned to me, I supported Isuku and tried my best to keep him from being isolated from the rest of our peers. I managed to make some lasting friendships with a few classmates, and at first that seemed to alleviate the problem. Sadly, it ended up making things almost worse than before. True, when the teacher mentioned that Isuku had intentions of going to UA, only half the class laughed at him as opposed to the entire class in canon. The downside was that the other half, instead of defending my brother's dreams, simply responded with sorrowful, pitying shakes of the head. Much as he cried about it sometimes, Isuku could handle the outright scorn toward his dreams from people like Bakugo who treated him with hatred. At least then he could probably tell himself they were just being mean. They didn't know what they were talking about. That if they got to know him better, they'd see he had what it took. But the sight of friends doubting him, of treasured companions clearly thinking there was no hope for him, that, I knew, was what genuinely hurt him. None of those people were going to UA. I knew there would be people there that he could easily bond with. I definitely looked forward to meeting a few of them myself. But from his perspective, the only people his age aside from me who were remotely nice to him were going elsewhere. And if he followed his dreams, he'd have to leave them all behind. And yet, he persisted. I'd always been amazed at how no matter what, he never truly loses all hope. Even in the darkest hour, there's always that little spark left that he somehow manages to hold on to and turn into more drive to succeed. That, above all else, is why I never doubted him even for a second, even long before I knew what he was destined to be. In case you haven't guessed, this is the story of how my brother and I became two of the world's greatest heroes. There are many days where I wish I didn't have knowledge of the world I came from. Days where I wish I could just be Izuku's adopted brother and another aspiring hero, without having to concern myself with potential butterfly effects ruining everything. One of the worst things about having that knowledge is that, even when I knew Isuku was going to suffer, there were a number of times where I would have to allow him to suffer just to ensure that things didn't go far worse down the road. 2 such incidences occurred that day in our 3rd and last year of junior high. The first involved Bakugo destroying Izuku's beloved hero journal and throwing it out the window, and the second came not long after that. I had decided to get a quick bathroom break, just as class ended for the day, just as Bakugo made his way over to him. But just to be safe, I waited outside the door, listening to the exchange. I was able to hold off intervening on my brother's behalf, even during the moment that Bakugo said the single worst thing he had ever said in his life. Pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. If you weren't fully capable of creaming me in a straight-up fight, I'd gladly tear you apart for saying that. As the asshole left the door, he spared me a smug look in passing at my glare. Gonna say something, science nerd? Go kill yourself along with your fake brother. I may not have been dumb enough to actually try to pick a fight with him, but I wasn't going to let that slide without response. Izuku and I will be applying for UA, and that's final. Go ahead and threaten me like you did my real brother if you don't like it. But there is nothing short of actual death that will stop me or him from getting in. Once we do, enjoy your brief moment in the sun, because I don't care what I have to do. I don't care how long it takes. I will wait until you can't imagine being happier or more proud of yourself. And then I will make sure every ounce of joy you get from getting into that school turns to shit right in front of your eyes, then and there. And when that happens, you'll know it's because of what you said to me and him just now. I would be lying if I didn't flinch when he held his hand out to me and set off a few small explosions about a foot away from my face. Beyond that, though I did my damnedest to retain a silent glare at him, Bakugo wasn't impressed, as usual, and left without saying anything else. I walked in to see Isuku doing his best to hide his tears from me and failing miserably. Just seeing him like that tore me up inside. The feeling only got worse after we finished walking down to the outside of the school where his ruined notebook lay floating in a koi pond. At which point I made yet another excuse not to be there at a crucial moment in his life, claiming to have forgotten something inside. I told him to head on home and that I would catch up with him later. Also, I wouldn't be there when the sludge villain attacked and nearly killed him before All Might rescued him. That meeting was too important to be derailed by my presence, and I knew deep down that just me being there might put everything at risk. All Might and I hadn't crossed paths once between the awful day I entered this world and the day Isuku was destined to meet him. But I had no doubt that the former would recognize me as the kid he rescued. I could easily imagine the exact series of misconceptions he would take from such a meeting. All Might fails to save the parents of a kid that appears from a portal, not long after the incident which nearly killed him and forced him to seriously consider looking for a successor. The aftermath is exactly the kind a classic Superman-style hero like All Might would blame himself for and carry the guilt of for years to come, along with every other life he's ever failed to save. The kid shows up again, 6 years later, right in his face, on a day where his frustration at being unable to hero full-time is nearly at a peak, thus bringing up those guilty feelings in a new context. Then there was the possibility that he assumed I was a time traveler due to my original year prior to the portal, in which case my having a quirk would make even less sense than it already does, adding a nice flavor of the mysteriously impossible. Put all that together, and you get a perfect storm of coincidences that would potentially seem very meaningful to someone looking for a successor. Which was why, until Isuku went through his encounter with All Might and was offered one for all, I couldn't be anywhere near the latter lest the symbol of peace decide to offer his quirk to me, instead out of some mistaken sense of destiny where none existed. Now don't get me wrong, it would be very cool to have that sort of power, and I'm at least 80% sure that I would use it properly. If it were still just fiction to me, I would have jumped at the offer. But it wasn't fiction. It was real. And that's what made every action I took to stand by and let Isuku nearly suffocate to death tear my heart to shreds. No matter how necessary it was, I would always hate myself for letting my brother get hurt. What kind of family deliberately and knowingly allows bad, even life-threatening things to happen to one another, even if it's to serve the purpose of a long game? Isuku. I can't believe I'm thinking this, but it's for your own good. You deserve one for all, more than anyone else on the planet. You need it, and the world needs you. Not me, not anyone else, you. Once I was satisfied that a sufficient amount of time had passed for Isuku to pass under the bridge where the fated meeting would happen, it was on our regular path home from school. So guessing the correct timing based on previous travel times wasn't too big a stretch. I gathered up the stuff I had deliberately left behind and began walking slowly in the general direction of home, hating myself the entire first half of the way. The second half was interrupted when my guilty conscience, too late, told my brain to go fuck itself and made me turn right around and run towards Tatooine Market Square, where I knew Isuku was about to do something both very brave and very, very stupid. I arrived just in time to witness the finale and see Bakugo and Isuku get rescued by the greatest hero that the world has ever known. As All Might finished explaining his unique quirk to young Midoriya, the green-haired boy in question reeled from the revelations. For a moment, the symbol of peace worried that the waterworks might start up again. Thankfully, the boy held it in for the moment. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? All Might was about to respond before a voice startled them both. Just take it, Isuku. The source of the voice stepped out of a nearby alleyway, revealing a young American boy with dark, shoulder-length hair and brown eyes. Something about the boy seemed strangely familiar to All Might. Isuku stammered in surprise at the newcomer. Bro? How long have you been standing there? Since he told you what I've been trying to help you convince the world since the day we met. The child responded before turning to look at the weakened symbol of peace. Sorry for eavesdropping, but... Well, I was trying to catch up to my adoptive brother here, and couldn't help but overhear his dreams coming true. Memories of a thoroughly awful day flashed through Toshinori's head, as the puzzle pieces slowly fit together. Wait, you're Casey Midoriya, the boy said. I never did get a chance to thank you for saving my life. Isuku was slowly putting some things together as well. Wait, you mean All Might was the one who saved your life when that happened? As Casey nodded gravely, clearly trying to shake away the permanent scars of the past, All Might couldn't help but sigh in relief. That day. I can't imagine how awful it was for you. I failed you that day, and when I decided not to continue checking up on you for fear of my fame intruding on your life, I cursed myself for it. I couldn't help but think some part of me was just afraid to look and be reminded of your parents, of your tears, or to see some other tragedy befall you. I'm glad you found a new family, a place to belong. Casey smiled. I still miss them, but it wasn't your fault. It did take me a little while to get used to calling myself Midoriya instead of Kendall. But once I got into the habit of it, it made the hurt fade a bit. In any case, back to the whole making my brother's greatest dream a reality thing. You don't have to worry about me blabbing about your secret. I owe you everything, after all. And Isuku, if you don't immediately say yes to the offer, I'm gonna seriously question your mental health. Izuku's eyes started filling up with tears again. This kid really is super emotional. To All Might's surprise, though, the boy in question quickly dried his tears and stood up straight. A look of determination plastered across his face. Okay, I'll do it. Yes. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 11738. Training for UA began yesterday. Izuku's training should go a lot faster and more smoothly than it would have otherwise, considering I insisted we do physical training on a semi-regular basis about a year ago. Not long after I remembered the whole anime thing. We're not anywhere near where we should be. Isuku definitely still needs to work his butt off if he wants to get ripped enough to handle One for All, but even a tiny bit of extra training will probably make a huge difference in the long run. And we might even get done earlier than in canon, giving more time to prepare. All Might told me he'd be willing to help me train as well, though with the caveat that his first priority would still be to Isuku as his successor. And after learning about my quirk, judging by his expression upon hearing that I had one, that little revelation definitely threw him for one hell of a loop. Gave me a membership to a nearby sports facility where batting cages with pitching machines were. It didn't take long for me to figure out what to do with this. The first time getting hit by one of the 100 miles per hour pitches from a machine, I got a serious wake-up call as to how far I have to go to make my quirk actually effective. The ball dropped to the ground the moment it hit me, but at the same time I felt, well, overly full with regards to the kinetic energy I had absorbed. Like it would be a bad idea to take any more in. If I released the energy by punching something All Might brought over a stack of cinder blocks for that very purpose, then allow myself to get hit again. Wash, rinse, repeat over a long period of time, and I should gradually be able to handle storing more and more energy before I get full. I once read that a fastball at a speed of 100 miles per hour hits with a kinetic energy equivalent of roughly 140 joules. Joules seems to be a decent measurement of my storage capacity for the time being, since that's already what kinetic energy is measured in. It may not be the exact number of my current limit, but 140J should be close enough to give a rough starting point for the purposes of charting my growth. I'll write down the numbers here whenever they change, and I'm not at my computer to put them into the full chart. Key storage capacity J. March 8, 2174. 140J. We have 10 months to get ready for the UA entrance exams, and I should start working on increasing my storage capacity, as well as finding some way to train the active use of my quirk. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 11739. It's been about 2 weeks since I've been able to actively write in this. School ended just a few days ago, which would normally mean more free time, but Isuku and I are both determined to not let one possible moment of preparation go wasted, so I'm still going to have to be careful with time management here. Both of us are looking a bit more muscular, but All Might says there's still a long ways to go, and that beach still looks awful. I've made some minor progress with storage capacity. March 8. 140J. March 22. 245J. 245 joules looks like decent progress to me. If I keep it up, the current rate should put me well above 1,000 by the exam. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1740. 2 months since this started, and already I'm feeling a significant difference. Isuku stepped up his game more than usual, so rather than keep the steady pace from before, I figured I'd double it up a bit. As a result, I've passed the 2,000 mark in terms of storage capacity. and it's taking around 16 hits of the fastball to charge me up. March 8. 140J. March 22. 245J. May 9. 2. 375J. This keeps up. I don't see any reason why I should have any problem getting into UA right along with Isuku. Quirk Research Journal. Entry No. 1741. Isuku finished cleaning up the beach today and officially received one for all, 1 day ahead of schedule. I made sure to witness it and be there for that important moment in his life. The entrance exams start tomorrow, so whatever progress we've made is going to have to carry us through. Though I'll be sure to give him some advice going in to make things go smoother for him during the physical half. Isuku will be just fine assuming he acts the same way he did in canon, and there's no reason to think he shouldn't. Even if we get sorted into separate testing centers, and considering the numbers I punched in for my storage capacity, I think I should be fine, too. I'll get up early and run over to the cages again to charge up a little bit before the exam. Bring on the robots. March 8, 2174. 140J. March 22. 245J. May 9. 2. 375J. February 10, 2175. 17. 550J. You have your spare clothes? Yes, Mom. Your books? Yes, Mom. Pencils, paper, supplies? Yes, Mom. Casey, bend over and let me fix that hair. It's out of place. Yes, Mom. Oh, Isuku, what is that gigantic mark? Hold still while I wipe it off with something wet. Yes, Mom. Isuku and I looked at each other with a shrug and grin as Mom continued to freak out over every little thing. It was still super early. The sun had barely started to peek out over the horizon, and the entrance exams were today. We'd decided to head down to the beach quickly before rushing off to the exams. Partially so Isuku could have a last-minute discussion with All Might. Partially so I could charge up at the batting cages. Sadly, we were both currently held hostage to the age-old parental disorder known as high school entrance craziness, where one's mother goes absolutely bonkers with over-mothering and obsessiveness, and an insistence on taking an awkward photo before sending one off to begin their high school career. Looking back with the advantage of having all my old memories return to me, I almost have to chuckle at how similar Inko's mothering and was to that of my birth mother on my first time around in high school. She really is the best mom I could have asked for in this world. I can't believe how lucky I am. Once she rushed back and successfully removed the offending speck of dust off of Izuku's shoulder, she stood back and looked at the two of us before turning bright pink. My babais. You look so perfect. Ooh, where's the phone? Where's Stephanie Gatagatapak Tuura? Okay, boys, smile and say Midoriya. Flash. As the spots faded from my sight, I could have sworn I heard the distant sound of dogs, still barking at the conclusion of Mom's epic squee. Once we finally made it out the door, thankfully with plenty of time left to get to the beach before heading to school, I made sure to double-check my own notes with Isuku, who got out his own notepad. Okay, once we get to the beach, we have about half an hour to spend. Isuku nodded, checking his side of our planned schedule. I talk with All Might and get as much last-minute info about One for All as I possibly can, followed by basic stretching for the remaining time. I head down to the batting cages, crack up the power and rate of fire on the pitching machines as high as both will go, and charge up to at least 10% of my full capacity before moving on to my own stretches. We nod in confirmation at each point on our schedule, dodging early morning pedestrians and turning corners without having to look up from our notebooks, even once a skill both of us picked up and mastered long ago. I end with a fast walk up the short stairs by the beach monument to maximize time and distance covered, while minimizing energy expenditure. I meet you at the top right at the end of my own fast walk with the breakfast bars. Isuku and I both made a face at the thought of those awful things before we finished the last item in unison. We board the bus as it arrives at the beach entrance and pray the whole way to Ua. Those fucking weaklings. Katsuki sulked to himself as he waited for orientation to begin. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't help but keep looking over his shoulder at Midoriya and his fake wannabe brother, who were sitting next to each other a few rows behind him. The fact that they had applied to Ua at all burned him. He was supposed to be the first and only student from Orudera Junior High to attend the prestigious hero school. And while he was confident that the two idiots had zero chance of getting in, their mere presence as fellow Orudera alumni made his own less unique for it. But that wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was that both of them looked strangely confident. Particularly Deku, who never showed any signs of being anything other than a spineless maggot when he knew Bakugo was in the room. And yet, both of them looked right in his direction without blinking. then went back to conversing among themselves as if they had seen nothing out of the ordinary. That last part made him want to rush over to them and blow their scrawny heads off. But he knew better. He'd beat them in the exam. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care how long it takes. I will wait until you can't imagine being happier or more proud of yourself. And then I will make sure every ounce of joy you get from getting into that school turns to shit right in front of your eyes. Then and there. And when that happens, you'll know it's because of what you said to me and him just now. The science nerd's warning rang through his head briefly before he shook it out. The fake Midoriya was nothing, just like Deku. They were both nothing. And yet, he couldn't help but glare at the two even more, particularly when the brothers smiled at each other. A bizarre and foreign eagerness on their faces as each one drew on the confidence and strength of the other. Ugh, fuck that. I have so much more power than they do. I don't need them. I don't need anyone. As the lecture began, Bakugo became further annoyed when Deku began babbling his fanboy crap. His fury didn't abate at all, and he knew it wouldn't not until he'd gotten in and proven that the two were nothing to him. That Katsuki Bakugo really was destined for greatness, just as he'd always known. I'm the best. I have to be. I'll be the best, or I'll be nothing at all. I was honestly surprised at how Isuku was able to keep his nerves steady once the lecture ended. I was even more surprised when he agreed to help me do that deliberate silent stare right in Bakugo's direction, once Isuku realized we'd all be sorted into separate testing areas, and thus wouldn't have to deal with an angry Lord Explosion murder. At the time, I figured that finishing our training a day earlier than canon, and thus having the benefit of a good night's sleep, plus more time to mentally process what he'd just been given, was probably the big difference. Heck, before we even reached the building where the lecture was held, he even managed one entire garbled thanks to a certain girl when he absent-mindedly stumbled over a loose brick before being saved by her Quirk. I may have distracted him a bit as we approached that part of the path, something that I decided to make up for later by buying lunch on the way home. As we left the lecture hall, I decided to have one last-minute talk with my brother before we headed off to our respective testing centers. So, you ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be, he said, gulping a bit. I still don't feel that much different. I do feel something, but I don't know if it's my quirk or just nerves. I nodded a bit. I'm pretty nervous too, to be honest. By the way, about one for all. I think you should hold back on it a bit unless there's an emergency. He looked up at me in confusion, a bit before realizing what I was talking about. That's right. My body hasn't had this quirk for very long, and All Might did mention that I might not be able to handle 100% of it. But how will I beat the robots without it? Maybe just concentrate it in a finger or something at a time until you get a handle on it. That way, if it backfires, you won't wreck your whole body, and you'll have 9 more shots at using it. That makes sense. I'll try to keep that in mind, Isuku replied. He started to turn away, but then stopped and looked back at me. Bro, do you really think I can do this? I smiled. Isuku, I've been saying that for years, and All Might thinks you're worthy, too. You've got what it takes to be a hero. You always have. Isuku paused a few seconds before returning the smile. Thanks. And good luck. You too. Let's show them what we're made of. I gave him one last glance as he went off to his battle center. I wish I could see you in action when your moment comes. But all the same, I know you'll succeed. I hurried myself over to my own designated battle center. As I looked around, I couldn't pick out any other one of members in the crowd, milling about around the front gate. I wonder if that's a good sign. I don't even see people from 1B here. Maybe the competition won't be that bad. Suddenly, the crowd parted a bit, and I saw a familiar face. His hair was black instead of red, but I could tell right away who he was. That's Kirishima. I guess I was wrong. The show and the manga never really said how well he did. Hopefully I can keep up. Before I could think on it further, the signal to start sounded. As soon as the gates opened, I ran as fast as I could without using my quirk, hoping to conserve energy for the robots. Turning into a side street to get out of the way of other applicants, I ran into my first target, a 2-pointer. As it turned toward me, I briefly stopped in my tracks. It was a lot more intimidating in person. Steeling myself, I rushed it and focused a decent amount of kinetic energy into my fist. To my satisfaction, I struck it square in the jaw and nearly took its head right off from the blow. Holy crap. Before I could react, a 3-pointer appeared from behind, swinging a huge arm at me. It struck me in the side, only for me to absorb the force of the blow. It filled me up a lot, but I could tell I still had a lot more room to take in kinetic energy before getting full. I decided to risk a little more power to test it out. And this time I actually sent it back a few feet from the punch, which also sent some of the machinery inside out its back. Holy crap. I couldn't help but smile a bit. I had trained my quirk a lot, but for the first time I was seeing just how much power I had. The rush and thrill of combat felt incredible, and before I knew it, I was charging at robots left and right with zero fear. 24 points. 27. 28. 30. 33. As I racked up score after score, I started to hear laughter. It took me a few seconds to realize it was me. Holy crap. I'm fighting robots, and I'm tearing through them like tissue paper. This is fucking awesome. Heh, looks like I'm not the only one having fun here. Looking over at the voice, I saw Kirishima smiling at me as he stood over a pile of his own. You want to make a contest of it? How many points do you have so far? 36. You? Ha, 39. Get on my level. Before Kirishima could finish the sentence, the ground started shaking. Turning our gaze upward, we caught sight of the zero-pointer towering over the buildings around us. Holy crap. Took the words right out of my mouth, Kirishima responded. Let's get out of here. I thought about running, but the sheer thrill of robot destruction kept me from moving, and a crazy thought passed through my head. Wait. Let's see if we can take it down. He looked at me as if I had lobsters crawling out of my ears. Dude, it's gigantic and worth 0 points. So what? We're doing great already, so we don't have anything to lose. Besides, we're training to be heroes. Would heroes run from something destroying a city? A toothy grin crossed his face. Whoa, that's pretty manly. All right, sounds like a plan. The zero-pointer is big, but if we can take out its legs, treads, whatever, it should topple over, and gravity will handle the rest. Time to push my quirk to its limit, and see what happens when I put everything I have into one attack. Before either of us could get far, though, a giant chunk of building fell right in front of us. It was distracting enough that I almost didn't see the gigantic fist coming at me. Trusting in my quirk, I decided to take it head on. That was a mistake. Ow. As the massive fist connected, I felt myself fill up to near bursting. The result was a feeling like I was about to explode, and I could definitely feel something break. The fist stopped and pulled back, but as it did I was left in incredible pain, enough that I nearly collapsed. Looking myself over, I saw that bloody bruise spots were all over my body, to the point that they resembled dark purple polka dots. I coughed a bit, and knew that I had some internal bleeding as well from the coppery taste of blood. Damn it. Holy crap. Idiot. Stupid. Moron. What the hell was I thinking? Forcing myself to move, I realized that I was still overly full. Something told me that I had to release the energy somehow, or I'd hurt myself even more. On the other hand, I knew that I was in bad shape, and trying to fight could just as easily wreck my body. But somewhere, Isuku is breaking his body too. Gritting my teeth, I ignored Kirishima's concerned shouts, and put absolutely every ounce of energy I could into one big punch. As I did, I decided to follow my brother's example, and shouted at the top of my lungs. Ash. The instant I connected, the shockwave from the punch sent literal ripples through the bottom half of the zero-pointer, causing the treads to break, the base to shatter, and the robot let out a deafening metallic groan as it toppled backwards. As it did, I tried to smile, only to find myself practically frozen. What's happening? I can't move a muscle. I can't close my eyes, or even breathe. It didn't take me long to realize what had happened. I used up all the kinetic energy I stored up. Without anything left, I'm stuck. I can't move without it. Not unless someone hits me or moves me somehow. But I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak, or look in a different direction. All I could do was hope for someone to come and help me. Hey, what's wrong? You're pretty messed up. Hey, say something. Come on, dude, snap out of it. Kirishima. Damn it, hit me or move me. Figure it out, or I'll suffocate. Thankfully, Kirishima decided to slap me a bit. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me to twitch a bit. Do that again. Huh? What the hell do you mean? Hit me, can't move without. Every word was a struggle, and what little breathing I could do wasn't enough. I still couldn't do much more than stand there and twitch. Finally getting the picture, he slapped me a little harder, and this time it was enough to unfreeze me. I gasped for air and collapsed on the ground just as the test ended. The last thing I saw before blacking out was Kirishima yelling for medical aid. As I began to come back to the waking world, I felt a strange sort of exhaustion. At once, I could tell I was in bed, and almost certainly at the nurse's office. This was confirmed by the wrinkled old face of recovery girl smiling over me. Ah, it seems you didn't have long to wait at all. Before I could ask her what she meant by that, I heard a very familiar shout from nearby, just a few feet to my right, on the other side of recovery girl. Brother, Isuku was there, lying in a similar bed and smiling broadly at me. He had a few bandages here and there, but was otherwise in good shape. Indeed, recovery girl said, a peculiar mix of worry, sarcasm, and anger coloring her voice. If it weren't for the obvious lack of blood relations, I would have had to wonder whether or not self-destructive recklessness was a genetic trait that all Midoriyas share. Honestly, if I had my way, we'd have a different sort of practical exam, but no one listens to the school nurse. We've been out for a couple of hours, but apparently everything's fine, Isuku said as he walked over to my side. We can go home as soon as recovery girl says we're finished healing up. I decided to pry, even though I knew full well why he was here. So what happened with your exam? You look okay to me. It's recovery girl's quirk. She can make you heal from nearly anything, but it makes you really exhausted. Isuku, that's not what I meant. Oh, you mean, how well did I do? He trailed off, a slight bit of shame in his voice. Well, I don't know if I'm going to pass. I took your advice and focused power into my fingers, so I was able to take down a few robots here and there. But, well, the girl who was so nice to us earlier was in trouble. The zero-pointer came along, and I just cut loose. I destroyed the zero-pointer, but the backlash of my quirk wrecked my arm and both my legs, and before I could do anything else the exam was over. I stared at him in surprise. Wait, he managed to score some villain points, and still have enough left in the tank for saving Uraraka. Not to mention, he's not as completely despondent, and not as entirely certain he failed the exam completely. Ha, I chuckled. That's my brother. You always had more caution than me. I was an idiot by comparison. Recovery girl snorted. You're both idiots if you ask me. In any case, you can finish telling each other about your respective lack of common sense outside. You're both free to go. And if you both somehow manage to get accepted, I don't want to have to see either of you in my office in that shape again, you hear me? We gathered our things and started making our way to the bus stop. It was still roughly midday, so I figured there was still time to get a quick lunch on the way home. As we finished discussing the specific location, Isuku remembered my words in recovery girl's office. About your exam. What did you mean when you said you were? About my having more caution. You don't have to avoid using my own words there, bro. I was an idiot. I explained everything that had happened in my own exam, about how I had gotten caught up in the rush and made a boneheaded mistake that nearly got me killed as a result. That's the whole story, really. Next I know I'm in the nurse's office. Southera histob some reason for the zero-pointer by just an obstacle to overcome. But what is it and how does it apply her training and what does it mean for a chance of passing? I looked over to see my brother in his patented mutter mode. Isuku, what's going through your head this time? Huh? Oh, your story just made me think about that zero-pointer and the reason for it to be there. Yeah, the way you described it definitely made it seem like an obstacle to avoid. And I can see the need to press home the idea that you can't beat everything. But that can't be the only reason it exists, can it? I was mildly surprised by this change from Kennen and decided to see how far he could take this discovery. You're right. Maybe there's some other aspect to the physical exam beyond just combat points. That's what I was starting to figure out just now, he replied. There were judges watching the exam, but those robots would have had sensors telling when they were destroyed, how they were destroyed, and who did it. So why use human judges anyway, unless there was some other criteria they needed to look for that a robot wouldn't be able to see? And that got me thinking of the villain that attacked me the day we met All Might. Heroes have to go in against villains who outclass them every now and then, like the pros struggling to save Kakin. Even though they knew they couldn't hurt the bad guy, so why have an obstacle to teach potential students to run away from danger? I think the zero-pointer may have been a test of character. You don't get anything for beating it, but the act of trying anyway, depending on the reason, might count for a lot. By the time he was done, the mild surprise I felt had given way to shock and genuine pride. Seriously, how many more times are you going to completely amaze me today, Isuku? As he finished, though, a strange sense of shame came over me. In that case, I don't think I'll be getting nearly as many points as you for beating that giant robot. Why not? You said depending on the reason. Your reason was to save someone in need, regardless of the fact that you still needed more villain points. That was selfless and heroic. Me? I had plenty of points. I just got an ego and wanted to test my limits. As a result, I nearly got flattened. That's not selfless or heroic. That's vain and stupid. I spat out that last word, knowing it was absolutely the truth. We walked in silence for a little while before the burning shame passed, and I decided to try and bring some cheer back. In any case, Isuku, I don't think either of us has to worry about getting in. It'll be a week before we get the results, and then until April before class starts. That's enough time to really start thinking about our costumes, get some training in, and even some extra research. That got a smile out of my brother. Right. I have some ideas on the first one, too. I somehow managed to avoid laughing at the mere thought of that ridiculous mask. Quirk Research Journal, entry now, 1742. One of the few upsides to what happened in my practical is that I now know two key downsides of my power. 1. Overflow is definitely dangerous. Based on what I recall of the bruising, my hypothesis is that it makes the excess energy start releasing in microscopic explosions throughout my body, not big enough to crack bones, but enough to cause bleeding and considerable pain. This could easily just be the best case scenario, however, and greater overflow could result in far worse. 2. I can put everything I've stored up into one last-ditch mega punch, but in the process I use up all my kinetic energy, without which I can't move or breathe, unless someone gives me kinetic energy by moving me or hitting me. Sir Isaac Newton giveth, Sir Isaac Newton taketh away. I don't see any immediate way to avoid the former aside from not being such a moron in the future. But the second also plays into an issue I've thought about for a while. What if I don't have time to charge up in the morning? How do I keep from running too low in the middle of a fight? Not every opponent is going to have a physical attack, and those with the option and the brains would probably figure out that I'd need to get physically hit to use my power. What I need is something built into my hero costume that can charge me up on the fly, as well as ensure I don't get paralyzed like in the exam. With that in mind, I've come up with what I refer to as a vibration rig, or vibro rig for short. At the moment, it's really just a sketch in this journal, rather than anything physical. A small motor from a massage device or something similar that I could put on my costume. Upon activation, it would vibrate against me, giving me kinetic energy to absorb for a decent boost, or activate to keep me from being paralyzed. There are a couple of issues right off the bat to this. For one, how to keep it vibrating when my power would immediately stop it upon contact with me. But I'm confident that I have plenty of time to test and experiment. Quirk Research Journal, entry no. 1743. The first test of the prototype rig didn't go as planned. I bought a burner phone with a vibrate function at a corner store, pried it open, and took out the motor for my rig. At this point, the rig is just an external battery, a button, and the motor sewn into a glove. When I press the button, the motor activates, and I feel a tiny bit of energy. But nothing big enough to register in terms of the accelerometer in the punching bag. The motor also stops working for a few minutes. As I suspected, my power absorbs the kinetic energy directly from the motor, which makes the motor stop. I need something in between the motor and me, some way to transfer the energy indirectly. Quirk Research Journal, entry no. 1744. Not quite there yet, but I think I'm on to something with version 0.2. I decided to create a suspension system for the motor, where the motor rests on a small metal spring from a wind-up toy on the side facing my body. When I press the button, the motor activates, the kinetic energy is transferred to the spring, and then my quirk absorbs it. The motor kept going, but from what I could tell on examining the rig afterwards, I could probably do with a better quality spring, and the motor itself simply doesn't give enough juice to be worth it. I'll need something a little more powerful. Also, we got the acceptance letter today. Mom was freaking out, but to be honest, so were Isuku and I. Can't wait to start the real training and meet everyone. Quirk Research Journal, entry no. 1745. I think the vibration rig is close to a full version. 0.3 had a few changes. Asterisk bigger motor from a phone meant for people with giant related quirks. Asterisk. Asterisk better quality springs, purchased from a hardware store. Asterisk. Asterisk larger battery. Asterisk. Asterisk accelerometer based switch that activates the rig automatically when I'm still for a certain amount of time. This time, I was able to get a small power up from the motor, just enough to register on the punching bag. From repeated testing, I estimate that it would still take a few minutes of vibration to get any difference that would be noticeable in a fight. But that can be improved in later versions, and the emergency function has been thoroughly tested and should save me if I need it. For now, this will do. But there's still the problem that it would make an enticing target for a smart opponent. I'll need to protect it somehow, while also working it into my hero costume. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1750. Well, I'm finally at what I feel is the prime candidate for Vibro Rig 1.0. I still haven't really changed anything with the motor itself from the 0.3 version, but I definitely improved its durability over the last couple of versions since then. Asterisk rig, housing now iron instead of hardened plastic asterisk. Asterisk shock absorption springs in housing facing outwards to further reduce potential damage asterisk. Asterisk battery protected further still asterisk. Asterisk button replaced with pneumatic pressure sensor that runs into my glove with matching sensor on the other hand, so that rig activates when I punch my fists together. That last one should help me disguise the whole rig as just a fancy arm brace once my costume is ready. Hopefully, this thing should last me a while before I need a new one. In any case, our first day of school is right around the corner, and as excited as I am, I'm also super nervous. I can't imagine Eraserhead being impressed with me or Isuku, particularly after we both wrecked ourselves the way we did. That said, I don't think there will be nearly as much of an issue with the assessment test as in canon, given how much we've been training since then and such. Even All Might is impressed at how quickly Izuku's progressing. Look out, Yua. Here come the Super Midoriya brothers. Izuku couldn't help but get lost in thought a bit on the bus ride to Yua. Even after everything that had happened since meeting All Might, everything still seemed so unreal, like a dream that would shatter into reality at the slightest touch. The only thing keeping him from freaking out, as usual, was his brother's confident demeanor. But in reality, Casey is just as nervous as I am, thought Izuku, and he hides it the same way All Might and other heroes do, by pretending to be fearless. If you had asked Izuku even a year ago if he were capable of such a facade, of displaying courage in the face of fear, he would have immediately admitted to the contrary. Now, though, his confidence was greater than it had ever been, and the mere realization that his brother was holding up a brave front as well motivated him to do the same, if only to share the burden and return the favor. Izuku would carry Casey, who would carry him? What would I be like if I didn't have a brother? He asked himself. I'd probably still let Kakin walk all over me, even with one for all. I'd probably still look at Kakin as a model of confidence instead of what he really is. He still felt nervous around the blonde, to be perfectly honest. But the all-pervasive fear had been all but banished as a result of his newfound quirk, with Casey's support providing an additional boost. That said, there was still one thing his brother seemed not to be able to do. One thing that nagged at him whenever the three of them, Isuku, Casey, and Bakugo, were together. Casey hated Bakugo. Not without reason, but Kakin doesn't deserve hate. He definitely doesn't deserve respect. But hate? No. There's more than enough of that going around in his head already, without other people adding to it. Izuku had thought multiple times about speaking to Casey over what he'd seen in Bakugo hidden underneath all that rage and bluster, but bottled it up every time his brother made a smart response or tried to annoy the bully to take the heat off of him. Casey was doing it to protect Izuku. If he tried to intervene, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Would his brother even understand? Or would he see Izuku as a doormat defending his own abuser? I'm grateful for the help, bro. I really am. But you're not entirely right about Kakin. You're not wrong, but not completely right. God, how did I not see through him before? How was I that scared of him for so long? In all likelihood, Izuku knew they'd end up in a class with Bakugo, which meant that eventually they'd have to deal with this, one way or another. How was he supposed to be the big brother to Casey when it had been the other way around for as long as they'd known each other? At last, the bus reached its destination, and soon after they stood in front of the rather intimidatingly large door to their classroom. Time to meet our classmates. Damn nerds. How the fuck did they get in? Bakugo sulked as he walked into the school. No matter what he did, he couldn't figure out how the Midoriya brothers passed the exams. One's a quirkless wannabe. The other's a science nerd and a foreigner. There's no way they got in fair. They must have cheated. He grew more and more irritable with every second. Finally, he decided to focus on the one thing that he could take genuine comfort in: his exam score. The hologram of All Might made it clear. Bakugo had received more villain points than any other student since All Might himself. As he thought, he was the best, the top of the class, the cream of the crop, and there was nothing that could take that away from him, not even the thought of the worthless fake brothers getting in, and he knew that soon enough they'd get found out for cheating and kicked out. He chuckled at all the losers pushing and shoving to gawk at the board listing the exam scores. They'd all look and know he'd beaten them all. As he wandered the halls in search of the one, a classroom, the perfect class for me. It's right there in the name. He noticed various students happily chatting with their friends. Upon seeing him and his glare, though, the students in question would go silent and edge toward the walls. He scowled even deeper at that. Something about it bothered him, but he didn't know what it was or why. It doesn't matter. I'm better than them. Upon arriving at the door to the classroom, he shoved it open and walked to the first desk he laid eyes on, ignoring the extras in his class attempting to befriend him. Unfortunately, the damn glasses jerk had to speak up, yelling something about his feet on the desk. Bakugo responded to the irritation in his usual manner. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? The glasses jerk introduced himself, but Bakugo didn't bother to pay attention to the name. The mention of semi-private academy caught his ear, however. He recalled a moment from his past. The fake Midoriya had been rather excited about the possibility of trying for that school instead of Aldra Junior High, but Deku insisted on the latter, which meant the fake stayed as well. Something about the memory irritated Bakugo, but once again the reason slipped his mind. So once again, he responded to the new nerd with a rebellious attitude. Sumi, huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm going to enjoy tearing you a new one. Suddenly, who should enter the room but Deku and his fake brother, both of whom began calmly introducing themselves to the class. It was then that Bakugo's entire world was shattered and shaken. Wait, Midoriya, hey, wasn't that the name of the one who got the highest score on the entrance exam? No, it was me. Bakugo froze, looking at the fake brothers. It was me. I got the highest score. It had to be me. The fake shrugged. What can I say? My brother acted like a real hero. That's why he got all those rescue points. The fake then looked at Bakugo and smiled. Rescue points? What the hell are those? That's not possible. It was supposed to be me. Try as he might, Bakugo couldn't think up any response. It was as if his entire body shut down in shock, his mind repeating itself like a broken record. It was supposed to be me. I had to be the best. Seeing the rest of Class 1A and knowing I was a part of it was surreal to say the least. As soon as we were noticed, Ida strode forward in his signature, near robotic manner. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida. A welcome departure from canon occurred as Isuku kept his cool and returned a calm and friendly introduction. Nice to meet you. I'm Isuku Midoriya, and this is my brother Casey. Ida and a few others looked in confusion at that. Kaminari spoke up first. Brother? Is he adopted? No, I just had facial reconstruction to look completely different from him. Just as lovably dense as in canon. Never changed, Kaminari. Gyro smacked the electric boy on the back of the head. Don't be rude. I'm Kyoka Gyro, by the way. Kaminari started to reply before realizing something else. Wait, Midoriya, hey, wasn't that the name of the one who got the highest score on the entrance exam? Again, never changed, Kaminari. You just made this the perfect day. The instant I had seen Izuku's score in the acceptance letter, I knew it was the perfect opportunity to get back at Bakugo for making my brother's life hell. 60 rescue points, just as in canon. But with my suggestion that he use the trick with his fingers, he managed to rack up 18 villain points, leading to a total of 78, one more than Bakugo's 77 in canon. Not only that, but it would only drive home just how much more of a hero Izuku was. What can I say? My brother acted like a real hero. That's why he got all those rescue points. Izuku frowned at me a bit there. I wasn't sure why. Yes, Ida said with a nod. I was meaning to speak with you concerning that very matter, Midoriya Izuku. You managed to realize something about the exam that I, and many others, did not. That there was something more to the exam than simply destroying villains. I must admit, you are superior to me as a student in every way, and your score only serves to highlight your brilliance. And yes, Ida did that weird thing with his arms the entire time he spoke. More importantly, Bakugo looked like he was about to have a stroke. Hey. It wasn't anything special, really. And you don't have to use my full name. Just call me Izuku. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Ochako entered the room. And this time canon didn't change, because my brother turned redder than a tomato. As he babbled out a response, I took one last look at Bakugo. The day's not done yet, jerk. By the end of it, you'll wish you never applied. Aizawa showed up not long after that, going through his canon spiel before leading us to the sports field for the Quirk assessment test. As per canon, Bakugo got a little over 700 meters out of the softball pitch, but didn't look near as smug as he did in canon. The instant Aizawa mentioned that the lowest score would have to leave, though, Izuku began to panic. Oh man, I'm toast. Hey, don't worry, bro, I said. putting my hand on his shoulder. We've gone through a lot of training since the exam, and you're already starting to get a better handle on your quirk. I took another glance at Bakugo, who looked even more shook up. This time he had to speak up. Quirk? That's not possible. He didn't have one before. Everyone turned to the blonde bully in confusion. What? That makes no sense, Vita said. I saw what he did to the 0-pointer in the exam. He demolished it with a single punch. Certainly, it was at the cost of his arm and legs, but… He's right, I interrupted, putting my arm around my brother's shoulder. Turns out, Isuku here is a bit of a medical marvel. His quirk didn't show up until the end of junior high last year. He's a real late bloomer. It's super rare apparently, but there's some precedent. I smiled at Bakugo again. That's right, jerk. You spent your whole life thinking your quirk alone made you perfect. And then my brother ends up outscoring you with a quirk he's had for about a year. Isuku frowned at me a bit. Bro, you don't have to. Before he could finish the sentence, Aizawa interrupted. If I could continue the explanation. We'll start off with the 50-meter dash. Line up when I call your names. When Isuku and I were called up, I briefly focused on my own quirk. Here was the opportunity to show off a trick I'd learned while experimenting with it. I took a few deep breaths, then shoved a bit of kinetic energy into pushing off the ground with my feet. With the next step, I absorbed the energy of my foot hitting the ground. The step after that, I pushed off with my quirk again. The result was that I got faster with every other step, and absorbing just enough via the other steps to keep it going. As a result, I got just under Ida in terms of the time. Isuku did a lot better in canon thanks to our increased training, and he actually beat Ochako with his time. At last, the moment of truth arrived. The softball throw. I thought for sure Aizawa would take Izuku's finger trick into account here, and give him a chance to show off without trying to stop him. But unfortunately Eraserhead was just as unimpressed as in canon. The instructors in the exam were not rational, he said as he used his quirk. At least your brother could use his quirk without hurting himself, so long as he doesn't act like a moron, the way he did in the exam. You, on the other hand. Your quirk is worthless if it injures you whenever you use it. Someone like you should never have been allowed to attend. I froze at that last part. Unlike Momo, I knew Aizawa wasn't bluffing when he threatened to expel the person who came in last. It took an impressive development in canon to convince him not to do it. But here Isuku had already figured out the finger trick, and so couldn't take Aizawa by surprise with it. Which meant I would likely have to think of something to avoid my brother going home. Thinking quickly, I stepped forward. Mr. Aizawa, please let him try. He looked at me with a tired expression. What? And let him break a finger or 3? You're wasting your breath. He'll get better. I flinched a bit once I realized I had just shouted and interrupted our teacher. Taking a breath to calm myself, I continued. Like I said earlier, my brother hasn't had his quirk for very long, and his body isn't used to it. But we've both been training, and trust me when I say he's getting better every day. So please, just give him a chance, and I swear he'll get a handle on his quirk and surpass every expectation you have. He's got the makings of a real hero, not a fame seeker, not a glory hound, a real hero, a symbol of peace that inspires others. If you expel him now, you'll never get to see it. Give him a chance, and I promise you, one day, he'll amaze you. The way he's always amazed me. A silence hung in the air. Aizawa was stone-faced, and for a moment I wondered if I had failed, even when he let Isuku do the throw. As in canon, Isuku managed to get 1 decimal point higher than Bakugo, who had to be restrained by our teacher. In the end, he managed to stay in. When Aizawa revealed that no one was going home, I knew exactly what I was going to do and say. Pray you'll get a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Gonna say something, science nerd? Go kill yourself along with your fake brother. Off of everyone's reactions, I'd continue. That's what you told us back in junior high when we said we wanted to apply for this school. You told me and Isuku to kill ourselves, and you did it purely for the sake of being cruel. The reaction would be immediate. The entire class would be shocked and horrified. They'd see him as a villain, unworthy of the school. Every good feeling Bakugo had about getting in would be taken away in an instant. He'd be humiliated and condemned by everyone around him, and he'd know exactly why. I moved to speak, only to feel Izuku's hand on my shoulder as he whispered in my ear. Brother, don't. I stomped forward and tried to ignore him. And this time I heard something that genuinely shocked me. Isuku snapped at me. Casey, stop. Looking back at him, I saw a stern look on his face, not just a look of worry, but also a look of disappointment. It stopped me in my tracks. I had never, in all the time I had known him, seen that look on his face. Not with me. Something similar to shame filled me, and I didn't speak for the rest of the class. It wasn't until we were walking home that we started speaking again. Isuku, why did you stop me? Because he doesn't deserve it. I looked at him in shock. Doesn't deserve it? He's done nothing but give you hell since he's known you. He even told you to kill yourself that day. He's closer to being a villain than he'll ever be to being a hero. Why are you defending him? How can you defend him? Don't tell me you admire him. I don't admire him, I pity him. He had snapped at me again. I shut my mouth and let him speak, still in shock. You bait and insult him so much, and I know you mean well. But you haven't seen what's behind his eyes. He hates us, but the reason he hates us is that deep down, he hates himself. As much as he brags and tries to prove his worth, it's all to hide that he knows exactly how far he is from the ideal hero. I've been kind to him even when he wasn't kind to me, and every time I do that it ends up reminding him of what he lacks. Then he looks at us, at our bond as brothers, at how we're able to make friends, and it all becomes so much worse because he knows that his temper means the only people who will bother hanging out with him do it out of fear of him. And that's only if they're not objectively awful people. And when that happens, he sees exactly how much closer his is to being them than he is to being a hero. Every word Isuku said shook me. Did you really see all of this in him? How? Isuku continued, looking at me with genuine worry and regret. Don't you see? He doesn't deserve hate. He feels too much of that himself. He genuinely wants to be a hero, and in time he'll learn from his mistakes. But if you keep on hating him, if you bully him back, he really will become a villain. I don't want that. Not for him, not for anyone. As soon as he finished talking, I felt a crushing sense of guilt come over me. Damn it. I stopped you from being in awe of him. So instead, you want to save him. The one person who has done nothing but hurt you your whole life, and you still want to save him. For once in our lives, Izuku's eyes were tear-free, and I was the one starting to break down. I didn't know why. You really are a hero, Izuku. You really are. Fucking fake brothers. Bakugo sulked angrily as he waited for class to begin. The events of the previous day were a humiliation he'd never experienced before. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that clearly, it was intended to be far more humiliating than that. He was going to tell everyone what I said. And Deku stopped him. His pride was definitely hurting. He didn't need help from anyone, let alone a formerly quirkless loser like Deku. He didn't need saving. Everyone always said he was going to be a great hero one day, and he knew he had to be the best because everyone said so. No, that couldn't be it. He didn't care what people thought of him. He repeated it like a mantra in his head, only to run into a traitorous part of his mind he had been unable to quash since the day before. I don't care what people think of me. Then why did the thought of not being the best, when everyone said he would burn him so much? I don't care what people think of me. Then why was he afraid of what the fake Midoriya was definitely about to tell the others before Deku stopped him? The internal exchange continued, threatening to drive him insane. He finally managed to escape it by turning his thoughts toward another feeling. The fact that Deku, of all people, had saved him. Again. It didn't help that the weakling had beaten his quirk, that he had possessed all his life, and was experienced in its use with a quirk that had only popped up less than a year ago. One that the worthless bastard had yet to control. That bastard. Deku had saved him. No, more than that, Deku pitied him. That bastard. I don't need pity. Not from a weakling like him. I don't. Not from him. Awa. I wish I kept the mask. It's not that big a deal, bro. You look cool enough without it. After All Might's little introductory speech and announcement of the battle training, we went immediately to the dressing room with our costumes. With regards to Izuku's costume, I had not long ago talked him into ditching the utterly ridiculous and completely awkward-looking bunny ears mask, though he did keep the face guard. He looked at me with an uncertain expression. You really think so? Absolutely, I responded with a smile. Besides, why would you want to hide your face? The world ought to see you and know that you, Izuku Midoriya, are a hero. No mask, no disguise, just your face. Never fear, Izuku Midoriya is here. My brother paused, looking at his hand for a bit. I am here. He clenched his fist and looked at me with a smile. With that, we finished dressing and made our way to the training grounds, ready to make our in-costume debut. Aside from the lack of a mask, Izuku's costume was identical to canon. As for mine, my costume was actually very similar to his. Same red belt, same black knee pads, but with a different white striped pattern on the green outfit. The gloves were a bit longer as well, and featured 2 vibro rigs built into each of them disguised as a large decorative metal stud on the back of the fist. The face guard was slightly different as well. Instead of a fake smile, there were a series of 3 thin horizontal white lines, but the shape was mostly the same. The intended message was clear. Separately, we were formidable heroes, but together, we were the Midoriya brothers. Unfortunately, fate determined that we were not to be paired together for the simulation. Isuku received the same matchup as in canon, having been paired with Uraraka against Ida and Bakugo. My inclusion in Class 1 did have an effect on other pairings, though. For instance, rather than being paired with Zero on the villain team, Kirishima ended up paired with me on the hero side of things, with Momo and Aoyama as our opponents. I was pleasantly surprised with Kirishima as my partner, considering how well we hit it off during the practical exam, not to mention his quirk could work well with mine if he hit me hard enough. As for our opponents, I wasn't exactly worried, but I wasn't completely cocky about it either. I couldn't think of anything Momo could make up that would work against my quirk, but at the same time I knew how smart she was and that she could probably think of something. Aoyama was another unknown factor. I hadn't been on the receiving end of an energy-based attack before, and wasn't sure whether or not my quirk would be able to get anything out of it, even though his naval laser clearly had a concussive effect on its targets. At the same time, though, I knew he was overconfident and obsessed with flashiness, which were both highly exploitable qualities. As per canon, Izuku's match came first. I had a hard time watching it now that I saw Isuku as a brother, and not just a fictional character, but he definitely did better than in canon. For some reason, Bakugo seemed slightly less bonkers, though he still went way overboard in his offense, and while Isuku didn't need to blow his arm to win this time, he was still pretty messed up by the end of it. All in all, it went a little smoother than in canon, but it was still an incredibly uphill battle for him and Uraraka. As Isuku got bandaged up by the medical robots and Bakugo got a talking to from All Might, I breathed a sigh of genuine relief back in the viewing area. "Dude, that fight was insane," Kaminari said with amazement. "Midori packs a real punch." I looked over at the electric boy. "Midori?" He shrugged in response. "Well, your last name is Midoriya too, so I figured chopping off the last bit would make it easier to tell the difference. Besides, his hair's green, so it fits." "That's actually pretty clever," I responded. "But he's already decided on Deku as a hero name." Kaminari nodded in understanding. "Interesting. You figured out your name yet?" I shook my head. "Not yet. Just call me Casey-kun for now." There was a brief period of silence before a sudden shout broke it. "Kei-kun and Izukun." All eyes turned to the ever-excitable Ishido, who had a big grin on her face as she announced the nicknames. "See, K is the first half of your name, and..." "So noisy." Takoyami interrupted with his usual terse demeanor. Gyro rolled her eyes at Ishido, her hands behind her head. "Yeah, I think we get it," she said before turning to me. "What do you think about it, though?" I considered the nicknames that the class Genki girl had forced on my brother and me. They're kinda weird, but also kinda catchy. I guess they could be useful enough, until I figure out a hero name for myself." Before the discussion could continue, the buzzer announcing the next match sounded. This time, it was Ishido and Zero as the villain team against Sato and Koda. The former team managed to eke out a decent enough victory. After that, cannon struck again as Shoji and Todoroki were paired against Ojiro and Hagakure, with the same chilling conclusion. Once that was over and everything cleaned up, it was finally our turn. As we made our way to the test building, Kirishima decided to engage in a little small talk. "So, dude, what do you know about Bakugo? Why was he so worked up over your brother back there?" I started to say because he's a jerk and a bully, but Izuku's words yesterday gave me pause. "I guess it's because his pride's a little wounded. He always thought pretty highly of himself. Then my brother and I come along and one-up him after years of him thinking we were weaker." He stopped to think for a moment before looking at me and giving his trademark toothy grin. "So what you're saying is, he could use a friend, right?" "No, that has absolutely nothing to do with what I just said," I thought to myself. Why Kirishima was so determined to make friends with Lord Explosion Murder was beyond me, but I figured it was none of my business. Besides, I was trying not to think about the asshole too much. Izuku's little speech about him still had me a bit shaken over the whole thing. And when you add the nail-biting experience of watching their match, it added up to a lot of stress that I didn't need on my mind as we planned our assault. Our plan was straightforward. Go in, sneak around as best we could until we made our way to the bomb room. then charge the device before either Momo or Aoyama could stop us. It wasn't a terribly complicated plan, but I figured between his hardening and my ability to absorb kinetic energy, we were durable enough to take on any countermeasures or ambushes well enough. We peered carefully through a ground floor window. The coast looked clear enough, and it was fairly close to a stairwell, so we decided that would make a good entry point. I stepped through first, giving a careful look around before turning to see Kirishima climbing through, only to see that I had barely missed a tripwire just under the window. Kirishima, wait. Huh? What for? Oblivious to the danger, he stepped on the tripwire, breaking it, and triggering a small explosion that caused the ceiling near the stairwell to collapse, blocking it off. Kirishima sulked slightly, with a twinge of embarrassment in his voice. Well, that stairwell is definitely out of the question. It's fine. There's bound to be another one somewhere around here. Though maybe we should take it a little more slowly from now on. If they blocked this one out, there will definitely be more traps waiting for us on the other stairwells, too. It took us about 5 minutes to locate another stairwell, and thankfully this one didn't have explosives blocking it off. It did, however, have a rather nasty surprise in the form of Home Alone-style swinging bucket traps, neither of which did much to us, since Kirishima could harden himself, and I just absorbed the impact of them. But they did slow us down a bit. The stairwell stopped a few floors down from the bomb room, though, and it took roughly 5 more minutes to find the next one. By the time we finally reached the door to the bomb room, we had about 3 minutes remaining, so there was no room for caution. Okay, I'll use my quirk to knock the door off its hinges. Then we rush the bomb as fast as we can, I whispered. Kirishima nodded with a grin before whispering back. A dynamic entry, huh? Sounds pretty manly. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Make your move whenever you're ready. Focusing a bit of my power into my fist, just enough to send the door flying a few feet, but hopefully not enough to potentially send it flying into the bomb, I punched the door. It buckled a bit, but obviously there was something behind it that braced it slightly, so I gave it another punch. This time, it flew off as intended, and as it landed with a thud, we charged through it, the bomb just ahead of us. Splurge. Suddenly, we stopped in our tracks as we both stepped in a puddle of something. Looking down, we saw what had trapped us. A large puddle of a glue-like substance. Aoyama. Now, we had just enough time to look to the side to see Momo and Mr. Sparkles smirking at us as the latter fired his naval laser. The impact jarred us loose from the glue, but to my dismay, I didn't feel any kinetic charge from it as Kirishima and I were sent flying right into a steel net that quickly entangled us. Momo had figured out the perfect answer to our quirks. Tangled up as we were, neither of us could actually punch or tear our way through the net, and there seemed to be a little glue on the net as well, which only made matters worse. Suffice to say, we were unable to get out of the net before time ran out. Don't worry, Momo said with a sly grin. The glue dissolves quickly, so it shouldn't be too difficult to untangle you without ripping out some hairs. As I grumbled at the loss, I did my best to look on the bright side. Well, at least I know a couple more weaknesses to my quirk. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1751. Losing to Momo and Aoyama during the battle training burned a little, but on the bright side of things I learned another key limitation of my quirk, namely, the fact that it doesn't seem to react to energy-based attacks, even ones that have concussive force. This is a pretty big weakness, and as such I should do my best to figure out a way to cover it. I've also decided to test for other possible weaknesses or exceptions to my quirk going forward. Thankfully, it's the weekend, so I have a couple of days before the USJ incident is scheduled to occur. Still not as much time as I'd like, and probably not enough time to develop any real protection against the energy weakness. But the more knowledge the better. Knowing Mom would probably have a bit of a freak out if she realized I was experimenting with ways to hurt myself. I decided to hold the experiments on the beach, as Isuku worked out with all might. Okay, test 1. Fire and/or heat. Fire and heat involve some level of kinetic energy reactions, so if any exception to the energy weakness exists, it would likely be here. Setting my phone on the tripod so it could continue recording me, I turned on the small portable stove and waited for it to get good and hot. First, control measurement, I said, punching the portable bag I had made with the measuring equipment inside 5 times. Control is over 5 punches, average 150 J. Starting test, heat without flame. I then turned to the portable stove and held my hand over it, slowly bringing it closer until I felt enough heat that I didn't want to go further. I didn't feel anything with my quirk, but just to be safe, I held my hand there for roughly 3 minutes before punching the bag again. 150J. No change, though that's no surprise. I casually looked over at Isuku, and All Might as the former did some basic exercises while the latter guided him. Isuku had come a long way since junior high. He had a little more confidence than in canon before getting one for all, but he had still been rather submissive to Bakugo. Once he got it, though, the difference was night and day, and already he had made far more progress than in canon. Who knows, he might be ready to go for full cowling before the sports festival. All the more reason for me to work on my own quirk. I knew that eventually Isuku would leave everyone in the dust in terms of raw power, myself included. But I didn't intend to let that be an excuse to not increase and improve my own quirk to its logical limits and beyond. I repeated the stovetop experiment a couple of more times just to make sure, getting the same results as before. With that out of the way, I turned the portable stove off and moved to a small fire pit I'd made in the sand with various bits of tinder. After igniting it with the aid of a lighter, I began the next test. Heat with flame. As I held my hands over the fire, I felt the same lack of energy gain, confirmed when the control numbers didn't change. Sighing, I put out the fire with a bucket of water, then turned off the phone. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1752. One of the more frustrating limitations in trying to understand my weakness to energy-based attacks is that there's no real way to replicate anything beyond just basic fire. Aoyama's naval laser didn't give me anything, but while I would definitely bet that the same will apply to other forms of energy, science doesn't operate on assumptions. I can't definitively state that the weakness extends to all forms of energy without further testing, but again, there's not exactly any way to test it. With that in mind, I'm focusing on designing a defense based around the assumption just in case. I can't make the materials on my own, I'll need the help of the support class for that, but I can at least get some designs jotted down. The first and most obvious solution is some sort of ablative material that will burn away upon being struck by energy attacks. I've read some interesting things about theoretical regenerative ablative material in hero science magazines, and odds are Hatsune will have some idea of how to make something like that if pos. Oh. I winced in pain and stuck my finger in my mouth. Suddenly, having a minor epiphany, I took it out and looked at the paper cut. Possible. Also, I think I just discovered another potential weakness, one that I might be able to fix more readily. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1753. As I suspected based on the paper cut, and from further testing, it seems my quirk doesn't protect me from cutting attacks. In the event I encounter Stain, I have a few ideas on how to head that particular problem off at the pass. That'll be a serious issue. As such, I decided on a workable defense. Cloth padding lining my costume. If Gambus and armor worked in the days of swords, it'll work for me. While I can't go for the full thickness at the moment without potentially sacrificing my mobility, I'll have to trust in my ability to dodge for now and avoid direct hits. It should give me just enough protection until I can meet Hatsune and get some form of Kevlar or something. Getting the fabric is simple enough. There's a crafting store in Shibuya that caught my eye and should have what I need, but actually making the alterations to my costume will most likely consume the entire rest of the weekend. There's one last issue that cost me the match against Momo and Aoyama. A lack of tactical skill and knowledge. Of course, going up against the best tactician in Wano didn't help. But there is absolutely a ton of room for improvement on my end. I've asked All Might to give Isuku and I some pointers on tactics, and checked out several books from the local library. Holy cow. I've been here for 6 years, and it still blows my mind that they still have those in this day and age involving strategy. None of that will really help as much as actual experience will. But it should provide a basic level of general understanding that I can build off of in the future. I can't afford to get sloppy. Not with so many bad things looming ahead. As I left the school lunch line and looked for wherever Isuku was in the cafeteria, I was interrupted by a familiar voice. Keiken Tilda. Over here, come sit with us. Looking in the direction of the shout, I saw that it belonged to none other than Ashido, who was waving at me with a huge smile on her face. Next to her sat Momo and Gyro, both of whom seemed slightly embarrassed by the ever-excitable pink girl. Across from them sat Kirishima and Kaminari, the former of which was waving as well. I briefly entertained continuing my search for my adoptive brother before deciding to accept the invitation. It made sense to get to know my fellow classmates better after all. Well, more like getting them to know me, since I recalled their personalities in the anime. Seeing an open spot across from Momo, I slid in next to Kirishima and sat down with my tray as Ashido continued her best impression of a chipmunk on a caffeine overload. So how's it going, Keikun? Where's Izukun? Ooh, what did you get for lunch? Before you go any further, Gyro said. Maybe you should ask if he's actually okay with that nickname you gave him. Ashido turned to look at the punk rock girl as if she were insane. What? But it's such a cute nickname. I chuckled nervously. Hey, it's all right. I don't mind. I've honestly never had a nickname before. Anyway, the pink girl beamed at me before turning back to Gyro. See? He's fine with it. Ooh, wait. I just thought of something even better. Before anyone could interrupt, she pointed at me before pointing at my two fellow guys in turn. Casey Keikun, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Two of you have a K in your names if you write them in English letters, and Casey written in Japanese starts with K. Oh, please don't suggest what I suspect you are. KKK. It took every ounce of strength I had not to facepalm at that. Before I could explain the issue with it, Momo spoke up for me. Ashido, I don't think that's a good name, considering it's also the name of a terrorist organization from the 20th and 21st centuries. Kirishima looked at her in confusion. Huh? Where'd you learn that? From a history book. I read a lot. Heck, I spend a lot of time at the library. I found myself leaning in a bit at that. Wait, you too? I thought I was the only one here who still hung out there. She smiled happily. Of course. Why restrict your studies to school when there's so much more to learn out there? Kaminari rolled his eyes a bit. Because there's so much better to do with your time off. Like what? I asked. Well, on weekends I usually head to Shimokitazawa * and check out the concert venues there. They usually have some pretty decent music playing every night. I've never really spent that much time in that area, I said. What sort of music do you like? Electronic stuff, rave music, things like that. It was now Gyro's turn to roll her eyes. HMPH. I prefer the rock venues, especially the ones playing covers of 20th century stuff. Wait, Kaminari blinked. Isn't that stuff, like, super old? Gyro's response was a slap to the face via her earlobes. Don't disrespect the classics. If you'd listened to X's earlier stuff before they lost Teiji, or even Western groups like The Clash, you'd ditch your mass-marketed crap in a heartbeat. Holy crap, I said. You just named one of my favorite metal bands and one of my favorite punk bands. She looked at me with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Yeah? Or are you just saying that? If you're such a fan, what are your favorite songs of theirs? It took me 0 seconds to respond. Sadistic Desire for X, and every single song on London Calling by The Clash. That got a slight smirk. Good taste on the first part, but Give 'Em Enough Rope was the better Clash album. Sankei. All eyes turned back to Ashido, who had leapt out of her seat, thrusting her fist in the air with exaggerated drama. Momo was the first to respond. Were you spending this entire conversation trying to think up a new nickname? Hee tilde. Nah, I got most of it, Ashido said, sitting back down with a giggle before turning to me. I'm surprised, though. Keikun, you have kind of interesting tastes. Kirishima flashed his signature toothy grin as well. Yeah, definitely. Metal is about as manly as music can get. Kaminari sighed a bit. Well, I gotta admit, I like a little bit of rock here and there. They have a few venues around the Shimokitazawa area, too. But I haven't been to one in a long time. Maybe we should all go to one next weekend. Everyone nodded at the suggestion, though Gyro had one last remark. Okay, fine. But I'm picking the venue. I don't trust Kaminari's taste. Before the electric boy could retort, the school alarm blared. It didn't take me long to realize what it meant. Crap. I forgot about the infiltration thing. As everyone made their way to the doors in a panic, we found ourselves starting to feel the crush of the crowd. As the press of bodies started making things rather uncomfortable, I found myself looking around for a certain bespectacled student. Damn it, Ida, where are you? To my surprise, it wasn't Ida who floated above the crowd, but Isuku. As he reached the ceiling, he pushed off and ran across the top of the crowd to the emergency exit, standing there confidently and shouting. Everyone stay calm, it's just the press. No one was more shocked than me. I was aware of how much my brother had changed from canon, and how much faster he'd progressed since gaining One for All. But this particular butterfly took me completely by surprise. Even more surprising was the stark difference between how he looked up there and how Ida looked in the anime and manga. Whereas the latter looked super awkward and kind of stupid up there, Isuku looked. Well, the closest comparison I could think of right off bat was that of a proud general standing above his loyal troops, giving confidence in a nervous moment. In short, he looked like a genuine leader, like a hero. Kirishima grinned widely before summing all that up in his own signature manner. Wow, that's super manly. Seeing Deku up there threw Bakugo for a loop once again. The words he'd heard during the battle training came back to him. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. He felt a smoldering rage build. But for some bizarre reason he couldn't fathom. That rage seemed to slowly fizzle out the more he looked at the formerly quirkless loser. TCH, he acts tough. Bakugo averted his gaze and stoked his irritation again. That asshole. More words from the battle training came to mind. I used to think you were amazing, Kaken, the jerk had said. I used to think your confidence was something to admire. But that was just because I didn't have any when it came to you. Up until the moment I got my quirk. Even though Casey helped me, you were always so far ahead and above me that I was still scared of you. But as time went on, I started to see you for who you really are. That part was infuriating enough. What came later on in the battle was worse. You want to be a hero, but you don't act like one. Even though you're perfectly capable of it. Deep down, you know it, too. And yet, you get angry when people don't give you real respect. If you want respect, start being worthy of it. If you want to be a hero, be heroic. Bakugo had tried his best to tune out those words, but seeing Deku standing above everyone else brought them back. The thought of them stoked his anger again. That bastard. What the hell does he know? He's still a weakling. That, above all else, became Bakugo's internal mantra for the rest of the day. And yet, it did nothing to drown out Deku's words. Isuku suppressed a chuckle at Ida's over-seriousness with regards to boarding the bus to the rescue training site. While Isuku had reluctantly accepted the elected position of class representative and was determined to do the position justice, he was more than willing to allow Ida in his capacity as deputy to handle things like this from time to time, especially since he felt that his bespectacled classmates seemed to enjoy it. The latter's spirits were somewhat dampened, however, by the unorthodox seating on the bus derailing his boarding plans completely. As the bus began moving, he couldn't help but think about how excited he was for this particular training. Rescue training. A smile came over him. It's happening. It's really happening. I still have trouble believing it. Here it is, the first real step toward being just like All Might. Battle training is one thing, but learning to save lives, learning to protect and aid people in need is so much more important. All Might. I promise, your trust in me won't be misplaced. I'll learn as much as I can from today's training, and one day people will be inspired by my fearless smile. One day, I'll be able to bring hope to others and save people the way you do. Speaking of which, isn't Izuku's power a lot like All Might's? Isuku snapped out of his reverie and immediately went into a mild panic at Ishido's observation. Looking across at his brother, Isuku could see that Casey had an odd expression of his own, though there was a bit of amusement there as well. Oh, of course not, Isuku protested, trying his best not to let his panic give anything away. I mean, sure, I get what you're saying, but there are plenty of quirk users with super strength out there. It's not that unique a quirk. You do have a point there, Ribbit, Asui observed. I mean, if you think about it, super strength is one of the most commonplace quirks out there. There are plenty of flashier powers than that. Kirishima smiled. Well, if any of us have flashy quirks perfect for pros, it's Todoroki and Bakugo. True, but Bakugo's too angry and short-tempered. So he'll never be that popular, Ribbit. Izuku braced himself for the outburst, only to be startled by an uncharacteristic silence from the explosive boy. Looking over in Bakugo's direction, he noticed a strange expression on the latter's face, one he couldn't quite identify. You said it, Kaminari laughed. I mean, come on. He's as overblown as they come. The look on Bakugo's face shifted a bit, and suddenly Izuku realized to his dismay what the expression was: humiliation. No, not just humiliation, not just wounded pride. Bakugo was genuinely looking wounded, period. A part of Izuku, the part that recalled all the times he'd been bullied and threatened, told him that it was deserved karma. Another part of him, the part that sought justice to answer injustice, agreed with the first. The third part was the quietest voice of all. But even so, it was the one that Izuku chose to listen to above the other two. It was a voice that, in his mind, sounded not unlike All Might, the voice of a hero. This isn't right, the voice said. Kaken definitely wants to be a hero, even though he doesn't act like it. That alone doesn't forgive his actions, but it also means there's still a chance for him to be better. He does still need to be brought down a peg or two, but not like this. No one deserves to be bullied, intentionally or unintentionally. No one. Izuku began to speak up in Bakugo's defense when Kirishima evidently decided to do it for him. Hey now, why you all gotta be like that? Kirishima frowned a bit at the rest of the class before looking to Bakugo with a toothy grin. I mean, sure, Bakugo's got his faults, but he's got more guts than most of us. That's gotta count for something, right? Looking up at his former bully, Isuku noticed yet another shift in expression from him. But this one was far too cryptic to decipher. He then shared a glance with his brother. Casey didn't say anything, but his expression said enough. Clearly, Casey still thought that Bakugo wasn't worth the effort, that Bakugo would never change, and it was pointless to try. He can think that all he likes. Whether it's true or not, though, it won't stop me from trying. A hero tries to save everyone he can, no matter what. Right? All Might. I resisted the urge to groan in frustration at Isuku. Even though I'd decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, I still couldn't imagine Lord Explosion Murder changing anytime soon. I'm pretty sure I saw the same sort of expression on Bakugo's face that Isuku did, and it was definitely a different reaction than in canon. But in my mind, that didn't mean much. So he's sulking instead of raging. So what? He's still the same asshole, and it serves him right to be on the receiving end. I shared a look with Isuku. Bro, don't get me wrong. I admire the hell out of you. And the fact that you're trying to save him in spite of how he treated you all these years is proof of how heroic you are. But you can't save everyone. That last thought brought a shiver down my spine, and for a moment I felt somewhat nauseous, but I didn't quite know why. As we arrived at the facility, I did my best to hide my tension. This was the big one, the first real actual life or death battle, one that we couldn't win. It would be brutal, it would be bloody, and assuming canon didn't get too far derailed, we would only survive by pure luck that the teachers arrive in time to stop us from dying. The most we could do would be to avoid death long enough for the cavalry to save us, and even that would be an uphill climb. With all that in mind, it was a miracle I was able to stop myself from shaking in my boots, and even more of a miracle that I was able to at least pretend to pay attention to 13's explanation. Then it happened. A black hole appeared across the way, and villains poured out of it. Up was down, was left, was right. I shook my head, and found myself blinking and averting my eyes a bit. Was this just fear of the villains, or something else? My heart started beating faster, and it took a lot for me to get it under control. Finally, just as the villains stopped coming and Aizawa sprang into action, I pulled myself together. Alright, if I run fast enough with the help of my quirk, I might be able to make it to the door in time. But I was too late. Kirigiri appeared with a whoosh, and suddenly my heart was beating, pounding in my up was down was left was right chest. I couldn't breathe. Today was tomorrow was yesterday. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I was falling into nothing. I was an old man. I was a baby. I was old again. Then I was me, and then not me, and then me again, and up was down was left was right. Felt sweat pouring down my face, and I felt like throwing up, turning, twisting, tumbling, spinning, falling. Oh God, help me. It hurts. Please no. Wake up, no please. Mom, Dad, wake up. Get up please. Flat and twisted with bones sticking out and blood everywhere and no. Todoroki kept his cool as he took note of the current situation. Mr. Aizawa seemed to have the situation down below well in hand. But where the class stood, conditions were less than optimal. One of the villains suddenly appeared in between them and the exit. Obviously, he had some form of portal-based quirk and implied, intentionally or not, that he and his compatriots had come with the intention of killing All Might. Todoroki doubted highly that they could succeed, but to automatically assume such a thing were impossible would be unwise. To make matters worse, the villains were somehow jamming their communications, which explained why this particular villain was blocking their exit. No sense letting anyone escape to potentially bring reinforcement. Finally, one of his classmates, Isuku Midoriya's brother, was experiencing some form of breakdown and was currently on the ground, panting and shivering and occasionally crying out. He seemed to be triggered by the villain. Why? Whatever his problem is, it's not just fear. This is something far more serious and far less controllable. The worst part about the whole situation with Midoriya was that it added to the group's vulnerability. With one of their own helpless, their ability to fight back or escape would be hampered by having to also protect him. And if the villain were smart, judging from what Todoroki had seen so far, a fair assumption he'd go straight for Casey if the group were careless enough to leave an opening, and the loss of a classmate would further destabilize them and make everyone easier to dispose of. Then, before anyone could do anything, Kirishima and Bakugo had to go and be stupid, attacking the villain head-on. Next thing Todoroki knew, he was in the rockslide area surrounded by villains, completely on his own, with a cliff to his back. No, not an optimal situation at all. For them. A second later, the villains surrounding him were frozen solid, along with most of the ground. Hardly the cream of the evil crop. He doubted he could get definitive answers from such lowlifes. These incompetents probably weren't told anything terribly important about whatever plan was in place. But he decided that it couldn't hurt to ask. As he stepped forward, however, a sudden shift in the ground nearby alerted him to a new complication, as a villain wearing a skull mask leapt out of the ground nearby, sparking with electricity. Todoroki responded with another wave of ice, only for the villain to dodge effortlessly and attempt to close the distance, stopped only by a hastily erected ice wall. Damn, this one's competent. Nice moves, kid. Too bad they won't save you from me. That remains to be seen, Todoroki responded coolly. Your quirk is only a threat if you can touch me. Mine, on the other hand. The villain was forced to back off as a series of frozen spikes erupted under his feet, giving Todoroki breathing room. At least this one might be important enough to have decent information. Hopefully he'll still be capable of responding by the time I'm done with him. Obviously, they didn't know what our quirks were, or else they would have sent me to the fireplace instead of the water zone. Ribbit. Kaminari responded to Isui's observation with mild panic. What difference does that make? You're the only one of us who can fight in the water, and there are a bunch of them out there just waiting for us. The frog girl tilted her head in response. Ribbit. So maybe we should just wait for the teachers to notice something's up and come to the rescue. That'd be fine if we could get a signal out. But they're jamming us, remember? Odds are no one knows anything's wrong at all. I have a better idea, Gyro responded casually. You're basically a human stun gun, right? Yeah, but so, With an unceremonious kick from the punk rock girl, Kaminari fell into the water, sparking on the way down. The results were shocking, to say the least, and in a flash the villains surrounding the ship were taken completely out of commission. Huh, I guess that worked. Speak for yourself, Ribbit, Isui responded. I'm the one who's gonna have to keep him from drowning now that he's all stupid. Both Gyro and Isui sighed as they observed Kaminari, who was currently floating on his back and babbling with a blank look on his face. Huh, these guys weren't very strong at all, Kirishima observed. I wonder if they planned to just overwhelm All Might. Momo frowned in thought as she conjured up new clothes for herself. That's a decent thought, but there are a number of problems with it. If they went so far as to infiltrate the school and jam the alarms and communications, why use such a basic strategy? They have to know exactly how strong All Might is, and these thugs can't even deal with the three of us. Uraraka approached the dark-haired girl in concern. So what do you think their plan is, Yaoyorozu? Impossible to say without more information. I think we may need to ask around. Looking over the villains groaning in pain, Yaoyorozu spotted one that was awake enough to question, but injured enough to be helpless. Uraraka, would you mind helping this one up? He looks like he needs it. It took a few seconds for the gravity girl to get the plan. Smiling and nodding, she approached the villain and used her quirk to lift him high into the air as Kirishima stood underneath him. As you already know, my friend here has a rather hard head. Hey, low blow, Yaomomo. Sorry. In any case, I imagine it'd be rather painful if my friend let you go only to fall and break something. Speaking of which, Momo said as she turned to the girl in question with a smirk, her voice still audible to their prisoner. How much longer do you think you can hold him? Uraraka made a show of thinking before smiling back. Not much longer. I'm getting a little tired of holding him up. The villain could only flail helplessly as Momo smiled up at him again. Well, in that case, want to talk before gravity takes over again? Casey, come on, snap out of it and talk to me. Bakugo grunted in annoyance as Deku tried in vain to get the fake Midoriya to respond to him. From the moment the villains showed up to the point where Deku, and the fake found themselves inside a ruined building, the dumb foreigner had done nothing but shake, mutter, cry, and occasionally shout in fear, all with a bizarre expression on his face, like he was off somewhere else. TCH, forget it, Deku. He can't hear you. Oh, now what? Bakugo responded to a surprise attack from behind, with an explosion large enough to send the three villains flying into a wall before looking back at the fake brothers. Deku was still trying to console the fake. Please, Casey, we have to move. After a few more attempts, Deku went silent for a few seconds and stood up. We have to get him out of here. This dome has to have some emergency exit somewhere. If we can get there, we can alert the teachers, get Casey some help. Bakugo grunted in annoyance again. I'm not running. That warpy bastard needs to be taught a lesson. What? But Casey's still out of it. Deku looked at his fake brother. Well, not like Bakugo cared, he didn't care at all. Really, but it almost looked like fear. That villain was definitely in charge of the others, and seemed a lot more competent. We can't take him on and protect Casey at the same time. Then we leave him here, Bakugo replied. I'm not carrying his ass around. We can't do that, either. If a villain came along, they'd kill him. Another villain, this one trying to blend into his surroundings like a chameleon, attempted to ambush them before being blown away by Bakugo. Ugh. Then just take him and run yourself. There are still villains out there. We'd never make it. Kaken, you have to help me get him out of here safely. Have to. Fuck that, Bakugo huffed angrily. I don't have to do anything, and I'm not his babysitter. Besides, if he's weak enough that a villain scares. He never got to finish his sentence. Before he could remotely respond, Deku had shot up, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him into the wall. For a split second, Bakugo could have sworn he'd seen something like lightning around him. Don't you dare call my brother weak ever again. Deku's face was twisted in rage. Call me Deku all you like, make fun of me all you want, but don't you dare do it with him. It took a few moments for the shock of seeing Deku like this to pass. When it did, Bakugo huffed again. What else do you call breaking down at a time like this? Look at him. He's crying and wailing like a little kid. Oof. Deku slammed him against the wall again. You don't get it. When he was 8, his parents were murdered by a villain who used a warping quirk. Seeing that guy must have triggered those memories, and now he's trapped in them. He's being forced to relive something awful. The most awful thing that can happen to a kid that age. You'd be like that too, if it had happened to you. So don't you dare call him weak again. If he'd wanted to, he could have easily gotten out of the hole Deku had him in. It would have taken zero effort to do so. Somehow, though, the look in the green-haired loser's eyes kept Bakugo from doing it. Not knowing what else to do, he just grunted in annoyance again. Okay, so why is that my problem? Why the hell should I help you? Because you want to be a hero. That stopped Bakugo in his tracks again, long enough that Deku was able to continue ranting at him. I can't get him out of here on my own, Kaken. You're one of the strongest in the class. You've beaten every villain that's come at us up to now, and you haven't broken a sweat. It wouldn't even be a challenge to clear a path for us. But no, you have your own score to settle. Heroes don't go off and leave people in need. I need you now, Kaken. You hear me? I need your help. If you want to be a hero, be heroic. Deku's words from the battle training rang through Bakugo's head again. For a moment, he considered just blowing off the nerd again and going off on his own like he wanted to. But that phrase kept annoying him. After what seemed like an eternity of grappling with thoughts he did not want, Bakugo said the only thing that could sum up everything he was feeling right now. Damn it. Isuku breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted an emergency exit sign on the back wall of the dome. A number of villains had stood in the path, but Bakugo managed to defeat all of them with relative ease, even when a few attempted to run and alert their comrades that some students were attempting to escape. Thank Kami. If they'd gotten word to the rest of the villains here, we'd never have a chance. Isuku looked to Casey, who was currently on his back. The latter had been difficult to move at first, but Isuku had managed a somewhat sloppy fireman's carry that was just good enough to do the trick. As they approached the door, Isuku noticed that Casey had stopped muttering to himself. His brother had stopped crying out shortly after being carried, and while he still shivered occasionally, it was clear that his panic attack was slowly subsiding. Upon reaching the door, Isuku gently laid his brother down against the back wall and observed his expression. It was still distant and full of fear, but, Casey, Isuku said, looking at his brother, it's okay now. Everything is going to be just fine. I'm here. At that, Casey blinked a bit and seemed to perk up a little. Isuku startled slightly at the response from his brother. Casey wasn't quite conscious yet, but he was getting there. How did that fix him? Wait. All Might was the one who saved him that day. Isuku placed his hands on Casey's shoulders and spoke as calmly and confidently as possible, drawing as much as he could on the example that inspired him. Don't be afraid, Casey. Everything is going to be fine. Because I am here. WH. What? That had done it. With a few more blinks and a slight shaking of his head, Casey came back to the present. Isuku felt emotion swell in him, and smiled as a few tears began to form. Brother, you're back. Casey looked back at him with a disoriented expression. Isuku? What happened? Where are we? Up a certain creek without a paddle, that's where, Bakugo said with a frustrated grumble. The damn exit is sealed tight. I could probably force it open, but I'd have to hit it with a few explosions to loosen it up first. So why don't you? Idiot, Bakugo said, not even looking at Casey. Because if I do that, I paint a giant-ass target on all three of us. Teach is trying to keep their attention. The Midoriya brothers followed Bakugo's finger to see a worrying sight. Isuku was the first to speak. Mr. Aizawa's in danger. Their homeroom teacher was surrounded by unconscious villains and was currently facing down one of the lead villains, a strange man with hands all over him, but was being slowly overwhelmed by the remaining villains. He's flagging, Isuku thought, and there are still a lot more of them left. But he's a pro, and I'm just in training. Wouldn't I make it worse? As things seemed to get worse for Eraserhead, Isuku gritted his teeth and started to move before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Bro, Casey said worriedly, please don't tell me you're planning to do what I think you are. You heard Bakugo. He can't get through the door without alerting the villains over there, and Mr. Aizawa can't keep them all busy for much longer. Every second counts. We need to get out of here as fast as possible and get word to the other teachers so they can come and rescue us. But we have to do it in a way that won't draw attention to this door. At the same time, if we can make Mr. Aizawa's job easier by taking some pressure off of him, it'll be easier for him to keep the enemy distracted as well. Casey held him back again before he could take another step. Isuku, stop. We're just trainees. We can't fight those guys. Besides, you still can't use your quirk without hurting yourself. Who said anything about fighting them? All I have to do is get their attention and distract them to take pressure off of Mr. Aizawa and keep them from noticing Bakugo. Then run away and hide. While I do that, you stay here and keep watch in case villains come here to stop Bakugo from getting those doors open. And I'll try and follow as soon as I can get away from the ones I pull off of Mr. Aizawa. Isuku, Casey said before stopping and sighing. Damn it, you're not going to listen, are you? If you're so insistent on doing this, then just promise me you'll keep your distance and not get surrounded, okay? That hand guy and the black monster guy. They look like the most dangerous ones there. Whatever you do, don't get them after you, or you'll never survive. Isuku smiled back at his brother and nodded as he ran off. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Damn it. That one's just sitting there waiting, thought Aizawa as he considered the bizarre hand-themed villain in front of him. He's been watching me, and he obviously intends to wait until I'm exhausted from fighting all his cronies here. Eraserhead kept his eyes on the strange man as he effortlessly dodged and countered an attack from behind. I've taken out most of the ranged villains. If I focus on dodging for a bit, my quirk will have time to rest. But I can't keep that up forever. Suddenly, the mystery villain charged him. Clearly, whoever the man was, he'd seen enough and was ready to make his move. Grumbling under his breath, Aizawa prepared to use his scarf when something both wholly unexpected and intensely worrying happened. Hey, over here, looking for a fight. Come get me. Aizawa's composure very nearly slipped as he reacted in a mix of anger and horror. Damn it, Midoriya. Idiot. Get the hell out of here. His wayward student listened, but it was clearly not enough to prevent a not insignificant number of villains from chasing him. Wait. Don't tell me he's trying to draw them away from me? Stupid kid. Knowing there was little he could do, Aizawa decided to take what little advantage he could get with the brief distraction to put distance between him and the hand villain, as well as to get in the way of any of the remaining minor villains that might try to follow the boy as well. Fortunately, most of the villains still standing were wary of him by now, enough that he was able to get a few precious moments to breathe and rest his eyes before going after the clear leader. The villain in question had a bizarre stance, his palms open wide and stretched forward, judging by the hand theme. I'm guessing his quirk is touch-based. Stay out of hand range. Use flanking attacks and kicks with the occasional scarf flourish to keep him at a safe distance. But the man's movements were well coordinated and had clear intent. This was no random thug, nor a self-taught instinctual fighter. Someone taught this man how to fight. Someone good. Someone very good, Aizawa thought bitterly as he desperately tried to gain the upper hand against his opponent. Whoever taught this guy was obviously a genuine master of hand-to-hand combat. He knows precisely how to move and dodge efficiently. And it's clear he knows how to lean back with a hit rather than tank it. Had he gone into the fight fresh, Eraserhead was certain he could have dealt with the villain with relative ease. As talented and obviously trained as he was, the villain was clearly much younger than him, and the lack of experience did show with every other move or so. Unfortunately, fending off opponents from all directions for a few minutes beforehand had drained him enough to level the playing field a bit. And while he had managed to avoid any hand contact, Aizawa was certain that it was only a matter of time before the villain connected. And when that happened, he might not have enough left in the tank to erase whatever quirk the guy had before he learned what that quirk was the hard way. He tilde. Eraserhead. You really are so cool, tilde. The freak let out a truly unsettling giggle as the fight progressed. Even after all the fighting you've done already, you're still putting up one hell of a fight against me. I haven't even started, Aizawa snarled. This set off another hideous laugh. Hey tilde, brave words. But it's obvious you're slowing down. I bet you can't wait to see what my quirk is, right? You'll love it, I guarantee it. Fine day to be late for class, all might. If someone doesn't come soon, we might all die here. By the way, Eraserhead, I wanted to introduce you to Nomu, but I'm having way too much fun right now. So how about I send him to entertain your precious student? Nomu, play tag with the green-headed brat. Aizawa had just enough time to turn in horror to see the gigantic bird-like monstrosity that had managed to get behind him take off after Midoriya, before his opponent took advantage of his distraction to place a hand on his face. One half of his face felt like it was being eaten away by acid, and though he managed to recover from the agony quickly enough to pull away, the villain managed to place 2 hands on his left forearm, causing it to begin to decay as well. It took every ounce of strength he had not to pass out, and even after he somehow escaped the villain's grasp and put some distance between them, Aizawa knew he was going to lose. Damn it. I can't feel my right eye. Can't even open it, I think. I think it's gone. Most of it, anyway. My left arm is useless, too. The pain was starting to overcome him and threatened to make him pass out altogether. With heroic willpower, he just barely managed to stay standing. No, can't stop now. This guy is clearly a sadist in every sense of the word. Pain and suffering are a game to him. As long as I'm awake and standing, I'm an interesting enough toy to keep his attention off the kids. As Eraserhead prepared for his final battle, he let out a prayer that he never thought he'd make, to a hero he'd always looked down on. All Might, I need you. Please, get here and save them. Save my kids. Isuku breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't been easy, but he'd managed to lose the villains he'd pulled off of Mr. Aizawa by hiding in what appeared to be a ruined office building with a 3-story parking garage attached. He hadn't even needed to use one for all a good thing, considering he still hadn't mastered it. But I did feel a little faster than normal a couple of times back there, Isuku thought. It definitely wasn't normal. Maybe it was instinctual. My legs aren't broken, but there's some soreness to them. He shook his head. This was not the time for analysis. He could worry about that later. Casey and Bakugo were waiting for him to get back to them. All I to do is sit here for a little bit and rest. A sudden, inhuman roar alerted him to a threat immediately behind the wall he was leaning against. He leapt clear just in time to see a black and monstrous shape crash through it, staring right at him. That's the big bird-like villain. I've got to get out of here. With the speed that only fear and adrenaline could grant, Isuku ran for the nearest exit, the hulking abomination a hair's breadth behind him. As he fled, he noticed that the monstrous villain didn't even stop for walls in its path, even ones that seemed load-bearing, and a plan quickly came to mind. The parking garage. This guy seems to be pretty invulnerable. He'd have to be if he really is intended to be a weapon against All Might. In that case, about the only thing that would stop him would be to drop the roof on him. He clearly doesn't have much intelligence. If I could just get him to crash through a few pillars in the garage. An idea that was easier said than done, considering how closely the villain was chasing him. He would have to play it carefully, making sure that the last pillar was close enough to the exit that he could get out from under the garage in time to avoid being crushed along with the villain. If he survived that long. I had been standing watch as Bakugo alternated between setting off a couple of small explosions on the emergency exit door to loosen it up and trying to force the doors open. It was slow going, but progress was clearly being made. I couldn't see Mr. Aizawa anymore. The battle between him and Shigaraki must have moved out of my line of sight, but at least that meant that the latter couldn't see us and try to stop us. How's the door coming? Shut up and keep watch, Bakugo grumbled back. I can't do a damn thing if you two weaklings keep distracting me. You two? Did he seriously tune out the part where Isuku left? Asshole. Suddenly, a distant rumbling alerted me to something going on in a building within my line of sight. A cold feeling came over me, and somehow I knew that Isuku was there. But what could have done that much damage? Oh no. Oh god, no. There was only one answer I could think of. Nomu. Isuku had somehow gotten that monster's attention, and was fighting for his life. There was no way I could stand there and let my brother die. For a moment, I looked back at Bakugo, thinking to alert him to the problem, only for my voice to catch in my throat. No. He doesn't care. He didn't even know Isuku left. He's still working on that door, while my brother might be dying. I ground my teeth a bit. Fuck him. Let him do what he wants and figure out what happened later. I'll save Isuku without his help. Without a second thought, I turned and charged in the direction of the battle, praying that I wouldn't be too late. As I got closer to the sounds of battle, I noticed that they were coming from a parking garage, or, at least, a simulation of one. Knowing I couldn't waste any time, I punched my fist together to activate the vibro rig for a quick extra boost of kinetic energy before using the same trick I used in the assessment test, using a little bit of energy to increase the force with which one foot pushed off the ground, then absorbing the energy from the next step, hitting the ground, gaining speed and force with each stride. The closer I got to the parking garage, the greater my worry for Isuku. As I began to close in on the building, I spied two shapes, one gigantic, the other small, chasing each other around, the former smashing through pillars in an attempt to grab and crush the latter. With every step, the shapes became clearer until I could clearly see their identities, confirming my worst fears. Isuku was desperately trying to escape from Nomu, who was never more than a couple of feet from him. It's a miracle he's lasted this long against that beast, I thought. Why isn't Isuku leaving that building? I quickly realized what my brother's strategy was. He was going to drop a parking garage on Nomu's head. Considering the amount of punishment Nomu took from All Might and Cannon, I doubted that would seriously injure the freak of nature. But it's not like there was much of a better plan than that. As I closed in further, my heart leapt into my throat. Isuku had managed to get the creature to break one more pillar, just enough to cause the telltale rumbling of a building about to collapse, but a large bit of falling rubble forced him to dive, and Nomu took the opportunity to close in for the kill. Pushing my quirk as hard as I could, I reached Isuku just in time to grab him and pull him out of the monster's way, then leapt back with all the kinetic energy I had built up just as 3 stories worth of concrete collapsed on Nomu's head. Isuku lay there on the ground for a few seconds, catching our breath. It was Isuku who broke the silence. "Brother, are you okay? Am I okay? You nearly died." Isuku, anger born of worry, quickly faded into worry mixed with relief. "Bro, don't ever scare me like that again." Isuku responded with a weary smile and a chuckle. "Don't worry, I'll be more careful from now on. Come on, we need to get back to Kaken." Our relief turned to horror as Nomu erupted from the massive pile of rubble with a terrifying roar. Horror intensified into damn near pants-wetting terror as we realized that it was virtually unharmed, save for a tiny crack at the edge of the exposed brain. 3 stories of concrete, right on top of its head. All that weight focused on that one point, and all it did was make a tiny little crack. But more importantly, it was clearly pissed. And we were both far too exhausted to move an inch. Before the hulking thing could move to kill us both, a distant boom rang out, immediately followed by something red slamming into Nomu's side. "Banza ama ashi," Kirishima shouted in glee, as he collided like a human cannonball right into Nomu before landing back on his feet somehow, floating strangely for a second before he dropped. Looking in the direction of the boom, I saw Momo and Uraraka standing next to a person-sized cannon. Holy crap. That's brilliant. Uraraka used her quirk to lighten Kirishima, then loaded him into the cannon Momo must have created, then fired him at Nomu with his hardening quirk activated. That's not just a fastball special, that's a freaking railgun. Our glorious red-headed friend pumped his fist and grinned in victory. "Yeah, how'd you like that, you monster?" Unfortunately, the only thing the attack did was distract it, and now Nomu turned its attention onto Kirishima. Still unable to move, we watched as Kirishima tried to dodge its blow, only missing it by a hair. And then more welcome intervention came as the beast was suddenly encased from head to toe in ice. HMPH. This was your big plan. This pitiful thing was meant to kill All Might. Isuku and I managed to scramble unsteadily to our feet as Kirishima smiled at the icy hot emo. "Todoroki, talk about a manly entrance. I managed to defeat the villain who was jamming our communications," Todoroki said in his usual matter-of-fact tone. "With him out of the way, the alarms should alert the faculty. They ought to be here soon." "Not soon enough, kiddies. Hehehe." Bakugo growled in frustration as the door continued to resist his attempts to open it. "Damn it, open up, you stupid door." With an angry kick, Bakugo turned to look at the fake brothers, intending to yell at them for not helping, only to see that they had run off while his back was turned. Those losers. First they make me run away from a fight. Then they tell me to waste my time with this damn door. Then they leave me here to do their dirty work. As he looked around, his eyes landed on a sight that infuriated him even more. The fake brothers were now in a standoff with the giant villain and that hand guy. The former was frozen from head to toe, and the latter had something in his grip, but Bakugo didn't care enough to wonder about it. Only one thing mattered to him. Those fucking losers. They had left him to do the work of a coward and weakling while they ran off to do the fighting and take the glory. His rage boiled over, and before he knew it, he was blasting off toward the beast. A chill ran down my spine as we all turned to see Shigaraki, holding none other than Mr. Aizawa by the neck, both hands around his throat save for his index fingers. Eraserhead looked beyond horrifying, and my stomach nearly turned at the sight. His right eye was a rotting, crumbling hole, and his left arm from the elbow down was crumbling into bloody dust. And still he was somehow awake. Shigaraki let out an insane giggle. Hee hee Tilda. You've all had your fun, but playtime is over. With my quirk, anything I touch with all 5 fingers decays into nothing. Surrender now, or your precious teacher dies. Don't. Listen to him. If you surrender, he'll kill all of us. Anyway. Aizawa was clearly struggling just to talk at all. Forget about me. Just run. Kirishima turned to Shigaraki in rage. Like hell we'll run. We took down your buddy, we'll take you down too. The shattering of ice interrupted Kirishima as Nomu broke one arm free and snatched him up into a one-armed bear hug. You were saying, Tilda. Looks to me like you have even less of a choice now. Deku you bastard. We whipped around to see Bakugo flying through the air like a cannonball, straight at Nomu's head. Before anyone could react, he landed on its back, pressed his hand against its skull, and shouted in rage. Digi! With a loud bang, Nomu's head shattered into a million pieces, along with the rest of his body. Kirishima was caught in the blast as well, and was sent flying several feet before landing in a heap, unconscious but alive. Shock poured over all of us, but not before we heard a snarl of pure rage from Shigaraki. Nomu. My Nomu. You broke him. You broke Nomu. You broke my Nomu. Before anyone could stop him, he pressed his index fingers against Mr. Aizawa's neck. And with a sickening sight that none of us would ever forget, our teacher was dead. You broke my Nomu. I broke your teacher. Now I'll break you. Bang. Bang. 2 shots rang out, piercing Shigaraki through both shoulders. Our eyes temporarily averted from the sight of our teacher's broken body. We saw the rest of the teaching staff plus All Might standing at the entrance, looking down at us. No. Game over. Game over. Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki. Time to leave. I averted my eyes from the sight of the teleporting villain, and by the time I looked back, both were gone. As the shock and grief poured over us, I failed to notice Bakugo, looking from his hands to Kirishima to Mr. Aizawa's corpse and back again with more shock than any of us. The day was won. But the loss seemed so much greater than the victory. A long time ago, someone once told me that stupidity has little to do with actual intelligence. For the most part, stupidity lies in words, decisions, and actions or lack thereof. As such, even smart people can be dumb as hell from time to time. Now, not to brag, but I've always been smart. Before I fell into this world, I was a straight-A honor student at nearly every subject, and being around Isuku, who's even smarter than me, only helped spur me to improve further. I had always been rather proud of my intelligence, which only made the fact of my stupidity a billion times worse, because I had absolutely zero excuse. Now, in my defense, I had considered intervening in canon more directly in the past. But as time went by and the butterflies seemed more subtle, I decided on a somewhat laissez-faire approach. After all, canon was what I knew best, and given the fact that all for one's strategic abilities are almost certainly beyond mine, I felt it best not to shake things up too much, so I didn't have to worry about having to play chess against a true master. Even the Usji incident didn't worry me as much. After all, it turned out all right in canon, didn't it? Besides, the aftermath of that incident was an important step in Izuku's journey, as well as that of the rest of 1A. It forced everyone to step up their games more than the other classes, toughen them up, etc. I had hoped that, by focusing on subtle steering, I could manipulate the butterflies until an opportunity showed itself to completely disrupt all for one's plans before he could hatch them. Then, I broke down at a key moment. Mr. Aizawa died. And while All Might didn't reduce his time limit, he didn't encounter Shigaraki personally long enough to pick up on the subtle clues that hinted at all for one's existence. Not only that, but with Nomu destroyed, the clues that came with that monstrosity were lost as well. Stupid. I had been a complete and utter moron. I had assumed the butterflies would continue being subtle, and now the game had changed completely. Well, no more of that. Both hands on the wheel from now on. Of course, I still had to take pains as to how I would intervene. I had a few ideas on how to give All Might the info he needed without looking suspicious, but that would have to wait. For the time being, I had an appointment with the principal, who had asked me to see him in his office as soon as we got back from the USJ. Come in, young Midoriya. I entered the office and bowed to the kind mouse thingy. You wanted to talk to me, Mr. Principal. Please, call me Mr. Nezu, he said with a warm smile. Would you kindly sit down on the couch and have some tea with me? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Nodding, I sat down and accepted the tea, taking a small sip as he climbed onto the opposite couch. I had never been a fan of tea back in my old world, but living in Japan gave me an appreciation for it. After a few moments' silence, Nezu began to speak in his usual calming manner. Before we begin, I'd like to state that you are not the only student I'm seeing today, merely the first. The incident that occurred was traumatic for everyone involved, and we will all struggle to deal with the tragic loss of Eraserhead. Now, while we do have a guidance counselor, he's mostly just there to handle inter-student disputes and the like. His temperament is too unstable for delicate situations such as this. I held my tongue about what I recalled of Hound Dog's rather terrifying personality from canon. So, what is this, exactly? Why am I here? Well, as it turns out, I have more than one PhD, and one of those is in psychiatry. Not only am I a licensed therapist, my adorable appearance and my extremely soft fur are therapeutic in and of themselves. The fact that he was able to say stuff like that with a perfectly straight face and a genuinely friendly smile was odd, to say the least. As I took another sip of tea, he continued. Now, I intend to meet regularly with you and the other students, though I will spend considerably more time with Kirishima, Todoroki, Yayurazu, Uraraka, and your brother, considering what all of you directly witnessed. Wait, I said, noticing a conspicuous absence in that list. What about Bakugo? Are you not meeting with him? He declined my aid in a manner far more colorful than I believe appropriate for a boy his age, Nezu responded. I worry for him, to be truthful. He insisted he was perfectly fine, and yet I sensed turmoil from him. Sadly, I can't force him to attend sessions if he refuses the help. The principal sighed for a moment as he poured a cup of tea for himself. Taking a small sip, he continued. Sadly, even with the progress society has made, there is still a certain stigma against seeking professional psychiatric help in this country. People too often decide that they don't need it, or that it is somehow shameful to accept aid when offered. With that in mind, would you be willing to sit with me and accept my help? I assure you, nothing you say in here will leave this room. Whenever I am in the role of a therapist, I am bound by doctor-patient confidentiality. I paused for a moment to consider it before nodding. Yeah, I'm willing to accept. So, what do we do first? Well, let's begin with something in my report I found rather troubling. Your reaction to the villain known as Kurogiri. I flinched at the memory. Yes, it seems you suffered an episode of some sort upon seeing his quirk. Now, having read your file, it is fairly obvious as to why you had such a response. Sadly, you didn't receive much in the way of counseling over the unfortunate incident that brought you to Japan, probably an oversight. But you never sought help until now. Why not? Well, there were a lot of nightmares for the first year or so, I said, staring down at my teacup. I saw a child psychiatrist for a bit, and it helped. Mom definitely helped as well, but once the nightmares stopped, it just seemed redundant, I guess. Mom offered to keep it going, but I figured that if the nightmares were over, I must have been fixed, right? I mean, that was around the time I started actually calling her mom and myself Midoriya more and more frequently. I thought that meant the problem was fixed, and I didn't need any more help. Nezu nodded. A common assumption. So you were feeling quite happy with your life by that point? I was content, yeah. I'd adjusted to living here. I learned to drink tea. Heck, I even attended some Tenrikyo * service with Mom and Isuku. I felt like I was fitting in nicely, like the hurt was going away, and I guess you didn't want to jeopardize those happy feelings by bringing up bad memories, Nezu said, finishing my sentence. Another common response. But the truth is, just because scars stop hurting doesn't mean they're not there anymore. In a way, you were ignoring them for fear of bringing them up again. But repression only serves to bottle up your emotions. That is why it all came rushing back so painfully today. As Mr. Nezu spoke, I felt a growing sense of tension. I shivered a bit, and I felt my heart start to beat a little faster as well. I managed to get it under control, but it felt like if I talked any more it would get worse again. And suddenly, something white and furry was next to me on the couch. Seeing that I was becoming anxious, the principal had moved to my couch and sat beside me. Without a word, he took my hand and placed it on his head. Like I said, he smiled. I'm therapeutic. I hesitated a bit. But as I began to pet the principal on the head, I started feeling much better. Toshinori Yogi stared out the window in silence, doing his best to withstand the fear gnawing at his heart. Young Casey Midoriya had approached him earlier with some thoughts regarding the incident. The lad had impressed Yagi quite a bit with how observant and intelligent he was. But to notice all of this in such a short time, after having suffered such an awful experience shortly beforehand. Truly, the Midoriyas were a special pair, gifted in more ways than one. According to Todoroki, those villains seemed to have a coherent game plan, all based around killing you, he had said. But that Hands guy, he seemed too unhinged to have come up with that kind of a plan. He giggled a lot, and when you showed up with the other teachers, he said game over. It's almost like he's a man-child of sorts. No way this was his plan. In spite of not having been there to personally see it, Yagi had to concur with such an assessment based on testimony from the captured villains, as well as what the other students said about the villain in question. Then there's the fact that he managed to beat Mr. Aizawa. From how he described his own quirk, he would have had to fought within close combat range with him, and Mr. Aizawa was a master hand-to-hand combatant. If this Shigaraki guy beat him, he had to have been at an equal or greater level of skill, and no way that comes naturally. Someone had to have trained him, maybe even the person who came up with the plan. Yet another astute observation, and another worrying puzzle piece. The final, most horrifying key piece came last, however. Then there's the guy's name. Tamura Shigaraki. How many villains use their full name? Especially considering he and his comrades all called themselves something grandiose like the League of Villains. Not to mention the obvious code names. Kurogiri, Nomu. There's no way on earth that Handyman's real name is Tamura Shigaraki. It's gotta be an alias, even if it's just something like shifting syllables around. Tamura Shigaraki. Yagi had shifted the syllables around in his head on a whim. Truthfully, he felt that last bit was a stretch, but it was an interesting enough idea that he had gone for it. Tamura Shigaraki. He cursed that name, cursed the fact that he had bothered to even think of it, because the answer he came to sent him into such shock that he had ushered Casey from the room very quickly indeed, lest the boy see genuine fear cross his face. Tamura Shigaraki. The individual name could have been a number of possibilities, but the family name, the first one that came to mind. Shimura. Memories flooded his mind, unbidden, memories of the greatest hero he had ever known, the previous wielder of One for All. Nana Shimura. Granted, it was a stretch, and he could have been overthinking it. But combined with the other clues, it painted a terrifying picture. All for One was back. Toshinori Yagi gritted his teeth. He prayed that these fears were unwarranted, but if not, he couldn't take that chance. He had to step up young Isuku Midoriya's training, fast. A storm was coming, and for the first time in years, the symbol of peace was genuinely afraid that he would be swept away along with everyone else. GRRR, damn those kids. I hate them, I hate them. I hate them, hate them, hate them. Good. Use that hate, Tamura Shigaraki. Let it build up inside of you. Store it until the time is right to strike again. I want to kill them all now, Master. It can't be helped. I had hoped that, if you were unable to kill All Might, you would at least have been able to learn whether or not his abilities have weakened. Unfortunately, we have no more information than we had when we began. And while the death of Eraserhead has removed a rather annoying opponent, the hero community and Yue in particular will not take his loss lying down. They will undoubtedly double, even triple their efforts to hunt us down, as well as increase their security. It is unlikely that we will be able to move against them again for some time. So we just sit here? On the contrary, while we cannot move overtly without drawing unwanted attention, I am still not yet ready to make my own entrance. We must recruit new blood as soon as possible. In the event the hero community does track us down before we are ready, we will need all the allies we can get. To that end, I have sent you a number of dossiers for villains that should prove quite useful. This is only the beginning, my student. Only the beginning of a long game. And soon enough, the world will kneel before you. A pale and portly man dressed in a mortician's suit carefully placed the urn on a rack with a number of others. Don't worry, my dear Shouta. Your friends may be receiving a pile of dust instead of your actual ashes. But you can rest in peace knowing you will make a fine addition to my collection. As he stood there, admiring the urn, he turned to look at the very large minion standing next to him. Don't worry, you will have company soon enough. My precious servant will make certain of that. Oh, yes. Damn it. Just stop thinking about it. It's that damn simple. Bakugo growled and grumbled as he stomped around his backyard in the middle of the night. Try as he might, he couldn't banish the images from his mind. They assaulted him every time he closed his eyes. Stop thinking about it. Kirishima, smiling at him, defending him from ridicule. Then tossed like a rag doll by his explosion Quirk. It was his fault for not seeing me coming and hardening. Stop thinking about it. That handy bastard, yelling in rage at him before doing that to Aizawa. He was going to do that anyway. Stop thinking about it. Chunks of frozen meat and brains, shattered by his hand. He had it coming. Stop thinking about it. He'd had enough. Stomping over to a baseball lying on the grass, he decided to unleash his frustration the best way he knew how. He'd charge up and throw the ball into the stratosphere, shouting the mantra he used to focus his rage into every attack. Die. His arms stopped mid-throw, shivering as the word, one simple word. One he'd said a billion times, caught in his throat. So he tried again. D. Say it. Just say it. Why can't I? Bakugo fell to his knees, cursing his own weakness. In light of Mr. Aizawa's death, we were all given about a week and a half off of school as the UA faculty tried to adjust, as well as to give time for a funeral. Mr. Aizawa's ashes were interred in a special section of a local cemetery designated for heroes who died in the line of duty. The service was somber, to say the least. Present Mike in particular looked speechless for once. It was pretty surreal to see him like that. A few days after that, classes picked back up with Present Mike being our new homeroom teacher, while Snipe replaced him as the English teacher. By the time we got back in the classroom, the voice hero seemed better. He had been doing his radio shows again, and during class he'd gone back to what on the surface at least seemed to be his old peppy self. Something about his smile and attitude seemed off, though, but it wasn't surprising considering he was likely still mourning his best friend. His attempts to put on a smile for our sakes helped us all, though. There was understandably a lot of media coverage over the UA incident, and at first I worried that it would be more critical of UA as a result of things having gone far worse than in canon. Instead, the coverage turned out to be quite sympathetic, which made sense considering the death of a hero would have made any news outlet that was critical of UA seem disrespectful. The hero community at large rallied over Mr. Aizawa's death, but it was clear that most of it was just for show. Besides, I didn't expect All for One to make it easy to find his little group, and a raid on the cafe that had been their hideout in canon. The authorities had received an anonymous tip revealed nothing but a recently abandoned building with no trace of its former occupants. With regards to the rest of canon, though, it was decided that the sports festival would continue as scheduled, with extra security. The only major difference aside from the lack of Mr. Aizawa was that the entire affair was dedicated to Mr. Aizawa's memory. With that looming over our heads, it seemed like a good idea to practice and train for the competition. The day Present Mike announced the festival to the class, Isuku, and I started planning our schedule as soon as the final bell rang, only for Ishido to approach us. "Hey, Izuku, Keikun?" "Oh, hi, Ishido," Isuku said, looking up from our notebooks. Casey and I were about to leave. "Need something?" The pink-skinned girl gave a slight smile as she responded. "Well, not really, more of an invitation. Jiru, Momo, and the other two Keizo, Izuku. That's Kaminari and Kirishima. Casey's the third." "Oh, he knows about that nickname," I told him. "Oh cool, thanks. Anyway, tomorrow night, we're all going to a concert in Shimokitazawa like we talked about the day." "Well, the day that happened," Ishido said, a frown briefly crossing her face before she continued. "I'm kind of excited. I've never been to a rock concert. You guys interested?" I weighed the decision in my head. On the one hand, we really needed to get to training and maximize the use of time before the festival. But on the other hand, it would be a good opportunity to get some of the post-USG angst off our minds. No sense letting that weigh us down. Looking back to Isuku for confirmation, it was clear he had the same thought process. "Sure," I said. "Sounds like fun." "Great. Concerts at a venue called the Basement West at 7 o'clock. We'll meet you guys there. Ooh, this is gonna be so awesome, Tilda." I'd never really heard many rock bands since arriving in this world, at least outside of the classic rock on a few radio stations, but the one we saw the night of the concert was beyond epic. The venue was pretty small, and there wasn't much in the way of stage effects, but the band played with such intensity and energy that they seemed larger than life. It ended up being just what the doctor ordered, and we all found ourselves rocking out without a care in the world. As one of the songs died down, and we received a brief pause, I looked at Jiru with an appreciative smile. "Wow, you sure knew how to pick a good concert. I didn't know there were bands like this still around. You just gotta look outside the junk on the radio." The punk rock girl chuckled. "I think it's kind of comforting to know that rock will never die, no matter what else happens in the world." I nodded. "Yeah, I get what you're saying. So much has changed so fast. And it's probably going to change even more soon enough. Knowing that music like this will always be there does give a sort of stability, in a way. Before we could continue the conversation, the next song began, and soon I was lost in the music and lyrics. Something about them seemed, in my mind, to match the feelings we were all having at the moment. This city doesn't know what's coming. She doesn't feel the heat. The feeling that the rug could be pulled out from under our feet at any time. This city won't know what hit her, what knocked her out into the street. The feeling that the change to come might be rough, but that we could overcome regardless if we kept our spirits up. This city's thinking that it's over. She's already fast asleep, so I'm breaking out of here tonight. I'm breaking out of here. As the music picked up further, we returned to just mindlessly rocking out, working out all the bad feelings and leaving only the rush of the moment. Once it was all over, we left the venue and returned home, feeling lighter than we had in ages, ready for whatever lied ahead of us. With all of the stress out of our heads, it was time to start preparing and training for the sports festival, along with whatever trials were to follow. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1754. Today, we officially began our training to prepare for the sports festival. All Might was more than willing to help when he could, but I decided to chime in with a suggestion of my own to Isuku in between our time with the hero. Specifically, I set him on the path to full cowling a little early in hopes that he'd have it in time for the festival, giving him an edge. I did this by casually pointing out that, if muscled, All Might was due to the residual energies of One for All. That must mean he wasn't just focusing its power in one part of his body, and only when he needed to attack, but that he just had it on, all over him at all times. Isuku managed to get the concept, and while he didn't quite achieve full cowling right away, there were a couple itty-bitty flashes of green lightning the first time he tried it, and he managed not to hurt himself to boot. Taking that into consideration, he should have it down pat in no time. That leads me to my own training. Knowing that Isuku was on the verge of unlocking some interesting new skills, I decided to experiment with unorthodox uses of my own quirk. I'd already learned the obvious uses: punching harder, running faster, etc. But there was no way I was going to just stop there when there was still so much more to learn. To begin with, I decided to try and learn more about how I impart kinetic energy into a target, and if I could control the rate of transfer, so to speak. With a little bit of engineering know-how, I managed to rig up a machine that could measure kinetic energy over time. By focusing all my attention on the sensations of absorbing, charging, and releasing the energy, I was able to get a better feel for the rate of transfer. If I can learn to actually control it, or better yet, control how much I absorb as well, I can already think of some interesting uses I can get out of that. I even have a couple ideas lined out in detail, ready to test. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1757. Isuku achieved full cowling today. He wasn't sure if he could move while using it just yet, but considering it's only been a couple of days since we started, it probably won't be long before he's zipping around without any trouble at all. As for me, I've increased my storage capacity up to 20 ZZNJ, and come a little farther in terms of my research on rate of transfer and related aspects of my quirk. I'm doing my best to keep it a secret. I'm even keeping it a secret from Isuku, partially for the sake of pleasantly surprising him with my new skills, and partially because the best way to keep a secret is simply not to tell anyone. But it's a bit tricky hiding the shattered cinder blocks and cratered concrete slabs courtesy of Mr. Cementos, who was willing to make a few for me once I asked politely after literature class. The fact that he was willing to help keep it quiet was a blessing as well. I still need a bit more control, too, but all in all I think my new techniques are going to be ready soon enough. I don't intend to use them in the festival, unless I absolutely have to. No sense giving away my hidden trap cards on national TV, when I can save them for future League of Villains attacks and/or the provisional exam, but it'll be nice to have something to fall back on if I need it. In other news, I've been keeping tabs on Stain via newspapers and other publications. There are some minor reports here and there, but it's still mostly underground, and I hope to keep it that way. Stain's public reveal did a serious number on the trust between society and its heroes, something that All for One ruthlessly exploited. If I can somehow get him dealt with before then, all the better. To that end, I made a few excuses to travel through Hasu City. He's been lurking around there, which indicates that he's close to making his canon debut, after which I intend to send an anonymous tip to Endeavor's agency claiming to have been a witness to one of his attacks, which would give me a good justification for knowing his quirk and his mo, both of which could prove vital to ensuring his easy capture. By being in Hasu City, if the tip ever gets traced back to me, I'll be able to give a convincing reason for knowing that info as well. I don't expect that Endeavor will have any trouble dealing with Stain, anyway. I'll send the tip tomorrow. With any luck, that'll be one big problem out of the way. And one less bit of ammunition that All for One can use against everyone. Fake. 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 Unworthy. Worthless. False hero. Stain stood over the paralyzed form of his newest victim, ready to kill. You are not worthy. Look. Who's talking? Murderer. The hero in question, dressed in a blue bug-themed outfit, struggled to speak, defiant to the last. Murderer? No. Not murder. Judgment. Judgment. You are unworthy. The sudden appearance of a tall form at the end of the alleyway distracted both of them. Upon closer inspection, the individual seemed even more imposing. Standing nearly 7 feet tall and massively built, the figure was dressed in a long black duster over black clothes, with gray gloves, black boots, gray knee-length spats, and a Stetson hat. The ensemble gave the impression of a cowboy of sorts. But the most striking thing about him was his eyes. They were completely devoid of pupils, dark shadows surrounded them, and the utterly stone-neutral expression combined with the long black locks of hair hanging down gave an almost otherworldly impression. Something about the man's appearance sent the hero into what seemed a state of pure shock. Realizing a larger threat when he saw one, Stain pointed his sword in the man's direction. Not one step closer. Walk away, or you die with this false hero. The stranger didn't respond. He didn't even seem to register the hero killer's words, and simply stood there, still as a statue. What's the matter? Stain asked, partly out of frustration and partly out of genuine confusion. I'm giving you a chance to walk away. Surely you're not stupid enough to interfere. Still no answer. Having had enough, Stain readied his weapon. Fine then. Death it is. Rushing in with blinding speed, the hero killer slashed his sword across the man's chest. But not only did the man not even attempt to move out of the way, he didn't even seem to register the cut. HMPH? A no-pain quirk? Doesn't matter. Stain retreated, licked the blood off his blade, then casually approached the mystery opponent. Only to be stunned himself when the man's arm shot out, gripping him tightly by the throat and lifting him easily off the ground. HGOK. What? How? That's impossible. The stranger paused for a moment, looking over his shoulder as if to ask a question of an unseen person, then turned his eerie gaze back to Stain. It was over with a sickening crack, and the hero killer's lifeless body collapsed to the ground as the stranger strode very slowly over to the paralyzed hero, who finally managed to speak. You can't be. I saw. The man lifted the hero by the neck in the same manner as Stain. It can't be you. You're... Another crack. And without a word, the mystery man easily lifted both bodies over his shoulder and left, carrying them in dead silence to some unseen destination. Quirk Research Journal, Entry No. 1760. Well, the sports festival starts tomorrow. Isuku and I have been working our butts off at an even faster rate than we did prior to the entrance exams, to make up for the short amount of time, and I have no doubt that our hard work is going to pay off. My storage capacity is now up to around 26,500J, and I've perfected both of my secret trump cards. Hopefully I won't need to use either of them again. I'd prefer to hold them until later, so that the League of Villains and our opponents in the provisional exam won't be able to see them coming, but if the need arises, they'll be ready. Outside of that, Isuku and I have been working on a number of duel techniques, one of which will definitely prove useful in the obstacle course. In other news, a few days ago, we all got called out by the other classes, as per canon, but this time, Bakugo didn't shove his way to the front to act like an asshole. Something about how quiet he's been lately worries me. Isuku says he's probably working things out due to what happened at the USGE, and that there's probably nothing to worry about. But I just can't bring myself to imagine anything other than an impending explosion of both the literal and the metaphorical kind. Ochako told Isuku her reasons for wanting to go pro. But I wasn't there for it, Isuku told me after we got home that evening. This wouldn't be anything to comment on normally, but lately I've been worried about not being present for canon events, because then I'm not able to see all the butterflies flying around. A mistake I don't intend to make ever again. Speaking of butterflies, since I sent in the anonymous tip a few days ago, no word whatsoever has been reported about Stain. Either that means he was arrested, and they're wisely not giving his craziness a platform, or more likely something else happened to stop him. There seem to be a number of disappearances in Hasu City. This can't be the work of Stain, seeing as he prefers to make a visible example of his victims. Maybe he ended up being a victim of someone else. In any case, I don't see any way to affect this yet, and besides, if Isuku and I do well enough in the sports festival, we'll have our pick of internships, and we'll have plenty of opportunity to check it out for ourselves. Izuku's improved enough that I'm wondering if Gran Torino will even feel the need to get involved in his training. On the one hand, his knowledge of One for All isn't insignificant. On the other, Izuku has figured out a lot on his own that he didn't in canon. And he's already achieved full cowling. I suppose we'll have to take things as they come for the time being. But I don't intend to stand idle, either. If I see something I can positively affect during the festival, I intend to go for it. One way or another, it's time to stop holding back. It was minutes to go until we had to walk out into the arena for the opening ceremony to the sports festival. And another moment from canon decided to occur with minor butterflies. Todoroki's declaration of war. This time, I managed to get a mention in, but the statement was still directed at my brother's face. However, you and your brother have All Might in your corner, helping you out. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you three. But know that I will beat you both. At times like these, I often wondered why some things stuck so closely to the script. But there wasn't any time to ponder it as I decided to intervene. Endeavor was one of the biggest poster boys for everything wrong with Hero Society, and needed to be out of the way, and exposing him as a scumbag before All Might retired would likely go a long way towards preventing the League of Villains from using his reputation to disrupt Hero Society. But since I couldn't exactly come right out and say that, I decided to start subtly and find some way to more directly intervene, once I had a good excuse for knowing about Endeavor. Hey, dude, I get your declaration of war here, I said, bending into the conversation a bit. But what I don't get is why All Might specifically enters into it. Does it have to do with your dad? Todoroki flinched as if he'd been slapped, but his expression didn't change. All the same, the room felt like it chilled 2 whole degrees for a second there. Kaminari, lovably dense as ever, didn't pick up on that change and instead shouted out what everybody already picked up on by his family name alone. Oh, yeah, that's right. Your dad's Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Man, talk about a name to live up to. This time, Todoroki's expression changed considerably, and he displayed some form of genuine anger that legitimately made me think I had just killed us all for a second before it dissipated. A tense pause came over us all, and before anyone could break the ice, Todoroki stormed out of the room. I'm going to wait outside. Wait, Todoroki. Izuku started off after our icy hot classmate, before being cut off by the door slamming. What happened just now? If I had to guess, I said, it must have had something to do with his dad. Whatever it is, I guarantee that particular father-son relationship isn't pretty. That wasn't just anger on his face, that was hatred. Our Todoroki has some sort of grudge against his old man, I'd wager. To my dismay, Bakugo was the first to respond. What the hell does it matter? He's my opponent now. I don't give a damn what his issues are. I had expected him to go off on a tangent of how Isuku and I were the targets of the declaration of war. But if he had one planned, he didn't get to say it as Ida continued the thought. Although I don't quite agree with the concept of discounting our classmates' possible emotional issues, Bakugo has a point. This festival is first and foremost a competition, and we should all strive to do our best, even if it means viewing our classmates as potential rivals. As usual, Ida, why use a few words when you can use 100 to say the same thing? I thought with a sigh. I guess you're right, though as classmates I don't think we should just ignore him if he's hurting or something. That look on his face. That's the look of someone who needs some sort of help, whether he realizes it or not. Being rivals doesn't mean you have to stop being friends. And if we're any sort of friends at all, we should try and be there if he needs it. Besides, we should all be at our best when we face each other. And he can't be at his best if he's got some sort of hang-up, can he? You're right, Izuku said, that determined look coming across his face. But it'll have to wait until he cools down again. Besides, the opening ceremony will start any moment now, and we need to get our heads in the competition. It wasn't long after those remarks that we found ourselves marching out into the arena. I had to admit, having the eyes of the whole country watching us felt intimidating. But that was nothing compared to my brother, who as the top-ranked student in the entrance exams had to give a speech. I half expected him to flop sweat. But after what happened in the waiting room, he seemed strangely focused all of a sudden, even though he was clearly as nervous as me. By the time midnight showed up and my teenage body's hormones were not unaffected by her unique mode of dress, internally mature, though I was, his expression had only hardened further. What's he going to say? And how will it affect things? I'd soon find out, as Izuku stepped up to the microphone, looked over the gathered students, his gaze lingering on Uraraka, Todoroki, Bakugo, and me for a few extra seconds, then took a deep breath and began his speech. We all have different reasons for wanting to be heroes. Some of you want to make money to support your loved ones. Some of you want to show your worth to society. And some of you have something to prove either to yourselves or others. None of those are bad reasons in and of themselves. And everyone here has the potential to be great heroes. But out of all the different motivations here, I know of only a few who share and understand mine. As some of you know, I'm sort of a medical oddity. My quirk didn't show up until just last year. And up until that point I thought I was quirkless. And yet, in spite of that, I'd always dreamed of being a hero. But not to make money, or to express myself, or to prove people wrong. I wanted to be a hero. Because I wanted to help people. Even so, I had to endure mockery and criticism from others. You can't be a hero without a quirk was something I was told time and time again, and from time to time. Some part of me listened to that. Some part of me felt they had a point. That a hero needs a quirk to be a hero. Then, one day, without even realizing it, I discovered otherwise. A villain attacked someone I knew, and none of the heroes present were able to do anything. I was paralyzed with fear. But when I recognized the person, and saw the look on their face, something happened to me. My legs moved of their own accord. Without thinking about it, without even willing it, I ran into danger. And as I ran, I slowly realized why. I was running into danger because I couldn't just stand there and watch that person die, even if it meant risking harm to myself. It was stupid and risky, and afterwards I got a well-deserved chewing out from the pros who were there. But later that day, a hero I look up to, one of the heroes who was there, approached me, and taught me something very important. That the mark of a hero isn't in their quirk, it's in their actions. I was entirely unaware of my own quirk. I was terrified. And yet, I acted anyway out of a desire to help. That alone was heroic. Heroes, and by that, I don't mean pros, I mean true heroes, the greatest of the great, the truest of the true, are those who are willing to sacrifice their well-being for the sake of others, and do so without a second's thought or hesitation, without a thought for fame or recognition being put in front of service. They sacrifice so much. And sometimes, they sacrifice everything, as the hero Eraserhead did to save our lives at the USJ. There is no nobler thing in the world than to be willing to put yourself at risk for the sake of others. That is the lesson I was taught by the pro who I encountered the day I first acted to save someone. And after he was done giving that lesson, the pro in question told me what I had been waiting for someone to say all my life. Young man, you, too, can be a hero. But that doesn't just apply to me. That applies to all of us here, regardless of our motivations or reasons. Each and every one of us has the potential for that same greatness and heroism, if we decide to commit to the role. One day, it'll be us in those stands, looking down at the heroes of tomorrow. We owe it to them, and to the world, to embody the heroic ideal of selfless service and courage under pressure. But to get there, we have to prove ourselves today. So give it your all in this tournament, and don't hold back. And show the world what the next generation of heroes will look like. Good luck. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Up in the stands, where the pros sit. Wow, that kid's got spirit, don't you think? He's naive, is what? The real world is more complicated than that. Yeah, fame definitely matters. Can't do hero work if you can't make money. And without fame, there's no money. Oh, come on, you guys are missing the point. Since when does someone like All Might, and I'll bet 1,000,000 yen, that's the pro the kid was referring to, care about fame over helping people? All Might can afford not to worry about that, considering he's the number one. Still, when you think about it, Shoto Todoroki had been fuming only a few minutes before. His classmates had no business sticking their noses into his private issues. And yet, something about Midoriya's speech seemed to calm him a bit. No. I can't let semantics and pretty words distract me. I have a mission here, a goal I've set my mind on. I have to focus on that above all else. Just watch, old man. You'll regret everything soon enough. I'll show you how much your stupid power means to me. Todoroki wasn't the only one seething with resentment at the speech. Though with regards to one Katsuki Bakugo, the emotions involved were somewhat more complicated. On the one hand, he was dead certain that Deku had deliberately slighted him by mentioning that incident with the sludge villain. On the other, some part of him, deep down a treasonous part, he hated almost as much as he hated the stupid fake brothers, told him that the weakling had a point. And that said weakling seemed almost like All Might for a second or two. No, fuck that. I'm better than him. That garbage he was spewing just proves it. I'll show him. HMPH, as usual, Class 1 tries to hog the spotlight. Ha, what an idiot, talking fluff and nonsense. I can't wait to knock those self-important morons off their pedestal. Whack. Show some class before you open your mouth, Nito. Other, kinder reactions were also displayed, along with at least 2 students in tears, one of them being Ida. who was dramatically weeping into his hand. Such eloquence, such wisdom. Truly, Isuku Midoriya has a hero's heart. We should all strive towards such a grand ideal. Damn straight, Ida, said Kirishima, who was clenching his fists as testosterone-fueled tears ran down his cheeks. What a manly speech. My reaction was closer to Ida's and Kirishima's than the others, but it was a feeling all its own. I didn't cry, or seethe, or make a scene. I was too in awe. At no point in the speech did my brother pause for breath, nor did he stutter or show even the remotest sign of nervousness. And there was no denying that he meant absolutely every single word of it. True, that speech was one that hero society desperately needed to hear, though how many pros actually got the lesson was likely a matter of some confusion. But for a moment, I completely forgot about that. I forgot about the future. I forgot about all the dangers awaiting us, about the butterflies, about everything. Everything but Isuku. After a few moments where his speech sank in, I found myself clapping, followed by the sound of clapping nearby, which was soon joined by more clapping. Before I knew it, the entire stadium was cheering him on, applauding my brother. My brother, who I could never have been more proud of up to that point. As the raucous applause died down, there's flustered panicky Isuku again. Midnight finally announced the rules of the obstacle course race. This time, though, there was one key difference. The number of spaces that qualified for the next round. Instead of 42 places, there were only 32. All that said, I had no doubt of our chances of success in the race, as we took our places and readied ourselves for the official start of the festival. Time to show everyone what we're made of. The starting gun was fired, and just like that, we were off. As Midoriya's speech sunk in, present Mike felt his thoughts drift towards melancholy. He hated melancholy. He was supposed to be the life of the party, the extrovert, the one who always kept things rockin', even when the chips were down. And yet, without his normal straight man, everything felt a little off. He looked to his right, where Snipe sat in Aizawa's place. Snipe had a good eye for detail and a greater skill for analysis than one might expect. But he wasn't a racerhead. No one else would be. Damn it, Shouta. You just had to break up our two-man bit. Part of him wanted to be more silent in the festival, as some gesture of respect to his friend. A great hero the festival was being held in memory of. But he knew perfectly well what Shouta's ghost would say to him. Quit whining, he'd say with his usual eye roll and dry, irritated tone. It was my life, and I gave it everything I had. We all know the risks going in, and there's no point in dwelling on it where it's of no use to anyone. Show respect, but don't use it as an excuse not to do your job. Those kids need you to be your usual upbeat idiot self. Take care of them for me. Mike nodded silently at the invisible shade of his friend. Don't worry, old buddy. I'll take good care of them. This concert's for you, and I'll make it one hell of a show. As Midnight signaled the beginning of the race, he dove right into his patented style. And we're off to a totally rockin' start. Snipe, care to chime in with some super cool color commentary? You're colorful enough both owe us, Mike. But if you want my opinion, first thing students ought to watch out is doorway out of the... Mike couldn't help but interrupt his co-commentator upon seeing an interesting development, as two students in particular made a rather unorthodox maneuver. Or, as he himself put it, woo. The Midoriya brothers of class 1 practically leapfrogged through the doorway right over the heads of their fellow students in one go. And the rest of their class is almost immediately behind them, leaving everyone else in the dust. Man, if only you could see your kid, buddy. You'd be proud. Grumpy, but proud. During our training, Isuku and I decided we ought to try and come up with some team-up maneuvers, since One for All and my own kinesis would naturally work well together. Of the ones we came up with, the only one we'd managed to perfect in time for the festival happened to be the one perfect for the obstacle race. As the student body all took their places in front of the doorway, Isuku and I did the last thing anyone would have considered. We made sure we stayed in the absolute back of the group, when lining up so that everyone else would start getting bottlenecked ahead of us, leaving plenty of room for our little trick. Of course, we weren't the only ones to have the idea of letting the other students rush ahead. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Momo all were smart enough to at least realize this, too. But even they didn't see this coming. I stood just behind Isuku. The instant the race began, I leapt using some stored-up kinetic energy I'd saved for this event. At which point Isuku used One for All full cowling to throw me like a fastball special. I landed just at the back of the doorway. Just as planned, as the extra oomph of Izuku's quirk meant I got a serious boost off of landing, boosted further as he landed precisely on my shoulders. With a massive push off, we were both flying clear over the heads of our classmates. And as soon as we cleared the doorway, Isuku tossed me at the ground with one for all just as I momentarily turned off my passive kinetic absorption, so I didn't drop him out of the air when he touched me. A necessary component I learned during training, and as I landed, the chain started again. The end result was a constant forward movement powered by a combination of both our quirks, allowing us to speed each other up and launch over anything in our way, like, for instance, crowds, gaping pits, or minefields. It was a technique that was absolute hell to perfect, given the insane timing and precision required. But the results spoke for themselves. We had no clue what to name this little trick at the time, but it was definitely going to have Midoriya as the first half of the name. Of course, as the momentary element of surprise faded, my only regret was not being able to see Bakugo's face when he first saw full cowling. We found ourselves being tailed by Todoroki and Bakugo. The former was doing his ice surfing thing, a necessary method to catch up to us, while Bakugo, well, did his usual unsubtle rocket thing, screaming profanities at everything in existence, but mostly me, Isuku, and Todoroki. As the robots came up, we briefly broke the chain to deal with the machines in our own individually flashy ways. I leapt into one, curling up into a ball and focusing the kinetic energy at the point of impact, effectively becoming a human cannonball tearing through the chest of one of the robots. Isuku just straight up super punched a bigger one before landing next to me, then throwing me again to continue our chain. The big test of our precision with this skill would be the fall, the area with the huge pits. One wrong leap or toss, one missed landing, and it would be over. Thankfully, we managed to do decently there, though we did have to slow down to minimize the risk, a decision which allowed Todoroki and Bakugo to catch up to us. The latter was close enough that I could have sworn I felt the heat from the flames given off by his explosions on the back of my neck. Even if that was some weird hallucination, he was definitely close enough for me to make out a clear sentence from him. "You worthless bastards. Get back here." Again, what I would have given to be able to look behind us and see his expression. Bakugo was beyond simple anger at the moment. This was more of a combination of shock, denial, and raw hatred fueled by the fires of 1,000 exploding suns. Once he had accepted that Deku was a late bloomer, something which took him time to believe, he'd made the mistake of assuming that his quirk wouldn't be a match for him, even after he got it under control, if the weakling ever did. The fake wouldn't be an issue. Bakugo was no science nerd, but he knew enough to realize that the fake's quirk wouldn't protect him from explosions, but damn it, he should have seen this coming. He'd made the mistake of assuming that the backfiring of Deku's quirk was just a part of it, a perfect representation of reality. The worthless brat had a worthless quirk, but all of a sudden the fake brothers had not only shot forward like a pair of bullets, they had the sheer nerve to show him up. This was supposed to be his moment of glory, his time to shine, not theirs. As Icy Hot gave pursuit that asshole, how dare he declare war on Deku and not me? Bakugo kicked up the intensity of his explosions, and was soon thundering past the MO, flying clear over the robots. How the hell did they get past them so quickly? And reaching the fall just as they began to slow down their incredibly stupid-looking trick, probably worried about accidentally dropping down those chasms like the trash they were. As they neared the end of the fall, Bakugo managed to pass them both. Then once he figured he had gained enough ground on them, decided to take a brief stop to land and rest his quirk for a couple of seconds before he shot off again and won the race. Looking over the wide stretch of ground in front of him, he quickly recognized what this obstacle was. A minefield. Not that it matters to me, I can just fly right over it. Those lousy brothers can't afford to do their trick, or they risk setting off. Shit. Before he could get back in the air, the fake landed straight into the first section of the minefield, directly in front of him, sending a massive cloud of dust flying into the air with an equally massive bang. It couldn't have been more than 1 or 2 mines that went off, damn it. When the hell did they get that precise? But it was evidently just enough to give the fake an extra charge, while simultaneously interrupting Bakugo from following for a couple of precious seconds, as the brothers cleared the rest of the minefield in one go. So completely shocked was Bakugo that he barely noticed Icy Hot barreling past him, using his ice to keep from setting off the bombs. No, not again. I won't lose again. Putting everything he had into his quirk, he launched into the air and gave chase. And the first place winner in this, Isuku Midoriya of Class 1A, followed immediately by his brother Casey. And it looks like 1A's Shoto Todoroki was just behind them. As Bakugo soared through the finish tunnel, having the humiliation of fucking 4th place of all things, he couldn't help but let out one last roar of pure rage. Lost. I lost again. To them. Why the hell do I keep losing? Izuku's world practically came to a stop when he heard the announcement that he and Casey had won the race. True, it was the product of hard work and practice, and he knew they had clinched first and second place the moment they cleared the minefield. But hearing it announced to the entire stadium, no, the whole country. That was what truly hit him like a freight train, the full realization that he and his brother had succeeded so completely. He couldn't help but think of his mentor's words to him, about how he needed to truly announce himself to the world. I did it, All Might. Did you see? He turned to his brother, who gave a tired thumbs up in his direction. Before he could return the gesture, Midnight began to announce the beginning of the next round. It's time for the second event of the festival. 32 of you have made it this far, but after this next round, only 16 will be moving on. I hope you're ready to play Tilda. Isuku sighed. Not that he was a judgmental person, and honestly, he felt somewhat hypocritical considering she had an effect on him, just as she likely did on many of his classmates, but her behavior made him sigh in a strange mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Does she have to make it like that? Now, gird your loins, she said, pausing for dramatic effect and unwittingly answering Izuku's internal question. And get ready for our next event. As the roulette stopped, Midnight shouted out the title of the game. Riot Ball. Now, I'm sure you're all shivering with anticipation to find out what sort of game this is. But it'll have to wait for a bit. You see, this game requires a very special sort of setup, and we'll need the field cleared of all students for a few minutes while we prepare. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long for your curiosity to be satisfied, Tilda. Izuku had to admit that he was curious. Thankfully, Midnight hadn't lied about a short wait, though he could hardly have expected the huge difference in the appearance of the field between going to the waiting rooms and returning. A rectangular field somewhat reminiscent of a soccer pitch was laid out in white lines, with strange circular objects placed around the field. Several on each side, one in the dead center. Speaking of the center of the field, it was wide open except for the center of each side, which had a series of high walls and pillars. The effect basically turned the center of the field into a sort of no man's land. The sides of the field were left mostly open, but the defensive walls had several blind corners that one could easily hide in should anyone come running up the side toward each end of the field. The goal area was unique in layout as well. Each side had what looked like two soccer goals in the corners, except they were arranged vertically rather than horizontally. The goal in the middle of each side was, by contrast, very small, consisting of a simple metal hoop only slightly larger than a basketball hoop, set around 10 feet above the ground and turned on its side. Though actually scoring a goal in it would likely with great difficulty due to the small size and the various walls and pillars guarding it. True, one could just barely spot the small goal from either side of the field, as a small alley existed. But that alley wasn't very wide, and there were a number of low walls and arches that crisscrossed it, meaning one would have to be careful when approaching on foot or from the air. All right, students, now pay attention. The rules for this game are rather complicated, and I won't be repeating them. Even if you beg, Tilda. Midnight licked her lips seductively before continuing, the screen above the stage giving visual aid as she spoke. You will divide into 2 teams of 16, red team and blue team, to do battle in this arena. The makeup of the teams will be determined at random. After you have been sorted into your respective teams, you must select 1 team member to be a ball carrier, and 2 to be goalkeepers. On each of the small circles, a number of round balls will appear. Grab those balls and handle them well, for your task will be to score goals with them in the corner goals opposite your team's side. Every goal you score in this way counts both toward your team's overall score, as well as toward your individual chances to pass on to the next round, though you will all receive a number of points based on your placement in the race. Thus, if your team loses, you may still be able to qualify for the tournament if you score enough goals. Those corner goals can be guarded by anyone, and scored in by anyone. Block a goal attempt by another team, and you get points toward passing as well. But the true test comes in the center. For the circle there spawns a different sort of ball entirely. As she pointed out the center circle, what looked like an American football appeared there. Anyone can carry this ball, but only the ball carrier can score with it. To score, it must be shot through the center goal on each side. Score twice in this fashion before time runs out, and your team wins. Only those designated as goalkeepers are allowed to defend this particular goal. Anyone caught attempting to violate that rule, or any other rule, will be punished, Tilda. So it's a team event. But the way it's designed creates temptation to ignore teamwork and go for a free-for-all. The key here will be strategy, leadership, and proper role assignment. And now, if you will cast your eyes to the screens above, I give you your teams. Red team. Asterisk Izuku Midoriya asterisk. Asterisk Katsuki Bakugo asterisk. Asterisk Fumikage Tokoyami asterisk. Asterisk Casey Midoriya asterisk. Asterisk Momo Yaorazu asterisk. Asterisk Juzo Honuki asterisk. Asterisk Hanta Zero asterisk. Asterisk Tenya Ida asterisk. Asterisk Mei Hatsum asterisk. Asterisk Denki Kaminari asterisk. Asterisk Ijiro Kirishima asterisk. Asterisk Rikido Sato asterisk. Asterisk Ochako Uraraka asterisk. Asterisk Kyoka Jiro asterisk. Asterisk Mina Ashido asterisk. Asterisk Mashirawa Jiro. Our team has a lot of mobility and speed, Isuku observed as he looked at his team's makeup. I don't know a couple of these names, though. I'll have to ask them what their quirks are to form a decent strategy involving them. His eyes then glanced over to the list of blue team's members. And while the strengths weren't as immediately obvious, he determined that it was still likely to be an uphill battle. Blue team. Asterisk Shoto Todoroki asterisk. Asterisk Ibara Shiozaki asterisk. Asterisk Satsuna Takage asterisk. Asterisk Pony Tsunatori asterisk. Asterisk Toguru Kamakiri asterisk. Asterisk Kosai Tsubaraba asterisk. Asterisk Tetsutetsu asterisk. Asterisk Kajiro Bondo asterisk. Asterisk Kanoko Komori asterisk. Asterisk Yui Kodai asterisk. Asterisk Nido Monoma asterisk. Asterisk Yosua Wace asterisk. Asterisk Itsuka Kendo asterisk. Asterisk Hitoshi Shinso asterisk. Asterisk Senkaibara asterisk. Asterisk Juro Shishida. Thinking carefully, Izuku began to attempt to formulate a strategy. The only person I know on that team is Todoroki. They almost certainly know our quirks, considering most of them arrived back at the stadium after we did, and probably heard about us from the USG incident, which gives them an informational edge over us. As the teams began to form up, he gave a closer look over his teammates. It didn't take long for him to decide on a basic strategy, though finalizing it would have to wait until after he learned what the two unknown members' quirks were. Alright, first things first. Our ball carrier and goalkeepers should be. Inko Midoriya didn't normally watch the UA Sports Festival aside from the occasional glance at the TV, when Izuku and Casey had been watching it in the past. But now, one would have to drag her from her seat to take her eyes off of it. She was worried any mother would be, but the thought of her babies being on TV, showing the world how wonderful they both were, achieving the dreams both of them had for so long. All of that was nearly enough to bring her to tears. But the speech her Izuku gave, followed by the overwhelming victory in the obstacle course, that had left her bawling. Her baby boys were growing up so fast. It seemed almost yesterday they had been in elementary school, just starting to get to know each other as brothers. But during the race, they worked together so well that if not for physical appearance, they could have been mistaken for brothers by blood. Her baby boys. Her Izuku, her Casey. She wiped a tear from her eyes as she watched the replay footage of the race in motherly pride, waiting for the Riot Ball match to start. Keep going, babies. I'm so very proud of you both. Alright, first things first. I need to know what all of your quirks are. HMPH. Who the hell put you in charge? Shoto Todoroki glared at the angry-looking silver-haired Kirishima clone. No one. Yet. But if we're going to work together at all, I need to know what all of you are capable of. Yet? How very cocky, a blonde replied smugly, an extremely punchable expression on his face. But I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, considering you're from Class 1A. I bet you think you're better than the rest of us. Todoroki didn't stoop to giving this one even a glance. I am. Now moving on, I need each of you to tell me your quirks, one by one. The blonde gave a rather bitter chuckle. Already talking as if you're in charge of all of us. As if you ever really had to work or struggle a day in your life. I mean, one villain attack, you get rescued. Then you act like you're heroes. What a bunch of delusional idiots. Whack. You're the delusional one, a redhead grumbled, smacking the offending idiot on the head with a giant hand. He may be Class 1A, but judging from his performance in the obstacle course, he's got more power than any of us combined. And he's right, we need to work as a team here. This enraged the not Kirishima, though Todoroki suspected it didn't take much to do that. Yeah, sure, let Mr. Icy Hot take all the glory. Why the hell should we? This is becoming tedious, Todoroki thought. Because you all want to win. All eyes turned to him once again, but the lack of immediate response gave him enough time to continue. I saw the results of the obstacle course. My class all placed higher than yours, so you all have to work harder to make it to the finals. You need to win far more than the other team. As this one pointed out, he said, indicating the red-headed girl, I'm more powerful than the rest of you, and I have the skill to match. That's not bragging, that's not boasting, That's just stating simple facts. You all hate me. I get that, and you're welcome to it. But if you want a chance to prove me wrong, if you want a chance to face me in the finals and put me in my place, as you all undoubtedly want, you're going to have to win this match first. And I'm your best bet. Silence followed, broken only by the obnoxious blonde. So what? Now we do whatever you tell us to, like it's no big deal. Yes. In fact, I think I already know the perfect role for you to play, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Before I get to the rest of the strategy, though, I need you all to tell me your names and quirks. On our side of the field, planning was a little easier given that save for 2 members, Juzo and Mei, who were thankfully willing to explain their quirks to everyone. We all knew each other's quirks, and were used to working together. I, of course, already knew Juzo and Mei's quirks. But obviously I couldn't tell anyone else that. Not to mention, between Isuku, Momo, and myself, we would have an easy time developing an effective strategy. Isuku had most of one straight off the bat, even. Alright, here's my proposal, Isuku explained. We have multiple members with quirks that lend themselves well to speed and mobility, so we ought to make use of that. I'm thinking we should go with a 4-man assault team, one of them being the ball carrier, the others forming a guard of sorts. For our goalies, we use Takoyami and Bakugo. Whoa, I objected. What makes you think that jerk would make an effective goalie? For all we know, he'll charge off and abandon his post. Momo nodded. I agree. He seems like too loose a cannon for the role. I get your concern, but look at it this way. He's got speed and mobility, but he can't use that while carrying the ball, and he would be even less reliable as an escort for the very reason Casey just gave. Putting him in the goalie position will make use of his speed and mobility to intercept the ball, and his quick reflexes would make it easy for him to predict the trajectory of a scoring attempt. Not to mention, Isuku continued, looking over toward the other end of the field where blue team was no doubt strategizing. If the other team is smart, they'll put Todoroki as their ball carrier to maximize his offensive capabilities. And given his need to prove himself, I'd bet that Todoroki would insist on that role anyway. If that happens, then Bakugo will get plenty of opportunity to face off against him, and there's no way he'd turn down that opportunity. I was glad that Bakugo wasn't around to hear that speech. There was no telling how the hothead would take it. But I had to admit, Izuku's reasoning made sense. Okay, fine. So what about a secondary defense? It would make sense to have a few people to focus on protecting the secondary goals, or at least intercepting people heading that way, so that Takoyami and Bakugo won't have so much pressure on them. I think I have a decent concept for that, Momo said confidently. Mei has her gadgets and her zoom quirk. I can make traps. Zero's tape would be useful in creating barriers or intercepting throws. And Gyro could use the walls to ambush people heading for the secondary goals. The rest, outside of the assault team, could focus on scoring individual points. Izuku and I nodded in agreement. Momo had a good mind for strategy. All right, now it's time to decide on the assault team, Izuku said. Tenya can be our ball carrier, while Casey and I run interference for him. Juzo's softening would normally be great for defense, but he'd also be excellent for stopping anyone pursuing the assault team. As Izuku spoke, I found myself reflecting on everything that had led up to this moment. After a few moments of thought, I decided to speak out. Bro, not to discount your strategy, it's a good one. There's something I need to say. I think I ought to be the ball carrier. Momo and Izuku blinked for a few seconds before the former chimed in. Well, I don't know. Izuku's plan makes a lot of sense. What's your reasoning? First off, Tenya is fast on the ground, but he has no air game, and the ball carrier should be as mobile as possible, especially since there are low walls in the way, and it'd be difficult to hurdle them at his top speed. I got nearly the same speed as him during the quirk assessment test, and I'm a lot more resilient to boot. There really aren't any people on that team with energy-based quirks, and that's really my only weakness. I'm also a lot more mobile, considering that I can use my quirk to increase my leaping distance and height. Both nodded, but Izuku frowned a bit. I guess. But it sounds like you have another reason for this suggestion. I do, I said, looking down at my feet. Ever since we started training to be heroes, I've done little to establish myself on my own. I've been pushing you forward, or following you, or in the case of the Asuchi incident, being rescued by you. The last time I genuinely acted without you around was the battle training, and you all saw how well that went. I guess what I'm saying is, I can't keep just following behind you. I have to step out of your shadow at some point. And if things keep going the way they've always been, I'll never be able to do that. Izuku frowned, putting his hand on my shoulder. You shouldn't have to worry about that. We're brothers, aren't we? We should be equals. Exactly, I countered. And if we're going to be equals, I need to prove I'm capable on my own merits. I know it's selfish, and your strategy is probably better overall. But I just can't afford not to do this. A long silence passed between the three of us, until finally Isuku broke it with a sigh. All right, I get it. If that's how you feel, I'm willing to go along with it. So, to recap, Bakugo and Takoyami are our goalies. Our assault team will be you as ball carrier, plus me, Ida and Juzo guarding you. Momo, Gyro, Siro, and Mei will provide secondary defense, and everyone else will focus on scoring. Now, as for how the assault team will advance, I have an idea. Alrighty, sports fans, hold on to your seats, because it's time for a totally rocking game of Riot Ball. It looks like both teams have worked out their strategy and are ready and raring to go. What's your take on things, Snipe? Well, looking at TH teams and their positions, I'd say Red's got more OTH advantage than Blue, least at first look. But I reckon Blue's got a few trick shots up their sleeves, and with TH Sun OTH number 2 hero on their side, you know they ain't going down easy. Key'll be keeping a balance between TH main goal and TH secondary goals, both offense and defense. Just from TH way each of them's positioned, looks like both Red and Blue have got that in mind already. Wow, what a detailed assessment. Let's see if it holds up as the action unfolds. Todoroki looked over his team. Considering Red team had the speed advantage, it was a good thing most of his had good defensive quirks. With regards to his goalkeepers, Shiozaki had the most suitable defensive abilities, but Takage could cover more ground between the main goal and the secondary one on her side. With the support of Bondo's glue, Subaraba's ability to solidify air, Tetsutetsu's physical durability, and Kendo's hands perfect for blocking shots, he didn't foresee his side having too much difficulty defending the secondary goals. The main concern was the primary goal, especially since they'd put some of their best in what was obviously a sweep formation. If they gained possession of the ball first, he would need to act fast to take it from them. Fortunately, with Tsunotori supporting him, he had just enough mobility on his side to potentially penetrate that formation quickly enough to get the ball. The rest of his team didn't have many quirks that had clear usage in offense or defense, but that just meant they had one more offensive player than Red team. Looking up toward the stands, he saw that his old man was watching intently. Good, he thought, let the scumbag watch. The rest of my team lacks many flashy quirks, so I'll stand out even more for it when I overwhelm Red team with only my right side. Begin. At midnight signal, Pony launched herself into the air on her horns, as Todoroki shot a wave of ice toward the center of the field, the latter charging forward as he did so in an attempt to grab the ball immediately. Unfortunately, the speed with which Red team's vanguard moved Ida in front, Isuku and Juzo on the right and left flanks respectively, Casey and back allowed them to just barely reach the ball in time. Smart move, choosing Ida as the ball carrier, Todoroki observed as he sent a wall of ice shooting directly in Ida's path. But even he can't turn on a dime. As the spectacled teen attempted to turn, necessarily slowing down, as he did so Todoroki closed into his hand inches from the ball. 31-24. Ida shouted, and immediately tossed the ball directly behind him toward Casey, who cannonballed his way through the ice wall much the same as he did the robots in the obstacle course. Before Todoroki could change course, Izuku shot in between him and Casey's left flank as Juzo moved up to Casey's right, with Tenya now bringing up the rear. Pony had just landed to their right flank, only to sink into the ground thanks to Juzo's quirk. Signals for passing and shifting positions, hiding the identity of the ball carrier Ida, was in the lead position, so I assumed it was him, while allowing people to shift around as necessary based on defensive and offensive needs. Got to hand it to you, Izuku Midoriya. Your strategic skill is impressive. Swinging around via ice, surfing, Todoroki gave chase. His quarry was ready for that, however, as Casey shouted another signal. 14-31. At that, Casey passed the ball to Juzo, who took the lead position and dove into the ground with the ball, swimming through the earth as easily as water. Suddenly, Casey was in back, blocking Todoroki's advance, while Ada moved into the right. Damn it! They're getting close to the goal, and I don't know which one to go after. Even if I did, they'll keep switching until they get close enough to score. Shiozaki and Takage were quick to intercept, the former sending her vines through the ground to force Juzo to surface, only for him to shout a passing pattern. 41-24. With a pass to Casey, Juzo took the left flank again with Izuku at the back, allowing Casey to leap over the vines and simply drop the ball through the hoop to score. A green light appeared over the goal hoop, indicating one successful score, and if that weren't enough of an indicator, The bell-like sound gave it away on its own. Looking back to the center of the field, Todoroki could see another football appear, and immediately he set off towards it. Obviously, the shouts are based on numbers assigned to each of the 4 people in their little vanguard, Todoroki thought as he sent waves of ice behind him to slow down the returning attack team. Now that they've scored, I know that Casey Midoriya is the ball carrier. That must mean he represents 1. The numbers are paired up. If my guess is correct, the first pair determines who the leader switches with, while the second pair tells how the others shift around. In any event, he could worry about that another time, as he managed to grab the football before Red Team could return to the center of the field. Elsewhere on the field, the Red Team found more success. Zero grinned at the irony of catching the insect-like Kamakiri in a tape trap. Gyro managed to nearly blow out Shishida and Kanoko's eardrums with a surprise sonic blast. Yaoyorozu's glue net snagged a waist, and what few balls managed to get through were quickly deflected by Bakugo and Tokoyami. Their secondary offense, too, had its share of fortune. Kaminari, though momentarily stuck in Bondo's glue, was freed by Ashido's acid quickly enough to score, followed quickly by Hatsume. While Sato and Ajiro were unable to successfully get past Shiozaki's defenses, Kirishima's attempt just managed to get through before he found Tetsu in his face. All in all, things seemed to be going rather well for Red Team. Unfortunately, that was when Todoroki's plan went into action. As Todoroki neared the goal, all of Blue Team's secondary attackers regrouped and headed for Tokoyami's side with more balls. Well, all save 2. Before Bakugo could notice Todoroki's advance, a smug voice called out to him. "Oh, look, it's that grouchy mad bomber from the obstacle race. What the hell did you call me?" Looking for the offender, Bakugo spotted Nito, who charged in his direction with a ball in hand. "I'm not impressed, honestly. I remember seeing you on the news once. Helpless in the clutches of some slime villain. How pitiful. That's it. Say your prayers, you worthless maggot." He charged off at the smug blonde before noticing Tokoyami struggling out of the corner of his eye. Just as Todoroki rushed toward the goal, football in hand. "RRGH, you stupid, dirty. Hey, dumbass. Look over here." As Bakugo neared the goal, about to intercept, he spared only a derisive chuckle. "Like that's gonna work on me a second time." It just did. Dumbass. Dropping out of the air and somehow managing to land on his feet, Bakugo found himself struggling to think, his mind lost in a haze. What? Who? Do me a favor and move as far away from the goal area as you can. Unable to resist, Bakugo obediently abandoned his post and marched slowly toward the center of the field, oblivious to the bell, the score indicator, or his teammates' shock at the sudden turn of events. Icy Hot was right. I did enjoy that. Nito chuckled at the sight of Bakugo, obediently walking toward the center of the field like a servant at the behest of his master. At least now he's acting his place, the blonde thought as he casually scored, Shinso following up with a score of his own. The rest of Blue Team was having similar success, having scored a number of times on Tokoyami. And what few Red Team members managed to exploit their lack of secondary defense were prevented from scoring by the efforts of Shiozaki and Takage, the former in particular performing magnificently as a goalie. Just like wanted to drop the ball so easily. Even if we can't score again, we've almost gotten enough individual scores to tie the game. So once we do that, we'd only have to get the ball and play keep away until time ran out to win. As Nito grabbed another ball and scored once more, he couldn't help but keep smiling. "You're next, Todoroki. Once we've dealt with 1A, I'll show you just how little your name really matters in the tournament." So caught up was he in reverie that he failed to notice Kirishima slapping Bakugo out of his trance, until the sound of explosions, a few feet away from him, alerted him to impending danger. "You don't know when to quit, do you? You bastard? Okay." To Nito's surprise, Bakugo's attack cut off at the last second along with the last word in that sentence. He could have sworn it sounded like Bakugo's voice had cracked a little on whatever he had been about to say. And for almost a full second the explosive teenager was frozen in mid-attack. Which was plenty of time for a counterattack by way of an arm drag, followed by a copied explosion to the face. "Ha, what's wrong? Lost your nerve? How pathetic. In any case, it seems your team has the football back, so I suppose I'll return to my side of the field for a bit. Why don't you lie there for a while and wait for me to get back and score on you again?" Nito didn't bother to spare even a glance at his opponent, who was far too stunned physically and emotionally to immediately follow him. "I knew it. I just knew Bakugo would screw it up. I thought as we raced toward the blue goal again. There wasn't much room for more error on our team's part either. considering the fact that half of blue team was on our tail. We need Juzo in back again. That's where most of them are. Ida can go up front while Isuku and I cover for him. We got this. 43-21. Gotcha. Just as Juzo passed the ball to Ida, Todoroki surfed down right next to the ladder, his hand less than an inch from intercepting the pass. I only just managed to get the ball back by a hair's breadth as Todoroki smirked at Isuku, still on our tail. Casey is 1, you're 2, Ida is 3, and Hanuki is 4. Clever idea, Izuku Midoriya. That calling pattern was my idea, jackass, I said, gritting my teeth. My frustration was just as much the fact that Todoroki automatically assumed Izuku was the one who thought of those numbers. He had the idea of passing the ball between us. But the system of how we called it out was all me as it was about the plan being found out. Damn it. I knew he was smart enough. But I didn't expect him to figure it out so fast. Wheeling around as one, our 4-man assault team tried to evade the freezing attack, only for an ice wall to pop up in front of us. Quickly handing Juzo the ball so that he could swim through the ground under the ice, I prepared to cannonball through the wall, only to hear a shout of pain as Juzo came back up from the ground on our side again. He froze the ground on the other side. I can't soften 2 surfaces at once. We attempted to run in a different direction, only for yet another ice wall to block us, then another from a different direction. Soon, we found ourselves completely surrounded, and with Pony and Todoroki approaching fast with the rest of their team, it would take a miracle to keep the ball. Time's up. Everyone stop where you are. A horn blared and Midnight shouted over the PA system, just as Todoroki's hand was about to grab the ball once again. It seems we have a tie, Midnight said, gesturing to the secondary goal scoreboard and the lights above the primary goals. Unacceptable. There can only be one victorious team. So now, we'll have to have overtime tilde. Juzo blinked at the announcement as Todoroki began to grudgingly melt the ice that he had surrounded us with. Overtime? Huh, lucky break for us. That would depend on the rules, Ida responded as he waited for Midnight to continue. Both teams will have exactly 5 minutes to confer, after which the match will resume with only 3 minutes on the clock. If no one scores with a football before that time is up, whichever team has the most individual scores wins. If one team manages to score with a football before time is up, however, that team will still win no matter what. If a tie is still found, the match will be decided by the last person to score a secondary goal. Is that clear? I hope so, because I don't intend to repeat myself. With that, off you all go to plan your strategy. With that, we return to our respective sides of the field to plan. It's obvious now that there's no way we can just keep the same passing and shifting strategy we started out with, Momo said with a sigh. But at the same time, Todoroki's ability to react and respond to our assault team's movements is frankly ridiculous. And we can't afford to not have some form of escort. Not if we want to win. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's not like we have any other option here. At least none that I can think of right offhand. We'll just have to throw out the calling pattern and rely on hand signals or something, or create a new one. Not good enough, I countered with a shake of my head. Todoroki managed to see through our code way faster than I thought he would. And now that he has an idea of how we think, he'll probably have an even easier time figuring it out, even if we change it up. Codes have to make sense, after all. Wait. Maybe that's it. An idea flashed through my head, blossomed into a number of other ideas, which then split off into even more. As quickly as they came to me, I did what I could to whittle them down in my head to the best ones. You look like you have something in mind, bro, Izuku said. What is it? Well, I'm not 100% sure about this plan, but I think it's our best bet. We don't just need a new calling system. We need a new method of advancing toward the goal. More than any of that, though, we need a way to get around Todoroki's skill at analyzing us. As both Izuku and Momo nodded, I looked over the rest of our team. Momo, I'll need you to make a few things. The rules don't say anything against it, but I guarantee that no one on the other team is going to have thought of this either. Before we get to that, though, there's one major change I'd like to make to the assault team. Anna and we're back, sports fans, for the conclusion of this totally epic game of Riot Ball. For those watching at home, I hope whatever commercials you just saw were relaxing, because from the looks of things we're about to see a real nail-biter of a conclusion. What's your read on the situation, Snipe? I think it's obvious, Mike. Both teams are going effer broke here. Putting TH best, they got on TH front and center. This ought to be one heck of a finish, I reckon. It seems my cowboy cosplayer co-host agrees with me. See, cosplayer? Mike, Ah, think. What could happen with so much rockin' power assembled? Who's gonna come away victorious? I can't wait. Shoto observed his team's formation as they waited for overtime to start. Everyone but the goalkeepers were lined up, the most powerful Quirk users in the middle with him to protect against the inevitable push. Looking over to the other side of the field, he could see that their formation was similarly focused. The very front was spearheaded by the vanguard, with Isuku Midoriya in the lead. His brother stood immediately to his left next to Kirishima, with Juzo to the right and Sato close by the latter. Ida stood directly behind Izuku, and the rest of their team save their goalies were spread out on the flanks. From the looks of things, it was obvious what was going to happen the moment overtime began. It would be a short, brutal push on both sides, an all-or-nothing charge for the ball before attempting to smash through the other side's defenses in a mad rush for the goal. Perfect. He gazed up into the stands to meet his father's gaze. You just keep watching, old man, he said in his mind. I see you scowling already. It must burn you that I've come this far without your fire. And I'll win this match the same way, for all the world to see. Begin. At midnight's signal, both sides charged for the center, Todoroki riding a wave of ice toward the football, only to have it taken by Izuku Midoriya almost immediately. Puzzlingly, his green-haired rival dropped back with the ball and ducked down as Kirishima stood in the way. You're going to hand it off to someone else while using Kirishima to blind us from seeing who. I know it. And the person you're going to hand it off to is... Recipro burst. There, Ida. His eyes having been drawn to Ida before the latter even made a move, Todoroki was more than prepared for the teen's sudden advance. With a wave of his hand, Todoroki created an ice slide under Ida's feet, causing him to trip and drop the ball, which slid right into his waiting hands. Nice try, but you picked the wrong plan. And you picked the wrong ball. The words came from Juzo, who barreled past. Holding the football. Wait, what did I? Shoto looked down at the ball in his hands. It had the same shape as the football, but there were enough slight differences to notice that it was nothing more than a fake. Yaoyorozu made a decoy ball. Once again, clever. Wheeling around to give chase, Todoroki spotted another surprise. Ida had rejoined the four-man team, and all three of the others were carrying footballs. The rest of Red Team was charging behind them, supporting and protecting the vanguard's rear as best they could. A shell game. This complicates things. I can't just surround them all with ice like this. I have to figure out where the real ball is. Grunting in frustration, Todoroki kept watch for any clue that would give away the location of the real ball as he gave chase. The plan was working. Todoroki had fallen for the first layer of our ruse, though whether or not he'd see through the rest was still an unknown. The push wasn't easy considering that virtually all of Blue Team was in our way save for Nito, who took advantage of our all-out assault to score a secondary goal. But none of that mattered so long as we kept our momentum up. As Kamakiri and Shishida moved to intercept, I shouted a passing pattern. 41-34. Sure enough, Tsunatori dropped down from the air in between Juzo and me, ready to intercept. Exactly as planned. I managed to just get a glimpse of her surprised expression as Juzo passed his ball to Ida instead of me, while I switched places with Juzo, handing my football to him as we passed each other. Shishida found himself tackled by Sato. Tsunatori was tripped up by Siro's tape, and Kamakiri found his legs sinking into the ground as Juzo passed by him. The entirety of our team was in on this one push. As Todoroki started to catch up, I noticed that we had only slightly under a minute left. I shouted again. 13-42. Ida passed the ball to me as Izuku switched places with Juzo. Izuku traded his ball with Juzo's as they passed, and Todoroki noticed. With a sudden surfing move, he swung up to Izuku and managed to get the ball from him, only to fall for the next layer of our trap. See, the thing about shell games is that the whole game itself is a con. You look at the shells, trying to catch when the ball is switched between the shells. And in Todoroki's case, his fixation on my brother meant that he would most likely notice any secret movement he made. But the ball was never under any of the shells to begin with. The ball was in the Conman's sleeve the entire time. In this case, that was the cue for the fifth member of our vanguard to make her appearance as Uraraka tossed her football to me. 20 seconds left. I used my quirk to shove forward just as Uraraka touched me to make me float, the result being that I flew in a high arc over all the walls toward the goal. 15 seconds left. Takage and Shiozaki were quick to intercept, the former sending body parts toward me from all directions, as the latter formed a roof of vines over the goal. 10 seconds left. But I wasn't going for the goal just yet. 5 seconds left. I threw the ball down to the sixth member of our vanguard who had moved forward while everyone was watching me. With a bright flash and a crackle, Kaminari sent waves of electricity surging in a wide radius as everyone else in our vanguard dropped back out of his radius. The result being a very thoroughly stunned green-haired girl involuntarily dropping her vines as Uraraka released me. 2 seconds left. I landed almost immediately in front of Kaminari, grabbed the ball, and threw it. The buzzer sounded just half a second after the football passed through the goal. Woo-wah. That was one heck of a game, a snipe. See, this ain't cosplay. It's a theme like every other hero out there. Cosplay's something different. No time for that. It looks like the numbers are already in. Presenting your finalists. Asterisk Isuku Midoriya asterisk. Asterisk Katsuki Bakugo asterisk. Asterisk Fumikage Takoyami asterisk. Asterisk Casey Midoriya asterisk. Asterisk Momo Yaoyorozu asterisk. Asterisk Nido Monoma asterisk. Asterisk Juzo Honuki asterisk. Asterisk Tenya Ida asterisk. Asterisk Mei Hatsum asterisk. Asterisk Denki Kaminari asterisk. Asterisk Ijiro Kirishima asterisk. Asterisk Hitoshi Shinso asterisk. Asterisk Ochako Uraroka asterisk. Asterisk Shoto Todoroki asterisk. Asterisk Ibara Shiozaki asterisk. Asterisk Tetsutetsu Tetsutetsu. What a lineup. I bet you all can't wait for the final tournament to begin, huh? Well, you'll just have to wait until after these messages. And we're back, sports fans. Wow, that was a lot of commercials. But for those of you not calling to order your Banco rotisserie, it's time for round 1 of the final part of our sports festival to begin. Now, let's meet the contestants who'll kick off this first rockin' round. The crowd cheered wildly and Snipe leaned slightly away, while covering his ears as Present Mike delivered his patented style of commentary. First up, he's one half of a pair that's been putting on quite the epic show today. And now we get to see if he can shine on his own. From Class 1A, Casey Midoriya. Loud cheers followed once again as the boy in question approached the center of the ring, waving to the crowd and smiling as he did so. Versus a boy who flew a bit under the radar during the race, but who made a great showing in the Riot Ball match and looks more than ready to step into the limelight. From Class 1B, Nido Monoma. The blonde in question practically swaggered into the ring, an extremely confident smirk on his face. The two faced each other and began speaking, though whatever they were saying was inaudible to all but them. Man, thought Mike as he observed the exchange from the announcer's box. We really ought to get microphones down there so I can hear what they're saying. The most obnoxious member of Class 1B stood in front of me with that insanely punchable expression on his face. HMPH. Even the announcer hypes you up more than me, Nido observed with a pointed look toward the announcer's box before turning back to look me in the eye. Of course, it makes sense, given the fact that he's your homeroom teacher now. I said nothing in response. This guy may not have been Shinso, but responding to his obvious bait wasn't a mistake I planned to make regardless. It also seemed to irritate him more, as evidenced by his slowly shifting expression as he continued trying to taunt me. What's the matter, Midoriya? Nervous now that you have to fight without your brother to help you out? That one nearly got under my skin, but I managed to keep a lid on it as he tried one more time to bait me. You wanna fools think you're all so much better than us? Well, now it's time to put you in your place and show who really deserves the recognition that was handed to you by the media. I finally responded with a feigned look of surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, were you saying something? Nido growled and charged, hand out in a clear attempt to touch me and copy my quirk. I sidestepped him fairly easily, keeping my hands in my pockets to further aggravate him. Isuku and I had done quite a bit of sparring in preparation for the sports festival, and I became very good at dodging. Nido simply wasn't anywhere near the level of skill he thought he was, and it was showing. After a few more successful dodges, I kicked him in the gut minus any kinetic energy boost, sending him reeling back onto his butt. Put me in my place, Monoma. You obviously have no clue how I got this place, or what it really takes. I know full well how you got it, the blonde replied. You were handed it. You survive one villain attack, and the media start treating you like you're already heroes. Meanwhile, people with quirks every bit as good as yours get pushed to the side. You may have an impressive quirk, Midoriya, but without that you're nothing, and I'll prove it right now. This time, Nido was able to touch me and copy my quirk. Which, incidentally, I allowed to happen because this jerk needed a lesson in humility. Hey. I already figured out your little quirk from watching you. You absorb kinetic energy from impact and build it up by running around. I'll just do the same and launch you out of the ring. Nito made a big leap, clearly planning to use it as the starting point for a number of them. But after only 2 such leaps, he stopped, clearly approaching the limit of kinetic energy storage. What? But why can't I build up more? Because I wasn't handed this. Unlike you, I don't rely on my power to the exception of everything else. You may be clever enough to form strategies and analyze other quirks, but you completely overlook one key weakness of your own. I ran over to Nito and delivered a couple of unpowered punches to fill him up a little more. You copy the quirk itself, but you can't copy training and physical conditioning. Around a year ago, I could only take exactly 1 fastball's worth of kinetic energy before I couldn't take any more, something that basically made the quirk useless in a real fight. I hit him a couple of more times. I had to train constantly, working my butt off to near collapse and more, going above and beyond my ordinary limits just to get to my current level. You've obviously had basic fitness and hand-to-hand training, but not much beyond that. As for the thing, this time, I decked the bastard, which set him all the way to full. We got the media treatment because we had real villains trying to kill us. Real, actual threats that we nearly died from. And by the way, our first homeroom teacher, the one this entire festival is in memory to, he actually did die, right in front of us. Bringing that whole incident up was a mistake. I grabbed his arm and pulled him into an arm drag, slamming him down onto the arena floor and causing minor, overflow damage in the process. With an attitude like yours, you'll never beat us. So until you start working to earn a place like ours, or go through the same crap we went through to get here, shut up. I punctuated that last remark with a slap to his face, which added just enough overflow damage to put him down for the count. Up in the stands, Kaminari winced in sympathetic pain at the result of the match. Oof. Talk about a curb stomp. Serves the bastard right, Bakugo replied with a snarl. That arrogant little prick didn't know who he was messing with. His copy quirk is annoying as hell. But if the other guy has a quirk that only got good through training, copying it is useless. Part of Bakugo hated complimenting either of the Midoriya brothers, even indirectly and backhandedly. But his humiliation at the hands of Nito during the Riot Ball match was just fresh enough to tip the balance in favor of the fake. Just this once. It's a good thing we all trained hard for the festival, then, Ida observed. I get the distinct feeling that the rest of Class 1B weren't nearly as lazy. Takoyami nodded. We let our guard down at our own risk. Well, this next match ought to be interesting. All eyes turned to see Casey approaching from the stairwell and sitting down next to Kaminari. The latter raised an eyebrow in response. So who is next? The voice of present Mike provided an immediate answer. Now entering the ring, a girl whose tricks and traps made short work of Blue Team's secondary offense during the Riot Ball match, representing Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Her opponent also managed to make an impression during the same match with her own gadgets and gizmos. From the support course, Mei Hatsune. Damn it. How does she fit all of these things into one backpack? Momo growled in frustration as a shot from a small catapult was deflected by a round shield that unfolded from a mechanical spider-like limb protruding from said backpack. As you can see, the automated defense reflex system, installed into the extendo legs, reacts instantaneously to any threat. The gadgeteer genius gestured toward Momo, who had just enough time to bring up her own small shield to defend against a small rubber bullet fired back from another leg. Every limb in the extendo legs contains both a small shield and a miniature gun that can accommodate and fire any small caliber projectile. Isn't it glorious? This is getting ridiculous, Momo thought. She's turning this whole match into one big commercial. Thinking quickly, Momo used her quirk to create a face mask and a few smoke grenades. She tossed them on the ground in front of her, concealing her from view as she prepared to make a couple more things. I'll be spent after this. Hopefully it'll pay off. If the villain you're fighting tries to conceal themselves in smoke, never fear. My patented visual enhancement goggles can see through any smoke with perfect clarity. A large net fired out and covered its target before tightening. The smoke cleared, to reveal that the net had only covered a lifelike statue of Momo. At that moment, an equally impressive net fell from the sky onto Mei and similarly shrunk to capture as Momo landed, her own hastily made replicas of the former's metallic limbs retracting. With that finished, Momo collapsed to her knees, exhausted. Phew, IW1. Before she could even complete the sentence, Momo's net fell to pieces as a number of blades emerged from Mei's extendo legs. Last but not least, the extendo legs come with automatic wire cutters to free you from any trap or net your opponent can send your way. Momo's heart fell as quickly as her smile. She was too winded to make anything else, and even standing would be a genuine struggle. And then the hyperactive gadget girl simply stepped out of the ring, throwing her hands in the air. And that concludes my presentation. All of these gadgets and more, invented by yours truly, Meihatsume. Remember the name. Stunned silence had never been so loud. The next two fights went by fairly quickly. First off, Kaminari took on Tokoyami. The latter was at a disadvantage, but he put on a decent showing before the former cut loose and unleashed the full power of his quirk on Tokoyami. Surprisingly, aside from the loss of Dark Shadow and falling out of bounds, Tokoyami left the arena mostly intact. Kaminari, on the other hand, had to be carried out because the victorious moron was, for the time being, too dumb to be guided out of the ring on his own. After that came Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu, which went exactly the same as it did in canon when they simultaneously knocked each other out cold. Whether the outcome of their tiebreaker would be different would have to wait, because after them came Izuku's first matchup against his canon opponent, Shinso. Truth be told, I was a bit worried for Isuku. I made sure to tell him not to get riled up by the guy, and I didn't even have to tell him about his powers, because everyone had seen plain as day in the Riot Ball match what those powers were. And even if Isuku did screw up, I knew that, in canon at least, he was saved from losing by the spirits of the previous wielders of One for All. In spite of all this, I couldn't help but ask to watch from the entrance as he battled. As a matter of fact, it would prove to be a camping spot of sorts for both of us throughout almost all of our matches in the festival. As I descended the stairs toward the entrance ramp, where Isuku was waiting, I passed Momo in the halls, looking a bit down. Hey, yeah Momo. What's wrong? She perked up in surprise at my voice. Casey-kun. Oh, just thinking, that's all. No need to worry. Hey, if something is wrong, you can tell me. I won't say anything to anyone, I said, sensing something was definitely wrong. And call me K-kun if you like. Everyone aside from Izuku seems to have picked up on that anyway. Momo opened her mouth, as if to insist she was perfectly okay before sighing. Well, it's just the way I won. I threw everything at that girl and got nowhere. And the only reason I'm moving on at all is because she forfeited. I dislike being handed things. She turned her head away, almost in shame. I might have guessed that was the problem, I mused before responding. Hey, you yourself just said you threw everything you had at her. That last strategy you pulled off. It was brilliant. I mean, from just brief observation in the middle of a fight, you managed to replicate not one, but two of her gadgets with your quirk, and make a statue of yourself convincing enough to fool those super advanced looking goggles of hers. It wasn't enough. It still failed in the end. I shook my head at her. That's not the point. I mean, sure, she had an answer to that. But the fact that you were able to come up with that strategy and make all of that stuff on the fly must have definitely made an impression. As far as I'm concerned, you deserve to move on. She looked up at me and blinked a couple of times as she processed what I was saying. Really? You think so? Definitely, I nodded. The pros in the audience would have to be morons not to be interested in you after that performance. That seemed to brighten her up a little bit. I see your point. Thank you, Kasser, Kaken. No problem, Yao. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for the fifth match of the tournament to begin. From the General Studies course. The voice of Present Mike interrupted us. Turning to run down the stairs, I gave her a smile and a wave. Whoops, I just realized I was going to cheer Izuku on from the entry hall. See you later. I made it down the last flight of stairs, just in time for the introductions to end and see Izuku step into the ring. Come on, bro, you got this. So, on top of getting the best score in the entrance exams, you won the race and the Riot Ball match. You must think pretty highly of yourself, huh? Izuku stared down Shinso as he waited for the signal to begin the match, but remained silent, remembering Casey's warning about his quirk. Something about the condescension dripping from the purple-haired boy's voice got on his nerves, though. Personally, I think you just got lucky. I had to deal with a system rigged against my powers, and people who kept acting like I was destined to be a villain because of them. While your quirk just happened to be perfectly suited for everything you've faced so far and looks flashy enough to make people like you. It's not like you're really any more talented than anyone else. Truth be told, you and your brother aren't really all that special when you get right down to it. You both were too weak to win alone, so you had to leech off each other to get ahead. Bejuvenin. How pathetic. In a flash, Izuku was in Shinso's face, shoving him out of the ring. The match didn't even last half a minute before Shinso was lying on the grass, glaring up at Izuku. I get it, Izuku said, not allowing Shinso the opportunity to speak first. You think you're the only one who got mocked. Before my quirk showed up, I was constantly called worthless. I heard the exact same things you just said about me over and over again. But I never gave up, because in spite of everything that people said about me, I knew I wasn't worthless. You want to be a hero. I can tell that right away. And I know for a fact that you'd be great at it. Your power could be insanely useful for hero work. You could end hostage crises without any violence at all. Get villains to turn themselves in voluntarily. Rescue people in disasters who are too frightened to get out of the way of danger themselves. So what if people don't understand that? You showed how useful you could be in the Riot Ball match, and I'm betting a number of pros saw that too. And if they didn't, you can just use that as motivation to get stronger for next year and find ways to overcome your weaknesses rather than just feel sorry for yourself or obsess over other people's opinions. If you focus on what they think about you, you'll never get anywhere. Shinso looked at him in surprise before sighing as the words sank in. Isuku could only hope that his speech somehow took root as he turned to leave.